Ebi look on, don't turn, ebi look on. Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, my Igbo brothers are saying, don't blame them. Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How common man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now kill, they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emilokon, don't turn to Ebilokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence, 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance, 5 billion for food and refreshment, 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fear afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga jaga. Oh. Emi loco, OTD, Emi loco, Baba, Emi loco, Edaku, Emi power. Emi loco, OTD, Emi loco, Baba, Emi loco, Edaku, Ojetiwo. Tinubu was APC party leader during Mr. Buhari Jaga Jaga government. Why didn't you help Buhari to solve the problem? Debt under Buhari, 77 trillion. No proof of any positive transformation. Unborn children, I ain't go pay for this evil. You know, say Buhari was incompetent, but you still bring him to destroy Nigeria. Paddy government, now you are the president. Since Buhari don't destroy Nigeria, I hope say you go free bring him to judgment. Emefiele printed 23 trillion within 8 years under Buhari government. $6 million for election observers. They say somebody forged Buhari's signature. Now lie, Buhari signed that document, period. Where our refineries, where we promise to fix. I've been a Dangote refineries would they depend on how much.
So there it is right there. So that was is this Idris something or the other, the name of that artist? What's pertinent to what's going on today? So what's pertinent to what's going on today? So good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So we started off with a greeting. We always started off with a greeting. I will appear on your screen momentarily, but what is showing on your screen now is a campaign that we embarked on. So this gentleman here that you're seeing on your screen, that guy is called Ijelespeaks. He's been in incarceration since April of this year. So the year comes to an end now. Still no signs of his release. Almost certain not to spend Christmas with his friends and family. And what did he do? He made some commentaries about a preacher man called the Booker. That was what he did. And if that guy felt aggrieved, rather than him take to law, he used the weight of his influence to incarcerate this guy. So in the era of hashtag free one person or the other, we're hashtagging the freedom of this guy held without due cause. So there he is right there. If you want to, on any and every social media space that you go, make sure you put that hashtag up. So we sensitize the space towards the plight of this man. It's been held since April. Can you imagine? His health is not at its best, and still they continue to hold him. He called a miracle man a chancer. Who's not calling a miracle man a preacher man who purports to be a miracle man a chancer in Nigeria? And for that, this guy is incarcerated. So hashtag free Ijelespeaks. That is what we are hashtagging to the general space. So use that hashtag wherever and everywhere you go on social media. So there it is. Hashtag free Ijelespeaks. So hashtag free Ijelespeaks. Good day to you. As I think I've already said the good days, but good day still. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. How are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. Ending then with the usual ending for your day, an evening with one man. So an evening with what better way to spend an evening than with that funny talking or you're a laughing man that calls himself one man went to mow. So that's what's going on here. The usual compliment, click on the like button. let's normalize respecting men of God. Well, men of God should respect themselves as well. So that's just the thing. So the usual thing, click on the like button just as soon as you come in. If you're not already subscribed, please correct that. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the screen. Super chat was to stream if you feel like that there's no compulsion. We're not even pushing that with any aggression anymore. We welcome it, but it's not the main push. The main push are the subscriptions and the like. So click on like and click on subscribe. That's more important than the super chats. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join, share the links in your social media spaces, all those things that people who stream ask you to do. So we're asking you to do same as well. So do same, pardon me, do same as well. So let's just launch straight into it, shall we? Let's launch straight into it. A whole myriad of all sorts to talk about today. It's quite curious actually that nobody is making that big a deal of this budget now that's just come and gone. Tinubu submitted a budget to the parliament, which I'm not even sure if they've passed it or not. Almost certain that they will pass it, but that seemed to have gone under the radar somewhat, but not here. Certainly not here. 2025 budget cannot address Nigeria's economic challenges. This is Atiku Abubakar. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party in the 2023 election, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, has stated that the 2025 budget proposal lacks the structural and fiscal discipline needed to address Nigeria's multifaceted economic challenges. So those are heavy, highfalutin words. There's this phraseology. They say sound and fury signify nothing. So those are crafted and structured words that has no implications at all. We're going to read through to see if he actually pulls anything out of that budget to address. But the opening salvo then, it means absolutely nothing. It's just structured words. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party in the 2023 election, Atiku Abubakar, has stated that the 2025 budget proposal lacks the structural and fiscal discipline needed to address Nigeria's multifaceted economic challenges. The former vice president made this disclosure in a statement on Sunday, reacting to the 2025 budget proposal. Recall that President Bola Tinubu last week presented a 49.7 trillion 2025 budget to the National Assembly. The president had based the budget on key economic assumptions, including a 36.36 trillion revenue target, inflation reduction to 15.75%, and exchange rate of 1,500 to the dollar. So I can see now that there's very little possibility that the exchange rate is going to be at anywhere near that in the foreseeable future. What's it trading at now? Is it 1719 or whatever? But maybe it's achievable actually if it's trading for 17. Recall that President Bola Tinubu last week presented a 49.7 trillion 2025 budget to the National Assembly. The president had based the budget on key economic assumptions, including a 36.36 trillion revenue target. So that 36.36 trillion revenue target is easily achievable and surpassable, given the traction of the present administration in terms of tax harmonization and they're just every little sinewy of opportunities they milk out of the system. So it's easily achievable actually. And the totality of that budget, by the way, is not significantly higher than what has been her historical budget. So they tell you that it's a 49.7 trillion naira, which is the highest that Nigeria has ever budgeted. But if you dollarize it, it comes to approximately $30 billion, which is roughly where our budget had always been. Recall that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu last week presented a 49.7 trillion 2025 budget to the National Assembly. The president had based the budget on key economic assumptions, including a 36.36 trillion revenue target, inflation reduction to 15.75%, an exchange rate of 1,500 to the dollar, oil production, You see, there's no realism in the projections. I don't know what our output is now, but certainly I cannot recall when we last reached this. Oil production at 2.06 million barrels per day, a crude oil price of $70 dollars per day. So that crude oil price of $70 per day might well be the rescue of particular this particular budget, because the oil we only need a crisis for that to double, and we only need it to double for a year, for the even for 3-4 months, and then the budget is completed. So everything hinges on the price of crude, rather, not crude but crude. Everything hinges on the price of crude spiking up. A crude oil price of $70 per barrel and a 13.39 trillion budget deficit. So out of that 36.36, what is attainable? What they project in terms of achievable revenues is 26. Is that 26 point something, and the rest of it is a budget deficit, which is always a pointer to additional borrowing. Reacting to the budget, Atiku stated that it reflects a continuation of business as usual fiscal practices where budgets fail to impact the lives of citizens. So we cannot say that the outgoing budget has not impacted on the lives of citizens, because we're seeing actual physical manifestations of that budget. The Lagos Calabar, the Sokoto Badagry, all progressing at an impressive speed. And we are seeing the revitalization, the re-energizing, let's put it that way, of Port Harcourt refinery. So we're seeing big ticket items being done and some being completed. So we cannot say that we cannot feel the impact of the budget, because it's being manifested infrastructurally. Reacting to the budget, Atiku stated that it reflected the continuation of business as usual fiscal practices where budget fails to impact the lives of citizens. According to him, the 2025 budget's ability to foster sustainable economic growth and tackle Nigeria's deep-rooted challenges is questionable. Atiku also criticized the budget's reliance on 13 trillion in borrowing to fund the deficit. So always embedded in any Nigerian budget is always borrowing. So I'm not quite sure. Weak budgetary foundations. The 2024 budget underperformance signals poor budget execution. By Q3 of the fiscal year, less than 35% of the allocated capital expenditure for MDAs had been disbursed, despite claims of 85% budget execution. This underperformance in capital spending, crucial for fostering economic transformation, raises concerns about the execution of the 2025 budget. So this paragraph right here, if it holds true, and a lot of articles, commentaries have been interrogated and found wanting, but if it holds true that what is quoting here is in fact the truth, then you have to say that he has a point. So it's saying that by Q3, so we're in Q4 now, so the last audited quarter was Q3, and by Q3, less than 35% of allocated capital expenditures for MDAs has been disbursed, despite claims of 85% budget execution. So how can you disburse 35% of the needed funds and claim to have executed 85% of the projection? So there's an anomaly there somewhere. The disproportionate debt servicing, which accounts for 15.8 trillion, 33% of the total expenditure, is nearly equal to the planned capital expenditure, 16 trillion, which is 34%. Moreover, debt servicing surpasses spending on key priority sectors such as defense, infrastructure, education, and health. This imbalance will likely crowd out essential investments and perpetuate a cycle of increasing borrowing and debt accumulation, undermining fiscal stability. So this is how a lot of what Atiku is saying I disagree with. Some of what he's saying I do agree with. But what I will say is that this is how opposition politics is played. So this guy has gone to a specific government position and is in details trying to undermine it. So it's not just a general catch-all that Peter Obi does. We cannot continue like this. We cannot. No, this is an educated and a nuanced challenge of a government position. And that is where how opposition is played, not to sentimentalities, but to the cold heart, to the cold facts of figures. On sustainable government expenditure, the government's recurrent expenditure remains disproportionately high, with over 14 trillion, 30% allocated to operating an oversized bureaucracy and supporting inefficient public enterprises. The lack of concrete steps to curb wastage and enhance the efficiency of public spending exacerbates fiscal challenges, leaving limited resources for development, insufficient capital investment. After accounting for debt servicing and recurrent expenditure, the remaining allocation for capital spending, ranging from 25 to 34% of the total budget, is insufficient. And usually, traditionally, historically, our spend on infrastructure, what usually budgets to that space? It says Ebuke has released him, but people are holding him. They gave him 50 million naira bail, but his poor friends could only provide 700,000. I'm not quite sure. That is somebody commenting to the free Ijelespeaks campaign that we embarked on. But back to it. Yes. Historically, our capital expenditure budgeting is usually in the single digit percentage. So for it to be 25 to 34% is quite a significant leap from what historically obtained. So insufficient capital investment, so we've done that. Regressive taxation and economic strain. The administration's decision to increase the VAT rate from 7.5 to 10% is a retrogressive measure that will exacerbate the cost of living crisis and impede economic growth. By imposing additional tax burdens on an already struggling populace, whilst failing to address governance inefficiency, the government risks stifling domestic consumption and further deepening economic hardship. So there are points there. Yes, there are points there. Let me just consider that there are points there. The 2025 budget lacks the structural reforms and fiscal discipline required to address Nigeria's multifaceted economic challenges. To enhance the budget's credibility, the administration must prioritize the reduction of inefficiencies in government operations, tackle contract inflation, and focus on long-term fiscal sustainability. Rather than perpetrating unsustainable borrowing and recurrent spending patterns. A shift towards a more disciplined and growth-oriented fiscal policy is essential for the nation's economic recovery, he said. So there it is right there. So all these words, by the way, they may well be Atiku's sentiments, but they're certainly not his wordings. I'm not quite sure. I'm sure he's educated. He went back to Oxford to go and do an additional degree. I think we saw just after the last elections, but I'm not quite sure that Atiku's education level is to the level of what we just read out. So that's Atiku right there, positioning. So that's Atiku positioning. Let's go on to this one. List of most influential Nigerian politicians in 2024. So we're talking about winners and then we're talking about losers. So the most influential, you may well think there will be people in government. No, but there will be people who hold sway over the way Nigerians think of politics. Some Nigerian politicians have distinguished themselves by flexing their influential figures in Nigeria's political landscape in 2024. The political actors have demonstrated their influence beyond their political parties, and some far across their state of origin. As 2024 comes to a close in a few days, correspondents highlight the political gladiators, movers and shakers of the political sphere in Nigeria in 2024. So President Bola Tinubu, of course, he has to be the number one. Of course, the number one citizen of Nigeria, the number one citizen of Nigeria is the most influential figure and politician in the country. After emerging as the winner of the 2023 elections, President Tinubu's influence has continued to increase, even with his ruling APC and his stronghold in the southwest. The former Lagos State governor's political has grown. I don't know what that means, as it continues to dominate the political terrain in the year. Peter Obi, Labour Party LP presidential candidate, Peter Obi's influence on the young people has not gotten cold even after losing the 2023 election to President Tinubu of the APC. Many young people still see Obi as the face of hope and a breath of fresh air in Nigeria's politics. The influence of the former Anambra State governor are cut across tribes and religions as he continues to motivate and give hope to his with his unique way of playing politics. Yemson Wike, so we'll say Yemson Wike is probably more powerful now than he has ever been. The FCT minister Wike is one of the shining lights of the government of President Tinubu, despite falling out with Governor Simi Fubara of Rivers State. Wike controls the political structures in Rivers PDP. His influence got him a ministerial appointment in an APC government, despite being a member of the PDP. Wike's performance in terms of road infrastructure in the nation's capital has endeared him to residents and visitors alike. Rabiu Kwakwanso, so I'm not quite sure that Rabiu Kwakwanso's influence still retains, but notable is the missing name of Atiku Abubakar and also Omoyele Sowore. So they don't then, the consideration is then that they've not influenced 2024 as these names that we have just mentioned. So if you agree or disagree, you can come join. The new Nigeria People's Party presidential candidate is the godfather of Kano politics. His Kwakwansia movement swept and took over Kano State like a hurricane in the 2023 elections. Even after nearly 10 years after he left office as governor, Kwakwanso's influence is still as strong as the December harmattan in the commercial city. Whilst members of the Labour Party in the National Assembly are decamping to the ruling APC, NMPP lawmakers have remained and declared their allegiance to the string man of Kano politics. So there it is. So let's see. It says amount Tinubu allocates to Obasanjo, Jonathan, Buhari, etc. You know the ex-presidents are budgeted for as well. We're still paying the bills for this ne'er-do-wells. We're still paying the bills for this ne'er-do-wells. Correspondents reported that President Tinubu-led federal government set aside 27 billion naira for the entitlement of former presidents, vice president, heads of states, and professors in the 2025 budget. This was contained in a document of the Budget Appropriation Bill made available to newspapers by the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. From the investigation conducted, the beneficiaries of these allocations include ex-President Obasanjo, Jonathan, and Buhari, alongside their vice and other notable individuals. So for all that is said, it looks as though Tinubu is still putting some change in Atiku's pocket. So that's Tinubu still putting some change in Atiku's pocket. So from the winners now we go on to the losers. Full list of biggest political losers in 2024 in review. Full list of biggest political losers in Nigeria. So who are they? As the year ends in a few days, politicians, like other professionals, take account of their performance, holding on to political power and offices of governance through elections is just one of the ways politicians remain relevant in the political sphere. Correspondents highlight the biggest political losers in 2024 with a focus on Edo and Ondo State. So I didn't quite know this was going to be the focus, but there it is. We go with that. Godwin Obaseki, immediate former governor of Edo State, Obaseki of the PDP, lost the state to the APC, so he's a loser. Obaseki wasn't seeking re-election, but he is planned to replace himself with Aswa Igodalo of the PDP failed at the polls. PDP winning the governorship election would have made Obaseki the godfather of Edo State, and another win over his former political boss and former governor, Adams Oshiomhole. So he was a loser. Aswa Igodalo, by extension, a loser. Agbola Ajayi, former deputy governor, he's a loser from Ondo State. Governor Okpobelo sacks Obaseki's political appointee. So those are the losers there. But to it then, to the wider question then, who do you consider to be the losers in the elections just gone past? Who are the losers by your perception? So who are the losers by your perception? Stampede. Nigerians dying to eat food under Tinubu, says Peter Obi. So I think you remember he put out a tweet to somewhat comments to that space, and then he took down that tweet. So I think it's now replacing that tweet with now this new message, whatever it is. Let me send the link to the comment section again. See if we can scare somebody in. All right. So that will be right there. Stampede, Nigerians dying to eat food under Tinubu, says Peter Obi. So it's just an unrelenting grind, isn't it, for Tinubu? Former Governor Peter Obi has lamented a series of fatal stampedes witnessed in some states and the Federal Capital Territory recently. Dozens of people have been killed in the stampedes as they struggled to get a piece of food item at events organized to provide palliatives to starving Nigerians. I am deeply saddened. Hold on. I am deeply saddened and distressed by the tragic loss of lives in desperate search for food, Mr. Obi said, referring to Ibadan, Anambra, and Abuja stampedes. He added, these tragedies reflect the systemic failures that plague our society. The desperate quest for survival in these harsh economic times has driven our people to extremes in their search for food, often at the cost of their lives. Lamenting economic hardship under Mr. Tinubu's word, Mr. Obi stated, how do we explain that a nation blessed with abundant resources, our people are dying of hunger in such numbers? How is it possible that we cannot feed our citizens despite the vast, fertile lands our nation is endowed with? And my heart bleeds. So that's Peter Obi right there, sticking the knife in. So that's Peter Obi right there, sticking the knife in. Peter Obi sticks the knife in. Peter Obi breaks silence over arrest of Oni's wife, offers solution. So I hope this guy, for all of his mischief making, I hope he's not going to be throwing remarks at the Oni's wives, because that might have proved to be that step too far. Right, in a heartfelt statement on Sunday via X, Peter Obi extended his condolences to the families, communities, and states affected by the loss of lives during the distribution of relief materials. The statement highlights the severe hunger and poverty plaguing the nation, which led to these tragic incidents. While still in mourning mood over the precious lives lost due to tragic incidents stemming from the distribution of palliatives, I am deeply pained that such occurrences are a reflection of the severe hunger and poverty currently ravaging our nation. My heartfelt condolences to the affected families, communities, and states will be expressed. Obi addressed the recent arrest of the organizers of a palliative distribution program in Oyo State, reportedly led by the wife of the Oni. He appealed to the government to reconsider the action, emphasizing that acts of goodwill should not be criminalized. This particular initiative was intended to alleviate suffering and bring relief to to the people, he noted. Obi called for accountability to start with. This guy is just, it's a one-trick pony. It's just the thing. We've just read an article critique of the governance now. He went through the budget and identified fault lines there. But all we read from Obi is appealing to sentimentality, a bit of ethnic dog whistling, and a lot of religious undertones. That's all. That seems to be his singular response to everything. We cannot continue like this because it's just tugging at emotions. So how is it going to govern is the thing? Because if you're saying the government is doing it the wrong way, then which way are you going to do it that is right? So an example of how that is addressed is with Atiku, who criticizes and then offers an alternative. But this guy is just, we cannot continue. It just talks at sentimentality all the time. Obi calls for accountability to start with leaders and policymakers whose actions or inactions have caused widespread hardship. It is the systemic failure of governance, not the effort of well-meaning individuals, that should be scrutinized. The former governor urged the nation to retrace its steps and focus on policies that improve the lives of citizens. So it goes on. It's not even worth the effort reading anything from Peter Obi. Just bracket it in. We cannot continue because I'm not quite sure that I've seen him yet say anything that is nuanced or informed or brings new traction to the polity. It's just the same just nonsense all the time. Just talking at sentimentality all the time. Let's go to this one. MC Olomo trends as Nigerians call out Lagos police PRO for tweet explaining the arrest of TikToker Seeking. So this guy now has been arrested, and they said he was arrested for reasons of insulting Tinubu, etc., etc. Nigerians have accused the Nigerian police of selective justice after Lagos State Police Command Benjamin Hundeyin explained why TikToker Seeking was arrested. Seeking was arrested after he released videos insulting the president, following warnings by the police force PRO Adejobi that cursing someone online is a criminal offense. Following his arrest, a lawyer on X in Ihibi, Effiong, indicated interest in representing Seeking. Yeah, he said, anyone with useful information about his family or the police station he was taking should kindly contact me. So there he is right there. TikToker picked up by security agents hours after hurling insults on President Tinubu, Governor Sanwo-Olu, and IGP Egbetokun. I will play you a clip of what the guy said in a moment, but you'll see then that then you make the decision if he should have been arrested or not. However, Benjamin Hundeyin took to X to question Effiong's writing. Please enlighten us, Mr. Effiong. Is it a crime or not to incite people of the public to violence and anarchy? Hundeyin then shared the video that led to Seeking's arrest. So I'll play you the video that led to this guy's arrest, and then you can then tell me if he should have been arrested or not. So I'll play you the video that led to his arrest. So let's I think I have it here somewhere. I'll play you two videos actually. This is the video people thought he was arrested for. So this is the one they thought he was arrested for. And with this one, actually, I think he should have been arrested for this one. So this is the one that people thought he was arrested for.
Inspector General of Police talks say if they abuse any political officials, may they jail the person. Only Dafu Tinubu, yes, Tinubu na the one president within and the current president. You know go better for all Tinubu ni balemi to ba. Yes, next person. Sanwo-Olu na the Lagos State Governor. Oloju dudu ko ni Dafu ko ni balemi to ba. Next. Who's the next person? Can I tell me the most powerful politician who will go abuse when I go arrest me fast? Or can you only buy any cool? They spoil country and I don't see anything to do there. Now they do church or they claim police. Or can you only buy any cool? You know go better for the politician who put Nigeria for this situation. Or can you only buy? Am I sure for that money? But be all this nonsense where this police they talk like say if they abuse any cool, who nabi? Tinubu, Jagaban. Big shout out to the better police where they this country, where they do the good work. Una no go for. I dey see everything, big ups to now. I know say better police deal, I know. big shout out to every better police wey dey this country. But una the bad eggs wey dey that police, you know they say una be nonsense, that be agent of darkness, agent of evil, na agent of oppression una be. Una no go see daylight. Yes, o ma poluku moṣu fún yín ni. Tẹbi tara ẹ ma sọnù ni. Ẹ ma lọ ẹ ní démọ́. Tó bá ní kó dá fún yín láàárọ̀, ó ma bàjẹ́ fún yín lálẹ́. Èmi ni mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ fún yín o. Ẹ ti price o. Una don start wetin una no go fit finish. Na me and una for this country o. Una don start am and we go see am to the end. I see am o. I see as na dey post my picture everywhere. Na dey declare me wanted for una police platform. All of una wey dey involved, na go cry. Yes, I go teach una lesson big time. Make na show me say una mount first o. I dey inside life. Big ups to the good police once again. I appreciate now. I love una die. I dey see everything o. You see those bad eggs wey dey inside that una institution. They go flush. Ẹ ma parẹ́ ẹni kúri. I'm doing DJ.
When did you start the DJ?
I started DJ.
Do you have your own musical instruments?
All right. So that was the let me put on. So that was the video that people thought he was arrested for. They thought he was arrested for that video. So before I play you the video that he was arrested for, do you think that what is said in that video was sufficient grounds enough for arrest? I think it is, but I thought that video as a standalone was sufficient enough grounds for his arrest. But this was the video that he was actually arrested for. Watch this.
Alright, as seen on Linda Ikeji's blog, TikToker C King was arrested by security agents for insulting Tinubu, Sanwo-Olu and other politicians on social media. He's still on Twitter. Said man was arrested a few hours after insulting Tinubu, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on Babajide Sanwo-Olu as well on social media. So if you remember, just a few days ago, the police posted something saying very soon they'll soon start arresting people for insulting politicians on social media. Now, the truth of the matter is this. Blogs in Nigeria, you people have to do better. One of the biggest problems we have in this country is the media. Because of clickbait, they just post anything without doing an actual investigation. Since yesterday, I have been begging. I even spoke to Barrister Deji because of this boy. You understand? You heard me. We have been begging because of the kind of video he posted. Not even about insult. It has nothing to do with insult of Tinubu or the rest. So this is the main reason why he was arrested.
Nigeria youths, any police will stop you for we harass you, we ask for your phone. Me I beat them. Yes, me I start to beat them. If you like make it be 20 years old, if you like make the police be 85, me I beat them, make it no fit stand up. Me I if na no get, me I stone them, me I beat them. You know go better for them. Aura for aura, strength for strength. Enough is enough. If not like they look like mumu, they don't burn any police inside this country. If they burn you well, Inspector of General Police, I be waiting. Me I put my picture for all me I send that to all police. So anywhere where they see me, call them, me they pass their boundary. I go fuck una up. No go better for una. Nigeria youth, anywhere you see police where harass, me I beat them. It's time for war. Yes. Mo could do the same thing way that they do. Most here who go end up, who go lost. Men I they look anywhere when I see me, and I try them. Anywhere, any police, a passing boundary, men I flog them. When I deal with them, no go better for them. Fuck the police. Who be police? No go better for police. Or can you only buy?
So as you can see, this is why he was arrested, and this is why I say we have been begging. We have been begging because for making a video like this boy can be charged and he will spend a long time in prison. He will spend a long time in prison. If we no go beg well, you understand? You should not be on social media no matter what. I know say police know they try, but you should never encourage violence no matter what. No matter what, you should never instigate or encourage violence. Please, to the Nigerian youths, you understand? Excuse me. No matter what, don't encourage violence. So this is the actual reason why he was arrested. As of now, sir, I won't look for person who will go send the boy food. You understand, for when they, I don't know whether people don't go there yet, but the person I was speaking with yesterday about the whole thing sent me a message saying, oh, you will need to send somebody make carry food gone, they give the guy, but the guy really mess up. So that is why he was arrested. Also, this is really important. Our blogs for Nigeria, we enter 2025. A lot of times, you people tend to report you people tend to push another narrative that is different from the truth. Maybe because you want people to click more on your page because of the engagement. But it is important that when they report the actual news so that we go know the problem to face. You understand? More know the problem to face. A lot of people now don't feel say, okay, yes, because he saw this one, saw that one, I make the pick out. Well, in the real truth, that is not why he was arrested. This is why he was arrested. You understand? So I beg, Mona they try to report the real truth. And I don't talk to my strategy. We will look for how we want to get the boy out. You understand? And please, Nigerian youth, you should never instigate or encourage violence, no matter what, for no just reason. No even try him at all. No try him at all. It makes no sense. Listen to what he was saying. Even if the person at 20, even if the person at 85 years old. So you want me to go the Nakanaka people where we say they did? Come on, man. This is not reasonable at all. But yeah, we'll try to get him out. And please, if you like, Mona go do say, okay, now get ginger, you go to make video like this. You go and learn, and you will learn the hard way. So you better don't play. Else you go and learn, and you will learn the hard way.
So there it is right there. Was that sufficient enough grounds for that guy to have been arrested? So we all talking about free speech. We sometimes conflate free speech with law breaking. So Dele Farotimi, he wrote and then said in audio-visual form that a colleague lawyer had corrupted the legal system to get a fraudulent judgment. So that guy then takes him to court. And people are railing against the guy taking him to court that Dele Farotimi was operating under free speech. Free speech does not entitle you. It doesn't encompass besmirching somebody else's name. No, it doesn't. I think you know sufficient enough to know that. You cannot defame somebody under the cover of free speech, and then to that person and say they have no right to redress. And then you are raging and howling all over social media that the system is weighing against him because it's exposing corruption in the system. Let him expose corruption in the system. We want the corruption in the system exposed. But if he goes out to name and shame, then that person that he has named and shamed has the right to, is almost duty compelled to defend their reputation. So when Dele Farotimi says that Areafe Babalola, he corrupted the judicial system to get a fraudulent judgment, those were his exact words, what does Afe Babalola then do? Does he stay silent? Does he let that stigma stay permanently as a stain on his name? What does he do? What does he do? He recourses to law to defend his name, and that is what he has done. He has recoursed to law to defend his name. And so ditto this boy now, you are saying it's free speech, is inviting then, he has whatever amount of followership he has some form of followership, and is inviting then the vulnerable minds following him that if a policeman comes to them in a manner that is not of their liking, they should beat him to a pulp. This was why Shurure was arrested now. When Shurure called for a revolution, he spent how many years in custody? So you can't, does that fall under free speech that somebody should invite anarchy upon the system for reasons of displeasure? Does that fall under free speech? So we must be guided in all these things. I say, free speech is free speech. They are weighing down on free speech. What do they do otherwise? The guy is inviting people to attack the police. So what does the police do? Stay silent and look the other way. Even your champion, very dark man, is telling you that you have to curb the excesses, and the excesses has to be curbed either by you or the system because it's getting out of control. So the excesses is going to be curbed one way or the other, either by yourselves or by the system. So the empire strikes back. The empire strikes back. So the empire strikes back still on the space of excesses. The poster boy of that space. Why human rights lawyer Dele Farotimi remains in incarceration? Let's do that again. While human rights lawyer Dele Farotimi remains incarcerated despite receiving bail from both High Court and Magistrates Court. So I suspect it may well be for administrative reasons, but I suspect there will be an embellishment in this piece because it's coming out of Sahara Reporters. Despite being granted bail by both the Federal High Court in Ado-Ekiti, Ekiti State, on cybercrime charges brought by the Nigeria Police and a magistrate's court in Ado-Ekiti on criminal defamation charges, human rights lawyer Dele Farotimi remains in detention at the Ado-Ekiti Correctional Center. So tell us first if he has perfected the terms of his bail. Pardon me. Sources told correspondents that though Justice Babs Kewumi of the Federal High Court in Ekiti granted Dele Farotimi's bail application on December the 9th, 2024, his release has been delayed due to bureaucratic hurdles. So bureaucratic hurdles is to say that he has not perfected. They want him to submit. They want a guarantor for 30 million. They want somebody that has landed property to stand as surety, maybe two people even, I'm not sure. And they want him to submit his international passport. So those processes need a while for them to complete. And until those processes are completed, the guy cannot be set free. It's just administrative stuff. Despite being granted bail by both the Federal High Court in Ado-Ekiti, Ekiti State on cybercrime charges brought by the Nigeria Police Force and the Magistrate Court in Ado-Ekiti on criminal defamation charges, human rights lawyer Dele Farotimi remains in detention at the Ado-Ekiti Correctional Center. Sources told correspondents that though Justice Babs Kewumi of the Federal High Court in Ado-Ekiti granted Dele Farotimi's bail application on December the 9th, 2024, his release has been delayed due to bureaucratic hurdles. To finalize his bail, the court needed to verify documents submitted by his sureties with banks and government agencies, which was only completed last Friday. However, the judges has yet to sign off on these documents, preventing the prison authorities from releasing Farotimi, as sources said. Following the Ekiti Magistrate Court's decision to grant Dele Farotimi bail last week, Friday, December the 20th, 2024, the magistrate presiding over the case, Abayomi Adeosun, departed after the proceedings without completing the necessary bail formalities, further delaying Farotimi's release. So this is the system now, pinching him a little bit harder, because the guy knows, of course, that without his final sign-off, the guy is not released. So I think he's just wanting him to spend additional days in. If you're not careful, this guy will spend Christmas in prison. That's just the way it's looking. And by the way, yes, okay, let me just carry on. As for the magistrate court, which ruled in favor of, Farotimi is facing trial, so we know why he's facing trial. So that's why he's not yet been released. Is for administrative reasons. So for administrative reasons, nothing more complex than that. From that 2 days, article identifies 5 reasons Tinubu's 2025 budget can't solve Nigeria's economic challenges. I think we've already had that. We may have this one actually. Okupe speaks on Labour Party's defections, make key revelation about Peter Obi ahead of 2027. Doyin Okupe, former Director General of the Peter Obi Presidential Campaign Organization, has attributed the recent gale of defections from the Labour Party to the party's inability to build a lasting structure after the 2023 elections. Okupe, a former Labour Party chieftain, also commented on the future of Obi ahead of the elections coming in 2027. He made the remarks in an interview with News Agency of Nigeria on Sunday. According to Okupe, the Labour Party's failure to establish a strong foundation has left its members, especially those in the National Assembly, with uncertain futures. Correspondence reports that 6 lawmakers recently defected to the ruling All Progressive Congress. The defectors include, and then goes on to give us the names. Okupe noted that these defections were expected as elected members would not remain in a party without a clear future. the Labour Party was one of those common parties that existed mainly for those who could not get tickets in major parties to come and find expression. This is how we also got there. Our presence in the Labour Party then boosted the fortunes of the Labour Party. But what was important and which was essentially neglected by the leadership of the Labour Party and the presidential candidate was the political structure. So, those who are in the National Assembly under the LP platform know that they are on their last card. Even if they cannot return, they need to use their opportunity right now to align with one or two of the major parties and become somebody. So that is why you are seeing all this gale of defections, and it is not going to stop. He said, those who came on the wings of the popularity of the obedient movement know for a fact that they would not return because the circumstances are different. The situation has become different. What happened in the Southwest is not going to happen in 2027. I can assure you, it is not going to happen. People want political success tomorrow, but Labour Party is not ready to build. They are not ready to build and are not ready to invest in structures. So people will leave, he said. Okupe suggested that Peter Obi might soon abandon the Labour Party, citing his recent meetings with opposition leaders, including the 2023 candidate of the PDP, Atiku Abubakar. Okupe said Obi's options are open, and his followers in the Labour Party are not oblivious to this fact. Obi was with Atiku Abubakar in Adamawa recently. So what does that tell you? That tells you that all options are open. The followers of the Labour Party are not blind. So there it is right there. So use and dump is what Obi is going to use. I think Labour Party can't complain too much, actually. Nobody even knew that they existed as a party until Obi parked his ambition there. So if he moves on, then... here is Tinubu responding to this now recent spate of stampedes and deaths. Stampedes occurred in past administration. Tinubu's reforms should not be blamed. So this is the presidency now trying to manage that information space. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, has advised politicians to desist from politicizing. Yes, I think the person politicizing it the most, of course, Peter Obi. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, has advised politicians to desist from politicizing the tragic stampede during food distribution exercises in Ibadan, Abuja, and Okija. He argued that similar occurrences were recorded during past administrations, stressing that it should not be linked to President Bola Tinubu's reform. So similar occurrences even happened under Peter Obi's administration, severally actually in Anambra State. I think we cited examples yesterday. The minister, however, sympathized with the family of the deceased, adding that the incident shows the importance of proper crowd management during such charitable activities. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims, their families, and those affected by these unfortunate incidents, the minister said, whilst acknowledging the noble intentions of the organizers seeking to relieve vulnerable members of society. The minister admonished all individuals and organizations planning similar events to comply with the directive of the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, on liaising with police formations for effective crowd control and security measures. He emphasized that collaboration with the police and the so there it is right there. So they're just really pointing that it's not unique or peculiar, but that's really no commendation on anything. Fuel to sell for 935 naira per liter nationwide from Monday. So the battle between the oil space continues to favor the Nigerian person. I will be bigger in Nigeria. UK-based Pastor Toby Adegboyega. So here is the guy now facing his deportation. Let's just have a little flavor of what he has to say. I hope this is not long and winding. Hold on. Maybe I should unmute it, Abby. Actually, I'll just copy it and I'll copy it. And then you wonder how I get the videos. This is what I do. I copy the address. and then I'll put it into a downloader. I do that, and then I just grab it and I bring it into the studio. So that's just it's a 1 minute something clip, so it's easier to download it than to try and play it here. So let's just save that. So save that, and then all right, we'll go on to the next one. This is the last one, and then we'll send the link, see if anybody wants to come in for the conversation. Federal government lifts 5-year ban on mining activities in Zamfara. So why would they do this? Zamfara, a hotbed of banditry and mining. The federal government has announced the lifting of the 5-year ban on mining activities in Zamfara state. The decision, aimed at rejuvenating the local economy and addressing the region's security challenges, was made public by the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele in a statement on Twitter on Sunday. The mining ban imposed 2021 was intended to curtail the alarming rise in banditry and illegal mining operations, which were believed to have fueled insecurity and contributed to a shadow economy that financed criminal groups. Over the years, Zamfara became synonymous with artisanal mining of gold and other valuable minerals, attracting both local and international attention. However, the ban stifled legitimate mining ventures and left the region's economy in a precarious state. Illegal mining has reportedly led to environmental degradation and pollution of several communities' water sources. Alake explained that the earlier ban, imposed in 2019, was to address security concerns tied to illegal mining and banditry, had inadvertently allowed unregulated operators to exploit the state resources. With the lifting of the ban, Zamfara mining sector can now contribute meaningfully to national revenue whilst enabling better regulation and combating illegal operations more effectively. So I'm not quite sure what, there must be a reason why that's been done. I think it goes deeper. I think it's more deeper than just what's now being offered. So it's almost actually more deeper than what's now being offered. So let me send the link again. I'll send the link one more time, and then we just we don't have to over-label it. So sometimes it's just the readouts. We've had that in the past. But I will send the link one more time though. Let's send the link one more time. All right. Did I? Yes. Let me send you the link, and then let me play you this clip of Pastor Toby. Once it's fully uploaded, so I'll play you the clip of Pastor Toby. I wonder if we should ordain him as a pastor even. I'll send you I'll play you the clip of Pastor Toby, a self-ordained pastor, and then I'll play you the K guys, and then we'll see what happens after that.
London, UK pastor Toby Adegboyega, the founder of the Salvation Proclaimers Anointed Church, Spark Nation, in the United Kingdom, has expressed confidence in achieving greater influence in Nigeria following the approval of his deportation by the UK Immigration Upper Tribunal over €1.87 million fraud allegation. The tribunal's decision comes amid accusation of financial misconduct, which Adegboyega dismissed as baseless and without merit. In the preview of an upcoming episode of the Off the Record podcast, Adegboyega maintained his church achievements in the UK and Europe, stating, "We are the largest independent church in the UK and Europe right now," asserting that it currently holds the position of the largest independent church in these regions. He added that being based in other locations, such as Nigeria or Paris, would have significantly increased his personal and ministerial success. Speaking about his prospect in Nigeria, he added, "If I am in Nigeria, I'll be bigger than this. 10x maybe. If I am in Paris, I will be happier. It's holiday for me. London will miss me. So you better tell them, we still need this guy. Nobody is close to entertaining us." The charismatic preacher's declaration comes as he prepares for life outside the UK, where he has built a reputation for his unorthodox ministry and lifestyle. Stay tuned to Nigerian News TV for more news updates and exclusive videos.
So there it is right there. Let's play the K guys.
Water.
weresima.
Water.
Oh yeah, she go come here.
Water, 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 water.
Water. Only water weresima.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So that's it right there. May that have nothing to do with us. There was one other storyline actually that I wanted to bring to your attention. I'll just flash it up on the screen as I bring the people who are here in. So we have Baba joining us as ever. So that's Baba right there to the rescue. We have Dewale accompanying him. So that's Dewale right there. So Baba, it's only really from the comment section that triggered this. Have you been following this? This poster that was put out on a mosque in Lekki, Lagos. It says Jesus Christ is not God. He is a prophet and messenger of God. So this was put out deliberately in Lekki. It says Lekki Center Mosque replaces controversial Jesus is not God banner with another controversial banner after backlash. So what do you think is going on there? So it says that no deity is worthy of worship except Allah. So what do you think is going on there? Are they trying to provoke somewhat a religious clash in Lagos?
Woman, how are you?
I'm good.
I hope your week is starting well.
Yes, we thank God.
Yeah, it's a lot of Dewale co-panelists and all of the comment section. As usual, I greet all of you. Happy New Week.
Good evening, sir.
And our esteemed viewers, those that are not eavesdropper and those that are eavesdropping, please check your conscience or just walk away. You don't have to peep. Don't be a peeping Tom. Click the like button. It's very important. And don't forget to subscribe to. It's very important. If you love the place, the space, and you come every day, the polite thing to do is, or the grudging thing to do, is just click the like button. You don't need to like everybody here. Okay? Yes, woman, you are a bit, I think, 5 days late for this story. It's been there.
I saw it in the cycle, but I tried to ignore it. But from the comment section, I just thought about it. Yes.
Yeah, I did well, actually, because though I don't see it as anything, people are just playing rascality, trying to provoke. And when they put this one, Jesus is not God. It's not. After we've talked about it here a couple of times over the last 2 years on this panel, whether Jesus is God or not, and we've all argued it until we are blue in the face. But they took it down, I think, about 36 hours later, when people started complaining. and they put up the other one, which is not dissimilar to what the first one said. Good evening, Shioma. How are you? I hope you are preparing for Christmas well. And Tokbeu and everybody, I salute you. I think it's not dissimilar to that first one. Christians too have written. Somebody gave me a book a couple of years back. Allah is not God, or Allah is not Christ, or something like that. A very prominent book during that period. And it's all back and forth between the two religions. And the two religions actually are all imported. I don't know. We all fall for it one way or the other.
Why do you think they put it up, though? Because there's all the indication will be that it's an act of provocation. Would you?
That's how I see. That's how I see it actually. Because that's at the heart of Lekki, that mosque is actually, and I believe those that are operating that mosque, they are intellectuals, because you have a lot of intellectuals in the Muslim circle, right from time anyway. I mean, when I was in secondary school, I mean, most of our people that led us in prayer then, they've all graduated into the Muslim thing, up to the Middle East and everything. So that's why I say they have that intellectual bent. So that I concluded also that they just want to provoke, but it was a dangerous game they were playing, because all those who even the debate is still raging on the cyberspace up till this moment, because it has extended to who owns Jerusalem. They are talking about the Crusades, symbols of both religion. It's gone beyond that, and the Christians saying Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam married a 9-year-old, 13-year-old girl, and it is all messy actually. But it was a good distraction for me. At least they let the political space breathe a little bit until this Stampede thing happened and brought back their attention to politics again.
But Baba, do you think this is sponsored? Because when you think about Lekki, you don't think about it Islamically. You probably think it's more for Christian domination. If this was in motion, then you can somewhat see an argument there. But Lekki it doesn't give the feel or texture of a Muslim sort of area. So they will know that the abundance in that space are Christian. So why would they put that up? Rather, do you think it's sponsored? Do you think this is do you think we are seeing the machinations of the caliphate reach into that space?
No, I don't think so. And I don't think that's Ibeju and all the rest there, up to Badore, Adesonya. And it's not just Christian, it's mixed. Nobody has counted to say it's so and so percent. But I know very well that most of the people who own the estates along that axis are predominantly Muslims too. And Yorubas too. But when you talk about religion, particularly of the Southwest, is always mixed, because there is no family with Muslim that doesn't have Christian crowd also. It's all mixed. But I think this is more like those Islamic scholars who are eggheads, just want to do something just to provoke. That's what I don't look at it as something sponsored. They just want to heat up the polity one way or the other, and you may not put it beyond even the government itself of the state to say, look, let's divert attention. The political space is too heated up. Let's put up something like this. They do it. So I wouldn't know, but it's working. Except that in the last 2 days, the Stampede thing has taken over. But it doesn't really, it's still on the ground, still raging. And these few comments I've read, some of them are very, very, very eye-opening, and they were all teaching moments for me, because I learned so many things from people accusing themselves and trying to go into the religious history, a Christian crusade. It's I find it interesting anyway. If you have somebody who reads, I read everything about it, so I've been following it.
All right. Let's get back to the politics of it. So Donyo Okupe comes out to give us his insight on the goings on within the Labour Party and why we are seeing this mass defection. And what he's saying is that these lawmakers defecting, they have looked through their crystal balls and seen that there's really no future in the journey that they embarked on. So there's no structures, there's no chances of them being returned. So they've gone to a bigger, wider space. And he's saying that will be almost likely to hop stakes from that space as well. So I suspect that you are in agreement with him.
Yeah, I think I agree with Okupe. I didn't even look at it from the angle he came from, but he could be right, because those who won their tickets on the who rode the on the coattail of Peter Obi. I mean, it was like the favor of that time, and even the Okada rider also defected. I think 32 or 35 of them are the legislator they have, the honorable members of the House, I think, but now they are just less than 30 of them. I think it's a smart move. It was easy then, the ticket was cheap. They were looking for candidates, and in states where Obi was popular then, even if they tie the goats down and label it Obi's candidate, they will vote for that person. So they all rode on his coattail and attained new status, including the Okada rider, the famous Okada rider. But they've done their calculation well, that if we remain here, now that the party has taken root and also almost disintegrating, will I be able to get the ticket to come back to the House? It's a good question they ask themselves. And it's like, I don't think, no matter what, they may not give me this ticket. Now they know that it sells. I better move to the ruling party. At least with the ruling party, I came with my seats, and they may want to renominate me for that seat if I'm loyal to them. It's a way of just an assurance, a kind of insurance policy for so that they can return back to the House in 2027. So I can see what the politics of it, and it's smart. It's about wanting to grow, if I may put it. It's about growth, or about covering your flanks, so that definitely you will come back. And I think the president too might have indirectly reassured them with that goof he made by calling them the 11th Assembly, and smart enough to turn the table by saying, "Oh, I made a mistake, but let's take a second look at it. Okay, you're all re-elected," and they gave him a standing ovation, and even sang on your mandate we shall stand, or something like that. So I think it's a smart move for them, actually, and I see more people will follow, because if they look into the calculation, it makes sense. Honestly, it makes sense, because those tickets, those seats are now very, very attractive. And those states, if they still remain Obi's camp, anybody, they can vote for him. So the people with some deep pocket will want to push the present occupier of that constituent seat away, so that they can also gain. So before that happens to them, they advise themselves. So it's smart for them to do that. Yes, woman.
Sorry, I was speaking, not knowing I was muted. I was saying that let me take you to this space, and I want you then to give us thoughts on the contrasting style of opposition that we're seeing from the two main opposition parties, the PDP and then the Labour Party. So we in the earlier we read about article breaking down Tinubu's budget and pointing out the fault lines there, and then presenting an alternative. So it went like a detailed, structured critique of the budget and presented an alternative. And it says that it's perpetuating still within the same malaise that we're in. And then if you contrast that with Obi's commentaries on the stampedings that is still on Stampede, Nigerians dying to eat under Tinubu, says Peter Obi. So, stylistically, who do you think is playing the better form of opposition?
It's no brainer. We've all been saying this before. Even columnists have always talked about it, and that look, it's not playing. Peter Obi is not playing politics the way it should be played, opposition politics. Atiku is doing far better job, maybe because he has more experience and he has better staff working for him, because the work of opposition is just not to lash out or to catch crews and things like that. Let me borrow the parlance of today, catching crews. Because Atiku, I like how he interrogated the budget and pointed some things out which I agree with him, or throwing more light and making suggestions here and there pointedly. But with Peter Obi, it's all just about anything current. Anything that is current, he just lash out at it. And most of the time, he has his foot in his mouth.
Yeah, it just talks at the emotional strings. That's the frustration now. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure it's a Peter Obi fault. I think it may well be the fault of his team. I don't think he has the right team around him, because
does he have team?
He should find one now, because if he was ever going to have a moment, here it is right here. So if he doesn't have the right team, all this critique of the budget by Atiku, he didn't sit down to type them. Somebody typed it and told him that this is what we're saying. He said, put it out on my X handle. So it needs the right team. It cannot be every single thing. And I was sorry, it's just some sluggish, incoherent, it could have gone after that Stampede space with a lot more nuance, a lot more fact, and a lot more cold alternatives, rather than just talking to sentimentalities all the time.
Short of just paying his condolence and things like that, he shouldn't go beyond hunger, all these things. He should be statesmanly, and I think he has to gather a fresh team. People like that professor, the guy from Igbuzo, I've forgotten his name.
Odinkalu.
No, not Odinkalu. The other bearded one who is a little bit heavy. Professor, I've forgotten it. Those are
is it Killer, Professor Killer? Is it something Killer?
Not Killer. This one stays in Abuja. He owns a street bar. I think those are the kind of people that should.
He call me. Party.
No. He's from Igbuzo.
Yeah, Igbuzo is in Edo State. Sorry, it's in the Edo area of Delta State. I know. Edo. Sorry. Okay. Edo area. Okay. Yeah. No problem.
He's from Igbuzo. After Saba, you get to Igbuzo.
He's a businessman. He's a businessman. No. After Ogwashuku.
No. Yeah, it's from Ogwashuku.
Yeah, I know that's Ogwashuku because that's my area.
I said, don't confuse me, Tony. I say it's from Igbuzo, not Ogwashuku. I beg.
I know it's very close. They are very close.
Okay, the guy who is always saying without any equivocation.
Not be that yellow man. Not be that yellow man.
No, this is dark, a little bit fat, full beard.
Okay. Thank you, there. Okay, sorry. Maybe no.
So those are the kind of people we have. So this Tanko is following. Tanko Tanko speaks Yoruba very well. He understands the politics. Has been a follower of Gani Fahimi, and he's not doing a fine job. Though it
doesn't have the intellectual astuteness. Somebody like Tanko or
No. Tanko
he probably still needs somebody like Okupe who has a brain.
he needs some people actually, because time is running out on him actually. And I see OT will get exasperated at a point, and he will leave the Labour Party. OT, because if you look at what happened recently with the airport in Abia State, being turned to an international airport with what's his name now, the Minister for Aviation, going there, and don't forget OT was in AP too. He contested with under APC once, so it's likely if he didn't put his house in order quickly within the next 6 months, somebody like OT will just leave, and he will be surprised because OT will not want to be a one-term governor. So he has to be very careful and get a good team. You know, the other lawyer, the Nollywood actors come lawyer, has almost like left. What's his name now? I've forgotten his name too. Okonkwo has left him. Because he needs to actually, I know he doesn't have control of the movements, of which is called obedience. They don't even have a count of how many they are. The chapters involved in outside and inside. So he has no control. But what they are doing, they are even eating up their heroes. Look at when 2 weeks or a week and a half ago, when Donu Kugbara, that Vanguard columnist, that British woman, British Calabari woman, just yacked that I'm no more obedient. The way they descended on that woman within 24 hours, man, the woman is still dazed.
No, she changed her story now.
You say?
She has changed her story now.
Yeah, because Obi went to her house and kind of jolly with her. Well, you don't forget such abuses, because they floor the woman and drag her on the floor naked. Honestly, you wouldn't believe what. Who haven't they done it to anyway? Who haven't they done it to? Just open your mouth and attack Obi, and if they find it offensive, they just start. He has to stop that, because people remember. People do remember. And if you want to play politics, you have to be nice to people, except if he has given up on the presidency. If he has given up on the presidency, then he can continue on this line. If not, he won't even score 3 million next time around. He will not score 3 billion. He needs a very good team. Politics is not something on the surface. Politics is underground. You have to plan, marshal your points, have a strong strategy. You strike when the iron is still very hot, and know what you are saying, what you are doing. You must have control of the instrumentality of the obedient movement. If you don't have control, then you are nobody, because absent the obedient movement from Obi's political life is empty. So, and if you don't have control on that, then you are still empty as far as I'm concerned. Because they become a loose cannon, and they can do as they like, as they wish. There's nothing you can do about that. So, yes, one man. Go ahead.
No. I actually agree with what you're saying. But what I've always thought about, because if you've ever heard the phrase "golden moment," this is what Obi has now. And that golden moment, he has to seize that moment as well. But I'm not sure that he's equipped to seize that moment, because he needs to have a team around him. And if you look at the people around him, they don't inspire confidence, do they? Like this Tanko guy, he's just used it to service the North. He's not an intellectual. He's not It's not anybody of any real thinking. It's not within the thinking space. It's more of a jobber than anything else. It's just a jobbing man. You know, it's not of the sagacity of I hope he still has Oshitokun with him, by the way, because he has a brain. And if you can get Okupe back, but I think Okupe is already with Tinubu, but you know, it needs a strong, like Atiku now. All these things we hear from Atiku, they are not coming from his own brain to typing out. It's probably in Abu Dhabi sipping a glass of wine, and somebody sends him a text to say, "Look at this, Oga, we are putting this out." Or you know, it needs people who are politically astute, intellectually agile, and conversant with contemporaneous issues, and knows where the pulse of the nation is. You know, so every single thing, it cannot be tugging at emotional heartstrings. It's just it will lose that moment, of course. Not that it will ever be president, but it's not giving it the best go that it can. That's really where the frustration is.
Yeah. I think the politics is not about catching cruise. It's not, particularly Nigeria's politics. You need people who are politically savvy. He's lost Oshintokun because I've heard Oshintokun says, I think he said, "I'm not an." They asked him if he is obedient, and he said, "No, I'm not obedient." And I can't really quote him, that interview I listened to, but it's like he's no more even interested in that space. And I pity him actually, because it was Baba OBJ that dragged him into the LP. Yes, sir.
Yeah, he was never an obedient. He was dragged. That was
where I was going.
Remember, he was protesting for this.
He would have been in the Senate.
Yes,
under SDP or so.
He probably wouldn't have even near the gate of Zenith with that party.
But was he contesting for Senate or a governorship? He had to tear up his
Senate seat, actually.
And then he had to tear that, yes.
Well, with the party he was using, he wouldn't have even near the gate of National Assembly.
He was drafted, and he became his chairman of his political campaign, and he kind of. Baba was very sure, always very sure anyway, that these things. I think he's a little bit unhappy. I don't know exactly what happened. So he's lost, but then there are a lot of people out there, even amongst the obedience, that are really honed, well-grounded in Nigerian politics, that can really help him. He needs to build something, a formidable kind of vehicle that he will use. Even in this current negotiation is having with the Kano Mankwankwanso and also Atiku. He needs people. He shouldn't be going to such meetings alone or lightweight, because Atiku is arrogant. He believes he commands so much with his money. And that whatever if he's in even a meeting, he believes he's holding court to everybody that's in that sitting. So people like that, you need to come with also your own team that will negotiate, that can always pinch you behind and say, no, don't say this, don't say that. They can whisper to your ears, because by the time you know it, you may put your hand or come into agreement of what will not favor you. What will not favor you? You have to be very careful. Shouldn't be led by the nose. You have 6 million votes in the last election. You should be building more on that rather than diminishing it. So that is politics for you. So he has to be prepared, because within the next 6 months, he will lose ground entirely.
Okay, one man. Good evening, sir. Please, can I, can I interject him a little bit before he Sanfua in a do language?
Always interject people unnecessarily.
Before we come out, because yesterday he was unable to answer my questions. When I interjected, he already. So thank you very much. Hold on.
You've not
Yeah,
been
hold on. I want to interject, Baba, Mr. Adewale, my brother. Okay, so tonight you are repeating the same thing you did yesterday. When I told you that there was nothing like government in place, instead of to show all the signs that the government is in place, decided to beat around the bush. And like today, you are describing those guys as being smart, people that are jumping from one party to the other, people that were elected to go and fulfill the aspiration of the common masses. Is that how you practice politics in where you reside? People go there to achieve something for the community that they are representing in the next 4 years. And that's all they should be out to do, not to be thinking about the next election. You know what I'm saying? So that is very, very wrong of of you. So you don't have to be justifying such evil people. You are elected take care of that 4 years, so that within that 4 years, do something for your people. Whether you are coming back or not, but do something so that you can be able to write your name in the sand of times.
All right, that's a different subject matter.
You can take census of these people, and nothing stop you from writing to them if they come from your constituency. My opinion is my opinion. I believe in what the postulation of Dr. Doyin Okupe. That's it.
That they are being smart.
I listened to Clark today.
Yes, they came out. I saw him come out, but I didn't quite pay attention to what he was saying.
I paid attention and I listened totally. And repeatedly on this platform, I've been talking about there is a conversation we need to have in this nation. And he said something so very important. I don't think a lot of people realize that error. I may call it an error. Because every ethnic nationality are carrying one grudge or the other against one another. And I was shocked and bemused at the same time. But I agree with what he was saying. He said in 1963, when Midwest region was created out of the Southwest, he said they went empty-handed, that they asked Akintola and Awolowo that if they are leaving, they're supposed to share assets and liability of the Southwest. And they refused. They said, no, the Midwest did not contribute anything. And most of the infrastructure put in place by the then Western regional government, they put it all in the Southwest as we know it today. He said even when they divided again into 12 states, and they have that region, Midwest became Bendel. They went to General Adebayo, who was the governor of Western states, with their own team, and named names of people in that meeting, that the moment they brought that subject, Adebayo face changed. Then I realized that, wait a minute, this fight is extended. And until we start pouring our hearts out to one another in truth and in honesty, we are just joking. And I believe that grudge is still there because they will be living that story, which I believe. But I didn't see it. I didn't see it coming. I didn't even think it. But until he mentioned it today, that is 98 years old. Being a commissioner, being a federal minister. Yes, sir.
So when the Bende state was created, it was created on
Midwestern region before.
Midwestern region, my bad. It was created, and then the military struck, and here we are. So what was the negotiation before that the region was carved out of Western region? What was the negotiation? Because they can't just turn around now, half century after, and say, well, we should have been part of, at least we'd have been given some portion of investment or some kind of, before leaving the region. They were all arms and happy when they were leaving. So what was the time of the agreement before that region was carved out?
Look, it's not about what was the agreement or not. I know in 1963 or before 63, when Western region extended up to Patani, east start from Ahwada. You understand? Because I think after Patani, you go to Ahwada. Wari everywhere, Burutu and everywhere, Bramatu are all west. They have rubber. They have rubber in abundance. If you check the old, what we call it now, something map we used to call it when we were in primary school, you will see rubber, timber, a host of produce they produce in that region. Apparently, since they were under West. So Action Group has been ruling and harvesting those things and selling, and we are making money. And all the money, the TV, he mentioned specifically the television station was built in Ibadan on the side of the Southwest. A lot of things he said. They didn't build anything on their side. And when they moved the motion for Bendel, that was political anyway, because they felt Southwest was too big and prospering. So it was a conspiracy of NCNC and MPC. And they carved out this Midwestern region and headed by Osadebe, the Asaba man, Chief Osadebe Dennis, led the. But then if you are, it's like Ondo and Ekiti. When Ekiti was carved out of Ondo, they shared assets and liability. So if a region is carved out of this region, they need to share assets and liability. They didn't share, and they asked, and they were rebuffed. Even he went further to say, one of the commissioners then, Akitola, who took over from Awolowo, was asking him that, what's your name? Say Akpata. And he said, spell the Akpata. He said AKPATA. So Akitola just jokingly tell him, oh, you are not a Yoruba man, go. Just like that. Per Clark, 98 years today, he can't lie. He's seen it all. And I was shocked, honestly. And that means he is talking about Western region. Who knows what, he even talk about what Sir Udo Udoma and the host of other people in the Calabar BBO side said about the Eastern region. So there is an underlying current of grudges. We need to have a conversation. We are all just pretending. A whole of this thing has to come out. Let everybody speak their mind. Because in a quarrel, when we just say, no, I forget them. No, just let's. You don't paper over such things. They are fundamental. They are fundamental. Who is owing who? Let the other party pay. Debt is not too old, not to be asked for, not to be redeemed. So there is supposed to be a conversation, because since Oyinbo they left, we have not sat down ourselves. Though there is this Constituent Assembly, the one Jonathan did, the one Baba OBJ did, where are the papers today? So they didn't address this thing. But these 90-something years old, they are dying. And on their road to that gate, final gate, they are now pouring their hearts out. We better listen to them. We better listen to them. Because these things may sound superficial or fleeting, but it is at the heart of Nigeria's structural problem today. Honestly, the grudges are there. They are like a current. You know, when you look at a river, it's so smooth. And that's why a lot of people drown. They just jump into it. And that undercurrent will pick you up and taking you deeper to where you never expected, or you can ride and out of it. You just get drowned. That's my take. That's just as an aside, woman.
All right, brilliant. I was going to take you to one more topic, but let me move the conversation around and I'll get back to you.
Thank you, woman.
I just say thank you to Baba. I'm very happy the way you spoke tonight. Thank you very much, sir. And then, especially this time that we are facing a threat now, that we might getting back together as one people. So, Akitola really, that's a big blow to our life, as a Western Nigerians, you know what I'm saying? Because the true Awolowo, into jail, the Northerners and the Easterners, they use him to penetrate all those evil. Thank you very much, Baba. So we might be coming together as one nation very soon. Okay, no problem. I hope that now that you are there, I myself am around. We'll be able to synergize and then work together. Thank you, sir. Baba, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right, it will fall out with you in a minute when you say something that is not in his alignment. But
no man alone, they are not get to it.
Yes, let's take the conversation to Dewale, see if he's ready for us. The talking points, your contribution. Farotimi is still in prison, but I think it's more administrative matters rather than anything else. Article's critique of the Tinubu budget, which is very nuanced, even if you agree with him or not, is quite detailed. Obi's criticism of the stampedes, which is just tugging at the heartstrings, no nuance, no finesse, as always is the case. The battle in the oil sector is now dropping, not rapidly, but at a steady pace towards affordability. So all of those, or whatever interests you, Dewale.
Well, thank you, woman, and thank you for the Ashiwaju Baba. Thank you for stepping in, and listeners and watcher or supporters around the globe. Thank you for joining this time around. Before I proceed, woman,
thank you too.
Is about Dale Koko doing okay? We haven't heard from him in a while. I was kind of a little bit.
He's doing very well, actually. I speak to him quite often. He watches every session. He's probably listening to you now. He watches every session, but it's just overrun. That's just it.
Typically, he will be the first one in the studio, but thank God that Baba is it's not that far from from one keystroke to get into the studio and get the ball rolling. Let me start.
It's now that Adale Koko is on a break that his value. He used to hold the space for others to come in. I didn't even realize that until it wasn't available anymore. Yeah,
I know. Anyway, starting from where Baba left. I must confess, I have not listened to Pa Edwin Clark's submission, but I mean, I know for a fact the man is, number one, is an Ijo man, first and foremost, before he can claim or Niger Delta, let me generalize it, before he can say he's a Nigerian. However, I do not believe, or I do not think that Western region or Midwestern region anything. Why do I say that? I'm not actually trying to diminish the fact that when it comes to restructure, everybody have a stake, everybody have one agitation or the other. But if you recall, Baba, by going by the history, the region was created in 1963. As at that time, the three regions were actually just starting. they was trying to pick up and getting their act together. All right. So between 63 and 67, when the independent state and the rest, the regions were divided into states, they were practically just starting at this almost at the same time. So for a young nation that is just starting, I don't think at that time even the Western region has enough on ground to share around to the newly created uh, uh, region. But however, I believe that for a region that is actually producing the hot soup for the entire country, I think it deserves more than what it's getting. I think that region ought to have developed more than what it is now. And I think that being the fact that it's the largest oil producing region in the country, that region needed to be. The NDDC is not even enough to cater for, their needs and agitation. But unfortunately, of all the impact of government and what they've trying to do all this while.
Adewale, let me just correct you so that you may make adjustment if you really if you so desire.
Go ahead.
The regions were created in 1954. Don't forget. Pre-independence, yes, the 3 regions were created in 1954, 6 years before independence.
I'm talking about the Midwestern region.
Was carved out 1963.
Yes, that's what I'm focusing on, not pre-independence.
No, because I thought I heard you said
no.
They were just fresh.
No, I'm actually focusing on the post-independence and when Midwestern region was created. But
no, I think what Baba is telling you is that what happened before, within that 6 years.
Yeah, but that was
apart from hold on. Apart from free education and other things, why were they not? There were no industries or something created. I know that Awolowo tried, but Akitola's. So within that 6 years, as one state or as one region, what did they do for the people of the so-called state that was created out of that place?
8 years, actually. 8 years.
Yes, this year. Okay, 8 years, sir. Thank you very much. So that's where you should forget about when they separated, but when they were together, you know that Awolowo was having a good intention for us, like by letting free education flow around the whole place, etc., etc. But when Akitola came in, then it just destabilized everything. That was why, if Awolowo was to be there, and then the state were created out of Western region, maybe the situation would have been different. Baba, okay, thank you, sir.
Anyway, well, I'll still go back to the Edwin Clark's narratives and trying to get one point or the other. But I just believe that the region is backward because, number one, they have their political and leadership that is interested in their own pockets. I don't want to say things that I'm not sure of, but I know for a fact that Baba Edwin Clark cannot deny the fact that some of the leaders from that regions are actually after their own pockets. After all, we've had, I think, 2 commissions now to cater for the union of that region, and yet there's nothing to rhyme on about. So that is that about that. Briefly about Dele Farotimi's continuous detention. You see, in as much as I would defend, or should I say that he has done wrong by what he has put himself into by writing that book.
Because would you like to see him spend Christmas in custody?
No, not at all. But sometimes we have to look beyond our nose. You see, no doubt, Afabawala is an enigma when it comes to the judiciary section in Nigeria, and he commands respect. And at that age that he has attained, he also, without soliciting for respect, he deserves to be respected. However, I would not say that, what the young man, I'm calling Dele Farotimi, compared to Babafala, what he has done, it's left to me. It's left for the court to judge anyway. But the fact is that no matter how error or whatever it is that the court decided to hold him back simply because of administrative error, that should have been able to be corrected within days. But it is so apparent that and glaring that the reason why this man is behind bars is simply because, look, we have what it takes, and we are going to use what we have to punish you. Yes, he has met the condition of the bill. There's an administrative error, and I believe that should have been corrected even that on that same day. The court did not hold in the evening. I mean, whatever it is, and it doesn't require that the court must be in a sitting before such can be corrected. I'm just looking at it from that angle. There's a possibility that he will be in custody till after Christmas, because his only chance is tomorrow, which is Monday. If he's unable, or the court is unable to correct the error, that means he's going to remain in custody. Tuesday is the day before Christmas, and I believe that all government agencies are going to be on their way home. So to me, it's unnecessary, but they're not going to look simply because it's just one individual that is, of course, trending. The court is going to do what it can to do, but I strongly believe that it make mockery of our court proceeding or process. In a sane crime, such things will have been corrected within days. Even if it requires notarization, or such things can be done immediately. But in Nigeria, nobody is in a hurry. Even the judges know. I know I can't confirm, but I read on Showore's Twitter that the judge received a call during the proceeding and went back to his chamber to receive the call, and people were left in the courtroom. And that's to tell you, to me, that is unprofessional. I can't confirm that story, but that was what he posted out there. It's unfortunate. And that's the reason why majority of people that support Dele Farotimi will be saying, well, they don't believe in the judiciary system because of all this rigmarole that is subject people into, especially those who are termed to be political, enemies. First and foremost, I'm not a fan of Dele Farotimi. Let me put that out there. But the fact is that it's unnecessary. It's just a waste of time. Okay, it's a waste of time. You can't tell me that if the person in custody is the last born of Buhari, he will still be in custody by now, regardless of the accusation or the allegation, right? But we're in Nigeria, so anything can happen. But if nothing is done by tomorrow, then that means he'll be eating his chicken in Ado prison. But that's that about that. I don't even want to talk about this guy anymore because this should be a stale news about. Who cares about him?
What about this guy, this disco jockey or whatever it is, that was picked up? Are you following that storyline? This DJ.
No. Who is that?
It's some chap that calls himself Seeking or something. Let me play you a clip of him. This was why he was picked up, and people are saying this still falls under the purview of free speech. This was why this guy was picked. Picked up.
All right, as seen on Linda Ikeji's blog, TikToker Seeking was arrested by security agents for insulting Tinubu, Sanwo-Olu, and other politicians on social media. He's still on Twitter. Said man was arrested a few hours after insulting Tinubu, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on Babajide Sanwo-Olu as well on social media. So if you remember, just a few days ago, the police posted something saying very soon they'll soon start arresting people for insulting politicians on social media. Now, the truth of the matter is this. Blogs in Nigeria, you people have to do better. One of the biggest problems we have in this country is the media. Because of clickbait, they just post anything without doing an actual investigation. Since yesterday, I have been begging. I even spoke to Barrister Deji because of this boy. You understand? You heard me. We have been begging because of the kind of video he posted. Not even about insult. It has nothing to do with insult of Tinubu or the rest. So this is the main reason why he was arrested.
Nigeria youths, any police will stop you for will harass you, will ask for your phone. Men I beat them. Yes, men I start to they beat them. If they like make it be 20 years old, if you like make the police be 85, men I beat them, make it no stand up. Men I if na no get, men I stone them, men I beat them. You know go better for them. Aura for aura, strength for strength. Enough is enough. If not like they look like mumu, they don't burn any police inside this country. If they burn you where, Inspector of General Police, I be waiting. Men I put my picture for all now. Men I send that to all our police. So anywhere where they see me, call them. May they pass their boundary. I go fuck now up. No go better for now. Nigeria youth, anywhere you see police where harass you, men I beat them. It's time for war. Yes, Mo could do the same thing way that they do. Most here who go end up, who go lost. Men I they look anywhere when I see me, and I try them. Anywhere, any police, they passing boundary, men I flog them, men I deal with them. No go better for them. Fuck the police. Who be police? No go better for police. Or you only buy.
So as you can see, this is why he was arrested, and this is why I say we have been begging. We have been begging because for making a video like this boy can be charged and he will spend a long time in prison. He will spend a long time in prison.
So that is why he was arrested, and people are arguing that it's a free speech right has been impinged upon. So that is why he was arrested. So hold that thought. But that's why he was arrested. But the reason why people thought he was arrested was different. It was a different video. So I'll play you the video that people thought he was arrested for, and then you tell me that if he should have been arrested for this now video anyway.
Inspector General of Police talk say if they abuse any political officials, may they jail the person. Only Dafun Tinubu, yes, Tinubu na the one president within na the current president. You know go better for or Tinubu ni balemi to ba. Yes, next person. Sanwo-Olu na the Lagos State Governor. Oloju Dudu ko ni Dafun ko ni balemi to ba. Next, who is the next person? Can tell me the most powerful politician who go abuse when I go arrest me fast? Or kon yo ni balemi kure. They dey spoil country na no see anything to do there na they do church or they claim police. Or kon yo ni bale any kure. You know go better for the politician we put Nigeria for this situation who they or kon yo ni bale. E ma show for down ni. Wetin be all this nonsense where all these police they talk like say if they abuse any kure. Who na be? Tinubu Jagaban or kon ni bale ni bikibi to ba wa. O ma show for ni. Eyin gwere. Big shout out to the better police where they this country, where they do the good work. Una no go for.
All right. So that was why people thought he was arrested. Yes.
Allow that. Let him play that place you shut down.
Okay.
Inspector General of Police talk say if they abuse any political officials, may they jail the person. Only Dafun Tinubu, yes, Tinubu na the one president within na the current president. You know go better for or Tinubu ni balemi to ba. Yes. Next person, Sanwo-Olu na the Lagos State Governor. Oloju Dudu ko ni Dafun ko ni balemi to ba wa. Next, who is the next person? Can tell me the most powerful politician who go abuse when I go arrest me fast? Or kon yo ni balemi kure. They dey spoil country na no see anything to do there na they do church or they claim police. Or kon yo ni bale any kure. You know go better for the politician we put Nigeria for this situation who they or kon yo ni bale. E ma show for down ni. Wetin be all this nonsense where all these police they talk like say if they abuse any kure. Who na be? Tinubu Jagaban or kon ni bale ni bikibi to ba wa. O ma show for ni. Eyin gwere. Big shout out to the better police where they this country, where they do the good work. Una no go for. I dey see everything. Big ups to now. I know say better police deal. I know. Big shout out to every better police where they this country. But una the bad eggs where they that police. No, they say una be nonsense. That be agent of darkness, agent of evil, na agent of oppression. Una be. Una no go see daylight. Yes. O ma poluku mo show fun yin ni. Tebi tara ma sonu ni. E ma lo e ni demo. Tó bá ní kó dá fún yín láàárọ̀, ó máa bàjẹ́ fún yín lálẹ́. Èmi ni mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ fún yín o. Ẹ ti price o. Na don start wetin una no go fit finish. Na me and una for this country. Na don start am and we go see am to the end. I see am o. I see as na dey post my picture everywhere. Na dey declare me wanted for una police platform. All of una wey dey involved, na go cry. Yes, I go teach una lesson big time. Make na show me say una mount first o. I dey inside life. Big ups to the good police once again. I appreciate now. I love una die. I dey see everything. Oh. You see those bad eggs wey dey inside that one our institution. They go flush.
Wonderful.
When did you start? Do you have your own musical instruments?
Surely you laugh.
So there it is. So you saw two strands. The first one that that very dark man was commenting on was the actual reason why they arrested him for inciting people against the police. But the second one was why people thought it was arrested. But I'm insisting that the first one is even greater grounds for that's cyberbullying, that's intimidation, that's all of the edicts of this new crime bill now that they've put forward. So I mean, are we still on that free speech with what this guy is putting out?
Free speech. Free speech, you go out and you're already causing some people, abusing them and calling them all sorts of names, and you call that free speech? Under what freedom? Under what? Your grievance? Okay, so you go out there and you started cursing somebody, then you turn around and you say, well, I know you are some good policemen and all that. Look, when you have untrained kids, they will end up in a situation like this. Your mouth will not stop. Oh, this isn't a crime to be a youth in Nigeria. Is it not the same Nigeria that I was a youth? I'm still a youth. Is it not the same country that the last of Baba lived and grew up under harsher conditions than what we have today? Is it not the same country that maybe Mama you've gone out of the country when you were much more younger? How many of us went out of our way, deliberately provoking and then inviting anarchy? How many of us? There were protests during military era, but we didn't step out of bounds. We did what we needed to do within our right. But when the moment you are deliberately provoking, you are inviting stuff on your own head. Now look at him. He's gentle.
He said he would deal with the police.
You see, his demeanor at the police station is quite different from the one yabbing and talking on the phone. See, one man, freedom of speech. Look, freedom of speech, you can express your view without impinging on other people's rights, without bullying others. What we have now is that we have the youth that are not emotionally matured enough to actually express their feeling without being insulting, without being abusive. How many times have you been called idiots online? How many times have people just unnecessarily just want to call you names? You see, one thing is for you to be expressive enough. Another thing is just so for you not to be, not know what you needed to say. Now you look at him, his own father, because he was cursing out Tinubu and saying, oh, okay, Nibale, this and that. His own father, the money that should have been used for something else, something more productive, is going to use it to bail him out of that. And God help, even if they let police let his father bail him out of that, of the what he found himself. Freedom, yes, you believe that your condition is not improved. Government should have done better. Absolutely. Current government, you perceive it not to be effective. Oh, well, you have the right time to criticize, but criticize with a point. Criticize, with valid point. But when you are just, everything has to be, oh, this thing is wrong, this and that is wrong, then you don't even know what you're talking about. You don't know your left to your right, and you say you have a freedom to abuse others, freedom to yap, freedom to do what? Look, we know what these folks did during and after election. Okay, they were abusing, insulting. In fact, they kind of like formed a cancel culture where if you are not with Obi, forget it, you are no longer relevant. Simple as ABC. Everybody was castigated against. There was a man, a guy, a comedian. What's his name again? Oh, what's his name? The one that supported Tinubu that they were always going against every time. Sheyi Law. That guy, they even jab his daughter. What did they not say? And that thing hurt him deeply. It hurt him so.
And by the way, sorry, Diwali. If anybody knows how to reach Donyo Okupe, if anybody can put me in contact with him, let me send my Instagram handle. So anybody that has access to Donyo Okupe, please let me know. Sorry, carry on, Diwali.
You know, they were insulting. They were going against every single one that is against their candidate. What do you call that? Cyberbullying, cyber stalking. They were insulting their elders. They were insulting people that did not agree with them. What do you call that? Freedom of speech? That's enough to even put fire in that country at that time. But here is a guy who thinks that, oh well, I saw this video clip that you played, because those with the myopic mindset will say, well, he has the right to criticize. But what was he criticizing on? Oh, the government wasn't effective and the government wasn't doing right. Government wasn't doing what's supposed to do. Fine. But he wouldn't take me. He won't
it did not, that guy, it did not especially look poverty stricken to me. It looks like somebody full of life and full of vim.
No, Adewale, let's get this straight, woman. They didn't arrest him because he had cursed out the president. That's not the reason.
No, I know.
For inciting.
I know.
You see, this free speech thing, you don't use it to cause fear and panic. You cannot stand in the midst of a cinema hall, for instance, stand on the chair and shout fire because you have speech and you cause fear and panic. People, there will be stampede and people will die. And that is that free speech?
You know, and I've said
sorry, Diwali, it's pretty much the same thing they arrested Chowore for, wasn't it? When they called for a revolution.
Yeah, oh yes. Like somebody, you go to the airport and you say bomb. That means that on that day you are going to cool off in the jail throughout maybe for a long time. Well, they haven't learned. They have not learned. People will say, well, you have a freedom to talk anyhow you want to others, but there's a boundary of what you can say. It's unfortunate. Look, today somebody posted something on Instagram and I replied to the video clips, and it was a joke, kind of. Not serious stuff. Then the Instagram messaged me and said, well, this cannot be posted. And I look at it and I said, what is wrong about this? Because that platform is being, sorry about the noise.
No, carry on.
I mean, what baby? And I was not allowed to post that.
It must be going on free now, your daughter. I want big that on be now. Look at that. Maybe we'll still be here when she's lolly or coin.
Hopefully the condition would have been better, then we were talking more about something more productive than this same old circle of news. But the point is this. Yes, baby, I'm talking here. Omotabako will continue to behave this way. Look, I've tapped so many times. I will tap and I'll say, oh, man, this does not depict who I am, and I don't have to post this, and I'll delete it because internet doesn't forgive. It will come back to bite you. Look at that young man in the Tinubu administration. What is his name? Dr. The guy with is it Blue Economy or something? All what he posted came back to bite him. Thank God for mercy. The person that employed him has to overlook everything he has said about him in the past. Now, come to think of it, he's now being used. You think he's going to say anything bad about his employer, about Tinubu now?
He's doing a good job for the country.
Oh, absolutely.
I think that's Tunji Ojo also.
No, not Tunji Ojo. But when it was outside government, when it was its own private practice, He was saying all sort of things with
It,
no
it was
idea.
Tijani something, wasn't it? But
Tijani, Tijani, Dosun
Tijani.
Tijani.
You showed
But
this clip yesterday now.
yes.
yeah, and the entire everything comes back in a cycle because he himself was embarrassed when he was had to face everything he has said in the past. Look, we can criticize, we can go all out and say, well, these people have not done enough, this and that, but you haven't found yourself just like someone who is outside glass house and you are throwing stone. Most of the critics are not always good when it comes to administration. They always fumble because they lack what it takes to be a good administrator, especially public offices. Yes, people that criticize today, how far have they gone in their own life? How would have they done? What difference have they making there? Some of them have said they are still struggling, not financially, but in every areas of their life. They can't even get their own life correct, right? And yet they are saying, well, they have to pick the stick in the government eye. I'm not saying government should not be criticized, but we must criticize where it matters. We must criticize with good point. Anyway, away from that, doing your Okupe, I haven't watched that video. I must confess, I have not. But if there's one person that is qualified to give us insight to Obi's campaign or who Obi is, and I think.
So sorry, who did I just call out for? Was it doing your Okupe? That if anybody had.
Oh yes,
no,
yes,
I meant
yeah.
doing your Okupe. So if anybody has a way to reach doing your Okupe, please drop it in my Instagram and then leave the rest to me. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, he's doing your Okupe. So, but the man could see beyond what Labour Party. He has said it even on Channel Television before that Labour Party was more or less what do they call it? Purpose vehicle or whatever they call it,
SPV, special purpose vehicle.
Yes, just for them to get power. That's it. And when he knew that, they went after him as well, and he could see beyond that. There's no way forward here. And look, a serious candidate would have been planning to take power decades way before. But you're having a candidate that is not serious, just like the Madam Kumbara. What is her name? I used to read a column on the Vanguard then. Vanguard is owned by what is it? Is it Amukapemu? Yes, Amukapemu. They're always against government one way or the other. I used to read that column. Very brilliant journalist. But you see, yeah, she actually spoke to the point because when you have a candidate that is unserious, you can't even, there's something that you'll be known for. Okay, you want to be the face of opposition in the country. Fine. But you have to define where you stand. Every little thing, cho on social media, especially on X. Look, the old woman in the village do not read Twitter. They are not on Twitter. They are not on TikTok. They are not on Facebook per se. These young, misguided folks that are following him are the one on Twitter, and they don't have what it takes to propel him to that as a catalyst to what that big office that is seeking for. They don't have it. They do not have it. So if you are not popular among those people in those rural places, if you like, you can dig kanga in the Kafancha for Jesus come back. He will still not be popular. He will be popular with those folks that are on Twitter that are always with a keyboard every day. But those folks in the rural areas that have no idea who he is, who he was, and who will still be in 2027, he will still not make any hero because he will continue to go round in a circle. Number one, the platform that's supposed to launch in is already in a crisis, and it's like more or less have no place to go. Those people that, of course, rode on his popularizing, I want to believe so, that got into public offices, national assemblies, and all, even on the state level, they are finding their level. So now that they are finding their level, my only take is that how would the federal government help, especially executive, help those folks that have already changed party now to gain power? Because I'm seeing fight to finish come to 2024, I mean 27, especially those folks that contested on Labour Party, because they would not stand them being rigged out of office. So I see a conflict brewing in those states that actually elected uh, uh, those legislators, and it's going to be about fight to finish, and a division will be created, and that will pave way for the APC. I see that happening, and I don't see anywhere where Obi is going to make such number that he had when 2023. I don't see that happening. So that speaks to his unseriousness. Anyway, let other comment on board, and then now that we are already more populated.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Dewale. Stay with us. From Dewale, we're going to Rational Mind, who we have not heard from in quite a good while. So, Rational Mind, good to have you. Almost to the talking point, but really catch us up with where you have been in the politics since we last had a conversation with you. Rational Mind.
Yeah, woman. Thanks a lot for.
Why is it voice every door?
Yeah, I'm.
Long day.
I want to shut down my eyes. It's been a rainy weekend here. Yeah. So anyway, I want to say greetings to everybody. Just noticing my phone cracked here. So yeah, greetings to everybody. Baba, Adewale, the fake cop from Wisconsin.
RM, happy holidays.
Well, wish you all the same too. I wish you, Baba. I wish you the same. Yeah, Adewale, our fake cop from Wisconsin. They always call me and talk like he knows what he's talking about.
You will be arrested. I'll sue first.
Yeah, well, you can sue.
I'm going to sue you and arrest you.
You don't have to lock me up.
I will sue you and I will arrest you.
Now. Yeah, sue me. So that's the thing. That's because you live in a country where there's rule of law. They have sane laws. They don't have the draconian and the beast-like, savage kind of people. I mean, uncivilized people kind of laws that you run in your country. Just because I insulted you, I talked to you, then you have to lock me up and use the police on me. I mean, come on, guys. I mean, you guys, I just don't understand when some of you come here, you just talk like, and then all of you run here to where things works. There are saner people, laws that fosters freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and you run down here, you could come down here, then you can criticize people back home or wanting to exercise the same thing. I mean, it's so ridiculous that some of you come here and talk the way you talk sometimes. You just well, it's not. I'm not surprised. I know everything is all in. It's just because of is your tribesman that is there now. At least the one that was there before, the Bubu, the one from Daura, he did his own now. He went his own. Tribesmen were wreaking havoc. They were going from place to place, trying to grab people's land, slaughtering people and all of that. And now it's the own tribesman now. Nobody must talk now, Abi. You see, what goes around comes around. Don't worry.
Rational mind.
Oh no, I'm Eleni, Abi. You're the one there today, Abi.
Rational mind. Rational mind.
Yeah,
you know there's some things you can't say about president here. Secret Service will visit you, right?
Say that again.
There's some things you can't say about the American president. Secret Service will visit you. You agree with me?
You see, here you go. Here you go.
Do you agree with me?
Have you gone online and have you hold on. Well, I can understand. There are certain things you don't say. Yeah, I can agree with you. You can't say, you can't threaten to assassinate the president of the United States. Yeah, you'll be getting a visit from the FBI or from Secret Service. Yeah, you will. That I know. That's a threat. You know, but yeah, but this is not. He's not threatening anybody. That guy you just played you played his video. He never threatened anybody. I mean, he used the word "f the police." Here in America, here when there was this black police brutality against the black people,
he invited people to go beat up the police, though.
Hold on. Yeah, I get that. I get that he said that. So when here in America, there was a time when there was well, it's still there, but not like pronounced way back in, let's say in the 60s, 70s, and maybe early 80s, up to 90s, when you see the police brutality against black people. I mean, you talk about the black culture here. I mean, especially the rap. You know, you talk about people like KRS-One, Rakim, and all of them in the past. When they sing, they say "F the police." I mean, some of their lyrics was laced with some kind of violence against the police. And many of them were arrested. I mean, they were used. You see, when you that's when you know a society, a society that is way past all certain things. They might put them on the watch list. Maybe they put KRS-One on the watch list and all those hardcore rappers then. But then you never had they were arrested and sent to jail just because they were saying F the police and beat the police up or whatever. Even they were even demonstrating in some of their videos how they beat up police. I mean, what are you talking about?
Rational mind. Under Obama recently, many black people were eliminated. They were fired, okay, by the police. So the number of black people that were eliminated during the Obama time is more than the rest president's tenures. Thank you. So don't say that it's not happening.
I don't understand what you're talking about, Tony.
More black people were fired.
I don't get your power.
Under Obama. So and that is for president.
The way the submission what they try to put here. I mean, what I'm trying to say here is not what you are. You go another side now.
No, you said that from the 60s, 70s, and up to 90s that there was police brutality that of recent or of late that nothing like police brutality. That's why I was trying to remind you that under Obama, just some few years back, many black people, they were, just like that.
Let's not go into nitpicking on everything. My point I'm trying to make here is this: if you've ever been living in America way back in the 90s or 80s, you understand what I'm saying. I mean, America of some years back in the 70s, 80s. I mean, there's the police brutality that that was once experienced by the black people here is not what it is today. I'm not saying
Obama's time was the worst. Anyway, thank you.
It's okay. I don't want to argue with you, Tony. But my point is this: is that I'm saying that the freedom of expression as enshrined in the U.S. Constitution is recognized. Of course, you cannot threaten certain people like the president or the vice president, and you know what is going on, and you expect yourself to be a free man. Even though they wouldn't go to arrest you, they'll put you on a watch list. And if they find the evidence of maybe you've been making that plan, you've been trying to get that plan in motion, that's what they'll do. I mean, that's what they'll pick you up. So my point is this: let's not go into all this trying to nitpick on everything. But my point is this: is that you live in a country where there has been a state capture. And when we use the word state capture, some people just look at it like, you come again with your words and everything, your big grammars. No, we're saying that these idiots that are there today, the likes of Tinubu and the rest of them, if anybody should be picked up, they go and pick that one that is in Ogun State, that one that calls himself a Professor Joyinka. Go and pick him up. Did he not insult what's his called? Did he not insult what's it called? Did he not insult what's his name's wife, former president's wife? Did he not call her sheep of hippopotamus? He called her sheep of hippopotamus, but was Soyinka arrested then? You see, these people came into power, especially beginning with Buhari. Well, the first thing they did was they got scared of the social media because they knew that all their shenanigans, all their atrocities that they try to cover by silencing the media, this will be relayed through some other means, which is the social media. In fact, most of the killings we saw of the Buhari's tribes people were doing, a lot of them were aired on social media, not even through the print or through the the electronic media, like what I'm saying, maybe through the TVs. No, it is through some of the leaks that people who were there, who captured it when they were being kidnapped, or was, as the case may be. That's how most of us got to know that. They got scared. They knew that if they allowed this thing to continue like this, yes, they will not be able to govern because all their lies and their propaganda will be debunked. That was why they tried to introduce that they are stupid.
Sorry, Rational Mind, give me a window. Let me introduce a bit of law into the conversation. It's just a very quick one. So this is Section 24 of the Cybercrime Act in Nigeria. So Section 24 of the Cybercrime Act, and listen very carefully, Section 24 of the Cybercrime Act in Nigeria prohibits sending messages or matters by means of computer systems or networks that are grossly offensive, pornographic, or of an indecent. Let's do it again. Section 24 of the Cybercrime Act in Nigeria prohibits sending messages or matters by means of computer systems or network that are grossly offensive, pornographic, or of an indecent, obscene, or menacing character. Additionally, it is an offense to send false messages with the intent to cause annoyance, inconvenience, danger, obstruction, insult, injury, or needless anxiety to another person. The penalty for violating Section 24 includes a fine of up to 7 million naira, approximately $18,000, or an imprisonment of up to 3 years, or both. It is worth noting that the constitutionality of Section 24 was challenged in court, but the Court of Appeal in Lagos ultimately upheld its validity, ruling that it does not conflict with the right of free expression guaranteed under the Nigerian Constitution. So that guy, unless he has 5 billion naira in his pocket, which I doubt that he does,
Don't read me these criminal laws that are enacted by criminals in government. You see, APC, I've said it on this platform, man. APC is a cancer, and I regret in 2015 ever giving my tacit support to them. I mean, like, if I knew that this is what these guys are going to do, I cursed that day. All this while I just been quiet. I just want to watch whatever I've said in the past. Let it just unravel themselves. I mean, just let us just see how they all play out. You see, I've said it before. We're already in the dark. We're entering a dark time. We're already in that dark time already in that country, where any little thing you say now will be used against you. Look at the stupid police that you have in Nigeria. All they do now is just to look for people that are insulting politicians. Now, that guy you're talking about, the first video you played, that video has been there for some time. They didn't arrest that guy, but when he mentioned Tinubu, he insulted, what's it called, Sanwo-Olu. That was when they declared him wanted. That in the third video, that was when he now said, I heard that you people are looking for me. That was when he was trying to clarify what he said when he said in the previous first video, when he said, I know there are good cops, there are good police among you, the bad ones, and maybe they did not use the one beat them up anymore. But you see, the point is that when same thing with this Dele Farotimi. Dele Farotimi has been saying all kinds of things against Tinubu. I mean, criticize his government. They didn't pick him up. They had to look for something because they know that would be a problem. They have to look for something, and then now using cyberbullying now. You see, the point is, and this same law, because that's the thing, that's the funny thing about that contraption called Nigeria, where we don't even know one thing today, tomorrow you're hearing another thing. This cyber law, they said it has been repealed, it has been replaced. So why is the police still using it? You try to charge somebody on a law that does not even exist.
Can I ask you a question?
No, don't ask me any question. Don't ask me any question.
I'm not asking you. I said, can I ask a question?
No.
Speak English so others can understand. But can I ask a question? But can I just ask a question? Please.
Let me finish.
Okay, please.
No, you ask later. I'll give you the window, you ask later. Let me just finish this. So my point is that what I'm trying to make here is that we're entering a dark times, my friends. I mean, Tinubu, I've said it here before. If people don't know who you are dealing with. No, Tinubu, that guy is. No, I'm not trying to promote him like he's some kind of superhuman or some kind of. I mean, he's a criminal, a criminally minded person who knows how to do a total state capture, and everything will submit to him. And that is what we're seeing. A judicial system that no longer functions, do their duties. They have to wait for calls, like we saw in
should we enforce our own laws?
No, you don't give me that. I mean, the laws that were made by criminals, the same law that you make for your electoral
system. Yeah, but you cannot call people criminals without catching them in a criminal act.
I can call
you can't. That is Nigerian. What you are saying is BS. That is Nigerian law. So are you saying Nigerian law is illegal when they've told you that it is constitutional?
National mind. What they be for
Because national mind too needs to watch his speech, because the law is designed for the kind of careless speakers like rational mind that you just say all sorts of stuff.
Don't give me that. Don't give me that. I mean, don't give me that crap. Don't give me that.
They told you the law. They just read the law. I look for that law.
Don't quote me.
And then you're now saying no, it is illegal. Something that's legal.
The same silly law that your so-called legal illuminati that it does not illuminate anything. I don't know what is it.
Who is legal? What are you talking about?
Say Illuminati, I be Illuminati.
Illuminati. I don't know. Atukpa. Legal Atukpa.
So I mean, so your so-called legal whatever you crap.
Who are you talking about?
Charging somebody on the non-existent law that's been repealed.
Which law has been repealed? Who are you talking about?
Okay, go and find out. Go and find out yourself.
You said the Illuminati something. Who is the person?
Boy, so
you didn't mention anybody now, did you?
My point is this. My point I just want to make here is that you see, Nigeria they tire me sometimes. When I hear people's voice like this one that is here, that is talking now, that run from Nigeria and come and.
I did not run from Nigeria. I was still there twice this year.
Go and sit down there and go and do their politics there and go and do the.
I have a career here now. I can't be leaving my career.
You have a career here, but you can wish something different for people back home.
What are you talking about?
Patriotic.
No, you are being emotional. We have a law. You are now advocating that we ignore the law.
Come and do all of you. Come and do here. Don't play that one on me.
Okay, one man, can you run a country by ignoring its laws?
The thing you want to resort to is, oh, you're always being emotional. What is the crap of emotional is like you people are talking about?
Okay, what's your opinion about the law?
You can only abide. You should only abide by the laws that are to your liking.
According to the laws made by criminals.
According to Dele Farotimi, you can pick and choose the laws you abide by.
Now, honestly speaking, it's one of the reasons I have interest in this Farotimi case, because he set a bad example to all those kids, and they need to learn.
Jonathan was there as a president. All this crap that we're seeing today,
we did not have cybercrime laws under Jonathan.
So what was the cybercrime law? What was it all about?
Can you check when it was enacted first before you talk?
Yeah, I know. There was all the crap under APC.
If we didn't have the laws under Jonathan, why would you be referencing the time when the law was non-existent?
His kinsmen, his clansmen, they were wreaking havoc everywhere. And coupled with the Nnamdi Kanu issue, when Nnamdi Kanu was talking all some kind of crap himself, I mean, he was talking things. Either some of them maybe there are facts to them, some of them no facts. But my point is that they felt threatened. They saw that all their shenanigans, all their propaganda that they were trying to feed Nigerians were not buying. They felt that this is being brought to the light, and then they felt
that's emotional talk. We have a law,
and then they had to bring their stupid law. And look at what you just read to me there, one man. You just said whatever can be. What was that word? I mean, bring that thing up again. Bring that silly law that they just cook up. They don't have to cook up their silly laws. All in the guise just to stifle Nigerians. Now, what's that word there? I mean, there's one thing there. It says grossly offensive. How do you even define what is grossly offensive? It says again, we know of the pornographic, indecent, obscene, menacing character. I mean, you just look at those ambiguous words used there that we can't even know. You can't even fathom as to what it is exactly.
What is ambiguous about offensive?
Some silly police people will say, "Oh, because somebody is menacing you, that means that you are bullying me, and then you are so therefore you have to be locked up." Come on.
Okay, rational mind.
Wishing death. Sorry, rational mind is wishing death upon people. Is it menacing?
Woman. You see, this your
calling that people should be stoned on the streets. Is that menacing?
This is what about question you always ask me?
No, you asked the question, and I'm citing you examples to
just to put me on the spot. Like, okay, yeah, I mean, woman, I'm not a violent person, and I've never subscribed to violence. That's who I am, and the only thing I can just say is I can use insultive word and speak my mind and call people give them label, tag them. That's all I can do. I mean, I would never perpetrate crime on anybody. So my point is this, woman. leave that to the court. Let the court determines that. But you see, the Nigerian situation is it causes you migraine that you can't even you don't even know where to even start with the situation there, because they've so balkanized that country, so make the people in that country so to be illiterate. Even some people that come here, people like Rolata, they will be acting like they will be blowing up as if they're educated. And to me, it's just like I just see them as just an educated illiterate. You run to America here, come here, and then you're wishing something different for people back home. No wonder people like you just go home. All you want to go and do is just to go and make money and run back here again, and then you go and make money in the stupid way that you people make money in that country. You will never like to do something in the right way. And when we talk about it, you say, yeah, it is what it is. Nigeria is what it is now. So what are you going to do now?
You never told me that.
So my point is that it's just that for me, I don't wish anything less than what I see here for my people back home. I'm not saying it's exactly what is here, but let us break it. I mean, I have a lot of things to say. What I wanted to say to you, don't bog me down with this guy. But my point is this guy's matter is about Tinubu's insult on the Tinubu that really got this guy on the radar. These guys, that thing that this very dark man was, it has been there for a time. They didn't see it though. They didn't declare him wanted though. But when he did the second one, when he was insulting Tinubu, when he said Ofolomashe, when he was saying when he was talking to, that was what really got the guy on their radar. I mean, he was running one time. The third one was not trying to backtrack by saying that I know that they are good. Let me just leave that. My point is this: is that I don't know. You guys are not. You see, I've said it here. I said, you see, when I come here, I talk about Tinubu. I cannot talk peace with Tinubu. It's because that guy is a part of the major problem with that country. I just wish I just okay. Let me just reserve that to myself before they say maybe one is bullying again. You see,
you see, the system is working now. The effect of all of this arrest is what we just got there. What is can you learn?
I don't want your platform to be on the to be. I mean, just let's leave it that way, because
to be on the radar. To be on the radar. Okay, carry on.
Yeah, I just don't want to. Yeah, so my point is that you see, we should be talking about things. I was listening to this guy, Rose Vivo, or Vivo they call it.
Oh yes, I wanted to bring that clip. Actually, he actually made it sensible. It was when he was talking about GMO.
Exactly.
Yes, I thought I wanted to bring that clip here. It's that's the first thing he's ever said that sort of aligned with.
Yeah, the likes of this one that call himself Atlanta Albert Einstein here. What's his name? The statistician of one man went to Mo. This guy, what's his name? Kulata. When they come here, they will come and say, "What is it now? Can you make food for Nigerians?" You see, we are in a pandemic now, or whatever. So let them use the GMO and things like that. You see, only man forming by me to back on sort of Nigeria. Actually, when Kulata is involved, for me, it's just I listened to that guy and I was like, you see, these are the people we want to hear their voice. Not people like Kulata, not people like this one, Tinubu's son, which I think they said they are grooming already. They are grooming already for governorship. What? Tell me in this world, what has that guy done? Tell me. I've even heard him talk about topical, like talk about issues, social issues, economic issues, or political issues in that country. All he just want to ride into power is with his father's pedigree. Does he have his own pedigree? And then when we hear people with sane mind, people who can see through matters, issues, and debate them the way they should be debated. People like Rose Vivo, that guy is, for me, I just look at him like he's a material. He's a material, maybe not a governor.
Rational mind. Rational mind.
Maybe become a member of the House of Reps.
Rational mind. Have you eaten GMO before? Have you eaten GMO before?
About what?
Have you eaten any GMO food before?
I have.
Are you dead?
Atlanta about Einstein. Where have I died? And now you live in this country. How many people are dying of health-related issues?
Yeah, it's a good question. How many people are dying of GMO?
I mean, I'm asking you. How many people
Nobody that I know of is dead of
Americans are becoming
GMO.
obese? How many
That's not
Americans are
GM.
having
That's
health
not
issues?
GMO. That's not
No,
GMO.
don't give me that
The
BS.
people died of, the people that are dying of cancer. That is from GMO, my friend.
Okay.
No,
All right.
that's
All
not
right.
for
I hear
GMO.
you. I hear you. I hear you. But you see, you where they talk there, you where they talk from Germany there. Your country there. I was in Frankfurt. Was last year. You guys don't have GMO in Germany. I was in
No,
Frankfurt.
we have all the corn are GMO, but it's not good. If you go to but they are refined. They are being controlled by the German government. But if you bring, hold on. If you introduce GMO into Nigeria, now you say you want to kill everybody because there is no government on ground to monitor the activities of those scientists. So they will just come and kill us and take over our country.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I said that there's no government in Nigeria to monitor the activities of those scientists that will. GMO is not good for Africa. It's a forbidden fruit.
Union, hold on. If European Union does not allow it, there's a reason behind it. There's a reason behind it.
They allow it to a certain level. That means there's a number of a certain level. You never. Hold on. There's a hold on. European Union will not allow it to come on the plant corn. They have to know the level of the chemical that will be involved. But in the case of Nigeria, you have no government to monitor the activities of the scientists that will be monitoring that those products. But in Germany here, we also have some bio shops, organic food shops.
No. You see, the thing is this: what you don't understand is this: high yielding crops is different from genetically modified crops. There are crops that can be kind of engineered. They will still be organic.
Sorry, rational mind. If you are talking about GMO, be specific. Yes. Because GMO does not mean only food. No. I'm just putting what I'm saying. Just get me. Listen to me first. Don't be defensive. GMO, what it means that genetically modified organism is not only food. But we have GMO food.
We know the meaning. So what's your point? Go to the
so be specific that if you are talking, say you are talking about food because there are so many benefits of GMO. That's what I'm talking about.
Come on, you see, this is what we do. This is why
I'm always. What do you do? I'm just trying to educate you. And you are refusing.
Dude. Before your Nigeria ever even talk about genetically modified crops or organism or whatever crap people are calling it today. I have known about it way back in the 80s.
So if you know about it, why are you talking like somebody who doesn't even know about it?
This is what you people do. This is what you do. You come here.
What do we do?
You cannot debate matters. You cannot argue matters. You be attacking the personality and attacking what the person is saying.
Nobody. Have I attacked you now? I'm just trying to put information out there. You are not even attacking my personality. I didn't attack your personality now.
Oh, you are not giving any information. Not information you're giving to me. I'm not an illiterate when it comes to talking about genetically modified crop. If you're talking about the variants or whatever crap that sub variant about it, maybe that's not the area.
Rational mind, you did not know about GMO in the 80s. Stop lying. Even though the technology came out in 19, hold on now.
In the 90s, I can tell.
Just hold on. Can you calm down?
Bulata, are you surprised? That's the way he talks now. He exaggerates things. What he doesn't know, he's claiming to know. You know, how old are you, Seth?
He's lying. And I'll tell you the reason you are lying. Hold on now. The first commercialized.
You won't tell me when to hold on. It's my turn. I'm talking. Your turn. You can
5 seconds. Just give me 5 seconds. You made a false statement. The first commercialized GMO product was released in 1994. Even though the technology, they first discovered the bacterial resistance in 1973, and they started doing experiment. It did not get fully commercialized in 1994. And you were saying like, "Oh, I knew about GMO in the 80s." You're lying.
Yeah, I knew about it.
Are you part of the scientific community in the 80s?
No, you see,
that was working on it.
So if you do about more,
were you part of the scientific community that was working on GMO? Lecture me, Tobale, lecture me.
You grew up in your Oshogbo there. That is like
it's Oshogbo, but can you answer the question?
Listen. I grew up in Lagos. I'm a Lagosian.
Oh, I grew up in Lagos. You
I've
grew up in
read
Lagos.
extensively.
So you had internet in the 80s.
Forget. No, you see, this is what you do. If you don't know what you don't, when you don't know somebody, you don't know somebody.
Rational mind. You did not know. Just move on. You didn't know.
I tell you, since the 80s, I've heard.
You don't have to speak for them. No, I tell you. No, I tell you. Please,
don't give me that crap.
Don't lie to us.
No. Well, that's
respect us. Respect us. Don't lie.
Boy, see, Sherry, people, conversation.
It's a conversation when you are lying now and you get caught.
You just read now that scientists has been on it since the 70s. And
it was a discovery in 1973, and the discovery was within the university.
So I can talk. I can explain myself.
I asked for 10 seconds now, but you're not giving it to me.
You are not for GMO. You are not a guest. So what are you standing for then, sir?
Dude, would you guys allow me to talk, please? You asked a question. How come did I know about it in the 80s? I read scientific journals in the 80s. Yeah, for your information, you don't want to know. I do. So don't come here and be giving me crap of when did you know about it?
You did not know. Rational mind. Move on.
Scientific journals does not mean
you're lying. You didn't read any scientific journal. You're lying. You had no such access. Even National Geographic that all of us used to read as a kid. I didn't come across GMO. Where did you see GMO? Is it in Tribune?
In the primary school, 1980, when you were at primary school?
Farabale, away. So let me compare.
All right. Rational mind, for me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm going to bail out. Choma will take over. So be nice to her.
No, wait. Let Rational mind finish first. My personal request.
Yes. But
let him finish first. I grew up in an academic setting, Rational mind.
I grew up in academic.
You grew up as bus conductor in Lagos. You can't be telling me you know about GMO in the 80s.
Sure, you do what? You are just APC. You are too petty. So let me just go straight to the point. So my point is that I was listening to that guy. I said, these are the kind of people who want to listen to. Not this guy that is just gallivanting everywhere on his father's pedigree and wanting to become recognized. I don't know you guys were even saying. You see, Sherry, bring Tinubu to power. That's what I can say. I mean, if not you, people that are related to you, they also get their own payment from it. Because I don't know what this family called the Tinubu family are trying to make Nigeria into. They've turned it into some kind of like, are we now in some kind of North Korea, or are we some kind of in Mussolini, Italy, where there's this Stalin Russia, where everybody has to worship Tinubu, everybody has to worship the kids, and then everybody. Look at it. I was somewhere today. I was listening somewhere, and I saw a video of his son. Some military guys were giving him a guards of honor, whatever crap, and then they were parading in front of him. I was like, into law.
Oshobole's son is already commissioner in Edo State. Rational mind. Oshobole's son. It's already commissioner. He's going to be the governor again in 2028 in Edo State. By force. Okay.
It's okay. I don't want to talk about your Edo right now. You see, this is what we're saying. We'll be saying one thing, you'll be saying another thing. Come on, guy. Let's talk about what we're talking about. My point is this, but I get what you're saying. They don't turn that country to their personal fiefdom, whereby father will become ruler, he go rule over honor. The kids will come, he go rule over honor. I mean, what are we turning that country to? And I mentioned this for the beginning when people before Tinubu got that ticket. I said, you guys, you are entering something, you people.
What am I missing? Has Tinubu declared for any office?
No.
Okay, so what's this random man? What's he talking about?
Declared for Lagos State now.
When?
One man, don't spread that.
No, let's be serious. Let's not be facetious here. Let's be serious.
More or less now, more or less. But
there's no more or less. Has he declared for office? Any office?
No, emphatically no.
In actions, by actions, but not by words.
No. Let's not do unnecessary inference. Has the man declared that he wants to run for dog catcher?
No, formally.
No, sir.
Okay, so what is rational mind? No. Is rational mind talking out of his dreams or his nightmares?
What I'm saying is, let me make it low.
You are not saying anything
factual. Can you stop him
from
being the governor? Kulata, can you stop him? Can you stop the Tinubu family to producing the governor?
Now to your law.
Yeah.
Let me say. The reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is that One man, do you have that video of him getting the guard of honor or whatever crap? Nigerian, he was doing what's it called?
Who was that? Sheyi Tinubu?
Sheyi Tinubu, yeah. Have you seen it?
No.
From maybe one of his official car, whatever crap. I mean, he drives, and then come and see police, DSS, everything around him, and then military. And
wait, so see that about if your popsy is out of office, like maybe he's a dean of a faculty, and you sit in the official car. Is it wrong?
No,
is it wrong? So if your popsy was MD of Wema Bank and then you take official car
did the same thing
to come and carry you in secondary school, are you going to say you won't take
even we will our papa not be president? We do now, not be Lagos.
Let me go. Let me just take my leave.
Don't go. You have to stay. Go check by nicely.
You people here, I don't just know. I mean, you live here in America. Do you see any of Trump's kids?
Yes, Trump's kids. They ride the Air Force One. They ride the Air Force One.
No, Yakasoro.
Even in-laws.
Oh, they read you one, maybe Secret Service or two.
No, Trump kids ride Air Force One.
No. Oh, they read you one or two.
They do. They do.
Come on, dude. Don't.
They do. Those are the perks of the office. Look,
you cannot see more than one or two Secret Service with them.
Are you trying to tell me?
Money. You cannot.
Are you trying to tell me the presidency doesn't come with his own perks?
No,
with his own benefits.
You cannot give him. You cannot give it except the spouse of the president.
No.
Family members, they are entitled to maybe one or two Secret Service.
If your dad was MD, if your dad is MD of a bank, they will use the official car to come and pick you in school.
Play that video for us, one man. If you get that video, play it for us.
What does the video mean? It means nothing.
Compare that to either Donald Trump Jr. What's it called?
Not rational mind. You may see one identifiable, but there are others you can't even identify them. In jeans, bearded, with boots, you can't even recognize them. Until you attack that person, then you will know what happened. No, I'm explaining to you exactly the situation.
There's no no here.
Well,
there's no no here. It is
okay.
It is not. There's no no here.
All right. Hold on. Is this the video you had in mind? This one.
Where's Mama?
I think we've seen enough.
No, that's the one. I think one man played it earlier.
Okay, so wait, hold on, Tony. Wait now. So Sheyi Tinubu's crime is because his dad. Wait now. Sheyi Tinubu's crime is because his dad became a president and his dad has access to official cars. And he sat.
Those are not soldiers. Those are not soldiers.
And he sat in the front seat. He didn't even sit in owner's corner, and he sat in the front seat. One of the entourage of his popsy. Is his crime that his dad is successful.
Those are man o' war people now.
They are man o' war.
Even if they're soldiers, if your dad has an office and then you ride. Hold on. If your dad became somebody, and then you sit in his official car in the front seat, is that a crime?
Batting is bad. Kuleta, what are you doing? No, they want to start Sharia law in Ibadan. Yes.
Tony, calm down. How can that be bad? Because you sat in an official car of your own dad. Is that wrong? Can you sit in a car? Is it a crime to sit in a car? What are we doing?
Mounting a guard of honor.
Is it a crime to sit in a car? How can we criminalize sitting in a car?
As the chief propagandist.
No, wait. I know we're being ridiculous. We're being totally ridiculous here.
You are the most ridiculous guy here.
If you're a bank manager or something and they give you Prado,
and you justify
are your kids allowed to sit in that Prado?
No. What the hell are you talking? What are you talking about?
Answer me this question.
He's in his father's car.
Answer me this question.
Come on.
If they give you official car, are your kids allowed to sit in the official car?
You ran here to a country that is civilized.
No. Answer that question.
How many times have you seen Donald Trump's children?
You are being unreasonable. You're being very unreasonable.
They ride the beast.
They ride. That's not even the beast. That's one of the cars. That's not even the main car. That's just one of the
They answer them. No mind them. They just pull your leg. No mind them. No mind them. They enjoy their slavery abroad.
Tony, let's have a conversation. So, are you trying to tell me that you cannot sit in one of the cars allotted to your dad? You can't. You have an official car. Your kids cannot sit in your official car.
There's no point arguing with you. Apparently, it's
not an argument. This is total ridiculousness.
Tinubu has done some numbers on you people's head. All of you that are this.
I can't even believe we're having this kind of conversation.
No,
now you are talking.
Why do you believe? Because you are from you belong to that group of people who just come here and just want to promote some kind of backwardness. And you come here, you live in a civilized country where what the crap you do in your own country of birth, you've never tried here.
So all this lamentation you are lamenting is because a guy sat in an official car.
That's your problem. It is not a lamentation. I'm giving you what it is.
You must be very ridiculous.
In a civilized society, you are very.
In a civilized society, the kids ride in official car. Do you think the electron Trump kids just be riding any car?
It is not a family's property. It is.
No, it's not. But they're entitled to it.
So it's not.
It's an entitlement.
He is not entitled to.
It's a benefit. It's a fringe benefit.
These are the kind of people we talk about. When the father was
saying
it's a fringe
benefit. Do you think
having meeting and she is here and people like you be justifying it? Yes, he has to be there. Can be there.
What sort of office is the presidency? Do you think it's just a trivial office?
Sherry,
don't you think it comes with some massive benefits? Don't you think they need to protect those kids?
Woman, if you have the contact to Badabi Amila, tell him
you don't need. If I want to talk to Badabi Amila, I can talk to him. So forget all that. Forget all that story.
We are gonna be Tinubu propagandists here.
No, forget that stuff. No, I'm trying to have a serious conversation with you. I'm trying to have a serious conversation with you.
Look at how you are
rational mind.
Spin everything right, left, and center.
Rational mind. If they give you a position, and it comes with a fleet of cars,
no, don't give me.
And your kids need to be protected. Are they allowed to sit in the car?
Woman, so for me, I don't want to hear you anymore. I don't want to hear you, this guy. I don't say whatever.
You are ridiculous. That's all I'm going to say.
You are the most ridiculous person. Look at the most ridiculous things you've been saying here. How you've been justifying things, spinning things. And you want to justify everything you need to go and check your brain, boy.
Anybody that is Popsy at the position that didn't sit in his Popsy's official car may thunder fire that person. All of us on this platform that their dad became something, one thing or the other, and they were entitled to an official car, and you didn't sit in the official car. May thunder strike you.
Taxpayers' money, you are entitled to it.
Yes, because it's protection for the kids.
But let me go now, boy.
Because you are not thinking correctly.
I think you are the one that is so ridiculous. I
don't think you understand what it means to be a president of a country.
Hello, gentlemen. Can I step in real quick?
Come on, what
hold on. Let me deal with rational mind finish. Are you trying to tell me that as a president of the country, the kids should not be protected, that their life is not in jeopardy, that the president doesn't have the fringe benefits to be able to have his kids ride in one of those cars? Are you trying to tell me it's wrong?
Okay, all right.
Don't harm me. Are you trying to tell me it's wrong? Just it's a yes or no question.
All right. Yeah, come on. One for a
Can I say something real quick?
Go on, please.
Rational mind.
You go on, please.
Kulata. So the question is, it's not about the kids being given security protection or what. I think what rational mind is trying to say here is that in terms, if you're looking at it from the Nigerian context, right? It's like they're taking it to a higher, to a more ridiculous level. Okay, if there's a transparency with that protection, right, then of course no one will question it. But for the fact that the kind of government we run in Nigeria, especially if the kids of high-profile people, e.g., the president, governor, and the senators, right, if they ride in their parents' official car or whatever, airplane, wherever, okay, it calls for a lot of suspicion. I believe that's what you're talking about, right? Rational mind.
Even you, I think you and rational mind are not that far off. I mean, because you're a guy wrote in a car, official car, came out of that car and saluted whoever the paramilitary or the military or police was. And that is where you guys are now coming up with some ridiculous, Nigerian context. What sort of bullshit Nigerian context are we talking about? Your dad, I keep making the example. Your dad is the bank branch manager. His kids will ride in the car, even on a Sunday. So what are you talking about?
All right. Hold on. I can hold on. Hold on 1 second. Let me bail out. Hand over to Choma. That's Kulata right there. That's Choma right there. Ayo came in, and then that's Joel of Nashville. So thank you to those. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Be gentle with Choma. You know, she did well. I was going to say she doesn't like but I think she especially loves the ghost bath. But thank you for doing this, Choma. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, woman. So you see this guy.
Let me finish this. Let me address rational man. Let me address this real quick. Kolata, we are not talking of your dad is a bank manager or whatever. We are talking of politics.
What did you see in that video? Tell me what you saw in that video first.
What video?
The video that was just played.
Well, I don't give a freak about
No. We are reacting to the video. Can you talk specifically what you saw in that video and what was ridiculous about that video?
I'm going by what you guys have in the conversation. You guys.
No, it's all about that video. So let's set the proper context.
But he just told you that he didn't see it. He didn't view the video. So if one man is
he's been watching us talk now. One man played the video. Did you see the video?
Bring you up to speed with that. Hold on.
Don't let him talk. If he saw the video, he's going to talk. If he didn't see it, he'll ask you.
Dude, don't
dude me. Don't dude me.
Okay, Aki, as you respond to them, consider the Oshomole son already a commissioner, being already a commissioner in Edo State. I mean, just as a tip.
Okay. Excuse me. That's exactly my point.
Excuse me. No. Stop. Excuse me. Whose turn is it to speak?
It's mine. I'm the one that has the floor, but then this guy's been.
You don't have any floor.
Aki was there, Princess Chioma. Aki was interjecting, please. Let Aki continue.
Can I say something?
One at a time, please.
Chioma,
Aki has to interject. Aki was interjecting before one man stopped him. Aki.
Okay, then Mr. Tony, can you let him interject in peace?
Yes, Aki must continue his interjection.
I want us to stay on the point of arguments, right?
Yeah, but the point is about the video.
Okay, so
rational mind, the context.
Let Aki speak now. Let Aki speak. We are saying that you should consider.
Tony, now we are conversing.
No. But Aki was interjecting. Let him finish his interjection.
Aki and I are having a conversation.
No, but he was trying to counter you that Tinubu's son is becoming a governor. Oshobole's son is that the system, the trajectory that the country is going is bad. Let him finish his interjection, and the rational man will continue.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being the assistant of the platform.
Kulata. Okay, I didn't see the video, but you can give at least an excerpt of the video. Let me just.
Okay, Choma, can you play that video again?
The video. If you missed it, then you missed it. Can you explain to me what happened in the video?
Yes, Choma. Let me tell you about the video. The video.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Where's Mama? Intelligence Command. Guard, ready for your inspection, sir. Pull down. Hands.
Mira. Golden Sun.
Leave the road. So you see what we're saying?
Let him react now. Let him talk.
Dude, what is wrong? What is wrong with you? He's going to react. I'm just trying to say something. You want to shoot me again on that?
Don't color his message. Let him speak.
Rational mind. Can you give me 1 minute, please?
Go on, let's go.
Yeah, that's a beautiful video. But I want to ask you a question, Kulata. On what capacity is that guy in that place? What capacity is it representing the government of Tinubu, or he's representing himself, or he's representing a non-governmental organization? I want to know.
Is going there in person, number one. Those people you're seeing are not the military, they're just cadets. They're not military, they're some sort of paramilitary. So there was nothing official there. He was just going there in person.
What was invited? That's the question. I mean,
you don't go to places nobody invites you to now, except your gate crashing. So it must have been invited.
Representing who is the question? Who is he representing? Yes.
Hold on, Tony. He broke protocol before. You know that, right? When he was.
How is that breaking protocol? Because those, like I told you, that is not the Nigerian military. No, is it the Nigerian police?
I know NMS. I know how it operates. You know.
So those are not.
Those are military cadets. What are you talking about?
No. They're not.
Hold on.
Did you hear what he said? He said military cadets, Ogun State. That is what he said.
What did he call it? Can you? I didn't hear that.
He said cadets. That's what he said.
Right? That's what you said.
I heard it.
I didn't hear.
But you yourself, you said that they were cadets. Did you not say it a while ago? And you see,
I didn't say cadet. Someone else said that. I didn't say that. I didn't hear cadet. If I hear cadet, I'll tell you. But that doesn't change the matter. He went there.
It's wrong.
That's Nigerian military school in Abuja.
That's what we're talking about.
NMS.
And you're telling me,
NMS. I went to military school too. Now, do you think I was military when I was in military school?
And then you're talking like
I went to military school now. So when I was in military school, did I qualify as a Nigerian soldier? What are you talking about?
There's nothing wrong if you had gone there based on official invitation, right? But the question is it going there on the shoulder of Tinubu? If he's doing that, I mean, that is totally wrong.
What does that even mean?
Okay, well, you know what it means. Definitely.
I don't. That's why I'm asking you a question.
What?
What does it mean going there on the shoulder of Tinubu? What does it mean?
Because Tinubu is the president. Simple. Come on now.
So if Tinubu is the president,
yes.
What?
So what?
So
what? That means.
If Don Jr. goes to visit a school, are you going to say he went there on the shoulders of what's it called? By the virtue that he's the son of the president, are you going to divorce a son from his dad?
Abuse of power. Abuse of power. Abuse of power.
What does power have to do with visiting a secondary school?
You're rerouting this argument to something else. That's not.
No, that's why I'm asking for the context. Well, I mean, what do you mean riding on the shoulder of the president for visiting a secondary school?
Hold on. This guy went there. I just asked you on what capacity, based on what capacity you said
on the capacity of him being himself, Sheyi Tinubu, whatever that means.
Look, if, for example, your alma mater, I don't know where you got it, they invited you. Okay, we are celebrating our 20 years anniversary, 25 years anniversary, and you were invited as right as a special guest. You get it? So that is the question I'm asking.
So do you know if they invited him as a special guest or not?
That is why I'm asking you. But you said you went.
I don't know. But it doesn't mean it's neither here nor there. Because first things first, let's go to the worst argument. The worst argument is they invited his dad, right? And his dad tells him, "Oh, let my son represent me." And I'm sure that is not what happened. The easiest argument is they invited him in the capacity of him being a person, Sheyi Tinubu, I mean, it may be the son of a president. It doesn't matter, but they invited him. So both sides, there's nothing wrong.
Wow.
Sorry, Akin, I mean, just let this matter go.
You know
we're
exactly.
not surprised. Akin,
you know exactly how the thing should work, but it seems.
Akin, you cannot.
I see the same thing in the United States. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
People will be saying,
you see the same thing. Give an example of the United States that you're saying.
Oh, I've seen John Jr. and the other one, and Ivanka going to so many places, so many things. I've seen the Clinton daughter. Hold on, you asked me a question. I've seen the Clinton daughter to go to so many places. So can we stop all these irrational standards that we're bringing in?
Went to where now? Went to where?
Went to where? What do you mean went to where?
You said you went to something. Where did you go to? When did Don?
Many events. Many events.
What kind of event? What kind of event?
Yeah.
In whose capacity?
As themselves. They went as themselves.
Rational mind.
Yeah,
Rational mind. Rational mind. It's Tony is next, and after Tony will be Kulata.
Yeah, I know. So, let me just wrap up. You see, when Kulata is here, it just gets on my nerve, and it just doesn't let me talk.
I know, but that's not nice. Don't say that about Kulata, please. You know.
Is that what?
I like you, Rational Mind, but just be nice, okay?
I should be nice to who?
To Kulata.
Why? Why should I be nice to him? Just leave me and him. We know where we meet ourselves.
Tony will be next. So when you finish your interjection, and you will allow Tony
let me just wrap up. Yeah, let me wrap up. All right. You see, when people like this guy, this Atlanta Oshogbo about Einstein come here and be acting like as if he knows what he's talking about, we're not surprised. You know, we know I've said it for him day one that you're looking for some kind of a post in Aso Rock. I mean, you just go.
I can sue you for defamation, right? But continue.
You want to sue me? Then we'll see you caught then. So my point is this: is that you see, when people like you come here, you spin things. You want to do, how about Ivanka? How about something Clinton and that Clinton? And then we see you come here and do this. What about? At least all the shenanigans you see going on in your country, your judiciary, your executive, your legislator, you will never see that happen here in this country at the scale or at the level at which happened in that country. And then you come here, you'll be doing this, your whataboutism, and wanting to like compare it to the I don't know. So that's why sometimes I just get tired of coming here because of you. Because I don't anytime I come here on this stage or I come here on this platform, that is when you come here, you come here and come and be doing this your antagonist attack on everything I say here. So for me, it's just that I don't just know where to start with you sometimes. I just believe that Tinubu has, APC, starting with their boo-boo, they've rewritten how Nigeria should be. They've collapsed that country. Most of the things that these guys are doing, Jonathan Obasanjo, this guy that was there for about 3 or 2 years before he died, what's his name? They never did, not even 1/4 of it, not even 1/4 of what they did. What these 2 idiots that are there, that have been there from APC have done. They've rewired the mental ability of Nigerians to think. People like Kulata, I mean, I'm surprised. People like Kulata that says they even live in diaspora, that I even think they should be more educated, enlightened. And then he comes here and just do this whataboutism and then want to like justify everything that these criminals are doing in Nigeria. They've rewired the Nigerians, the psyche of the Nigerians, that some of them cannot even think straight anymore. How can you allow a whole family? I mean, Jonathan even when Jonathan was when he was president, I remember I think one of his daughter, one of his something, there was something they said he did. Come and see APC then. APC all over the news. They were just like, yes, you see, they turned Aso Rock into like Obama patients. I mean, Jonathan's wife. They turned it. See, there's nothing they did not say against Jonathan then. And the exact thing that they were accusing Jonathan of, which Jonathan never even did any of those things, was what they were doing. We have the office of the first son. The daughter is there. That one too is there. He's doing his yaloja and he's going here and there, rounding everywhere in Nigeria, trying to secure the whole marketplace for his father, so that his father will become the next president for 2027. I've said it. This is a total state capture under this guy. But I just hope if only God is not in the heavens. This guy, no, he will balkanize that country. He will turn that country to something else. For me, the way this whole thing is just playing out, I just see Lagosians are going to serve the way they serve their father. They will serve the son too. If he is not taken, I'll just leave it at that.
So, Rational Mind, you know, we appreciate you here. We always want you here, and we missed you. Okay. So, Tony, you can go next. Mr.
Okay,
Tony.
thank you. Thank you.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
very much. So, you know, this whole situation don't tire man because my hope is that it is coming that all these tyrants shall be, you know, overthrown. You know what I'm saying? All of them, you know, because Oshomole, Adamu Aliyu, Eke Oshomole, the son is already a commissioner in Edo State right now, and then onward to being the governor, the next governor of Edo State by fire, by whatever, you know, by whatever. Because these people, these tyrants, you know, that those useless mafias that you are referring to as government in Nigeria. I mean, they're ready to drink people blood. You know what I'm saying? So the only thing, you know, the only thing is that, but one thing that is paining me, you know, like Rajanoma just said, sometimes when you think about some of the panelists here, you just you say you wouldn't want to come, but to avoid I mean, unnecessary, you know, high, you know, or whatever, like stomach aching, you know, contributions. Can you just imagine all those useless comparisons being made by some of our panel? I don't want to mention any name, but one of them is starting with, you know, a K, you know, that everything is okay, and meanwhile they are in abroad. I mean, you know, while in the actual sense, there's no place like home, you know. Anyway, you know, Princess Chioma, please, if you can be able to the rest of minutes, you know, I will, you know, give it to Akin so that you can let Akin take my place, sir. I don't want to the rest of minutes, okay? That's allocated to me. Let Akin, who just came in, to make use of the rest of my time, please. Will you accept that? If Akin should come in?
Let me use your time. Let me use your time. Let me use it to.
No. Akin. Is Akin still there?
I don't think Akin wants to talk now. Is Akin still there? Maybe he left his.
You don't need to yield your time. If you are done, say you are done. Then let another person speak.
Okay, Baba. Okay, Baba. A very good chance for me to address that issue of the Islamic and the Christianity war in Lagos. You know, do you know that such a thing is already happening in Oyo State right now? That they are about to introduce a Sharia into Oyo State space. Have you heard about that? Who was interjecting me? Was that Remy or Simba? Can you? I mean,
that was Simba.
Okay, Simba. Can you throw more light on that issue
I don't even know what you are talking about. I'm not talking about any
the Sharia that is about to be introduced to some part of Oyo State.
Chioma, take over this part. Take
no,
over.
No, taking effect from January. Can you do that?
Tony,
yes, sir.
Tony, can I say something
Tony,
on that?
you know,
yeah.
Tony, wait, no, Tony is actually after you is actually Mr. Simba. So do you want to give your space to Simba?
No, let Rationama, you know, somebody was trying to interject me. You know, let Rationama come into interject.
There's no space on this platform, Chuma. Let another person speak.
If this guy was interjecting me. Somebody was that a rational mind?
Yeah, yes. I was the one interjecting you.
Come in, please.
Okay, if you can add me back. I need to change my headphones.
Go ahead,
my time is still running.
Come on,
rational mind, please continue. Right on.
So you see that of Kwara State. I mean, I say Kwara State. Oyo State. You see, this is what we're saying. I remember some months, like even over a year ago, I came here. I talked about what is going on in Lagos. That there's an attempt, because if you look at the Lagos State composition of Lagos State House of Assembly, this guy, what's his name, has been there, and this guy is a staunch fanatic Muslim, fanatic Islamist. What's this guy? That is the Musbawa. What was that guy?
What is Akintola? The name is Akintola.
Mudashiru Abasa is a conk. Is a conk tesblik. I mean tesbi, what they call them. Is a conk, some kind of extremist, and he has been the Speaker of the House of Lagos State House of Rep for a long time. And there's this element, because I remember one time when Sanwo-Olu was trying to bring in some commissioners, and it seems like some of his commissioners, they were majority Christians. Him and this is Akintola, this Ladoke, I mean, it's Ladoke Akintola. This guy, what's his name? This wig wearing, this scarf wearing idiot from that Lagos State University there, as a professor there. Something Akintola is his name. They were all over. They're all over there everywhere, saying why should the Christian be more dominating in Lagos side of House of Rep than the Muslims? You see, this is what we're going. That's in the Southwest, and I know my people. We will resist them. We will resist them because we know what they do. Look at what played out in what's it called in Sokoto State, where that girl was killed, that Deborah girl, and the other one lady that we heard about. They will tell you that this is how they started. They will tell you that Sharia is going to be only for only Muslims. Non-Muslims will not be tried on their Sharia. But we saw what happened to Deborah. We saw what happened to that lady from Taraba State. How these women were all Christians, but they were tried by a Sharia court. This is how they begin this their shenanigans. This is how they begin this extremism. I've said it there many times, long time, as long as one man's show has been here. I've been one of those vocal people that have been here, talking about this, kicking against this religious thing. And we're seeing it gradually sweeping into Southwest. We will resist them. And we saw yesterday, was it some few hours ago, we saw all over Twitter when they were arguing about some people were talking about, you see, this is how it begins. They want to test the water. Now, they have to say, Jesus was not born, which I'm not saying, well, that's their own controversy among the Christian and Muslims. But the point is this, is that if you cannot say, we say, La ilaha illallah, Muhammad Rasul Allah. Now, you're saying Muhammad is a servant of God. And if a Christian should tell you that Muhammad is not a servant of God, you will see they will declare jihad on your head, or they will declare whatever on your head. Now somebody is saying that, the Christian Jesus is not a God, or is not even a God or son of God, and then they now declare fatwa on them. What would that lead to? Would that not lead to some kind of strife and some kind of violence among them? But we know that the so-called Christian, they will not.
Thank you so much, Natural Mind, for addressing that issue. I'm very grateful, and thank you, Oga, Madam Moderator, Chioma, for allowing me. So they will and Kachifu. Thank you, Rational Mind.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you. So Simba, you're next.
Okay, thank you, Choma.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I didn't have much to say, but I just want to, the issue that we discussed, was it yesterday, about that young man that said was jailed by sentenced to death by hanging or something like that for stealing a fowl. You know, I came in and I was saying that, okay, I know the people that were involved. And so when I actually asked for that, you understand, because, these social media things is somehow, I don't know how people, the way we are taking the social media these days. I now learned that this guy is actually a serial arm robber. That has done so many participated in so many armed robbery attack on people, that the last one that we actually caught was they went and robbed a policeman in his house with gun and cutlasses. That was where he was caught. And even one of the foul that is now trending on the social media was actually one of his confession when he was caught, that he actually participated in stealing fowl or robbing a poultry farm. So that is, and then they were also saying that the guy is a medical student and so many. He is actually he has not even entered secondary school at all. I mean, higher institution. The education that he had now was actually the one they organized for him in prison. And in fact, I was so impressed that in Nigerian prison now, inmates can actually go to school. Some of them are even in the university doing open university courses, they are doing online courses, even in the prison. So they said he's now doing some medical courses online in the prison. So that was why, maybe that was what his parents are convincing, that okay, he's a medical student, and so that
Simba,
is
one of the prosecution witnesses is the boy's uncle.
yes. Baba, this happened in my hometown. It's my hometown, sir. I know the mother, I know the father. So it's not something that is not. I'm not just giving you what I got from the social media. I knew when this guy was born. So it's not something. So I don't. So I just came here this morning just to give an update on that. Then on the so-called, I don't even know why Rational Mind was rating Rose Vivo. What was he even talking about GMO? What does he even know about GMO? That was GMO, as I was saying earlier, is not only about food. The medicine that you are taking, the vaccine that you are taking, some of even the things that we are animals that you see around us, that are genetically modified already. You remember those days when they said that they cannot even raise cows in the southern part of Nigeria because of tsetse fly. They went and developed the one that has tsetse fly resistance, and they are already circulating in our society. So for somebody to just come here and thinking that it's only the food that we are consuming, vaccine are genetically modified. We have genetically modified vaccine that people have been taking for decades, and the people are benefiting from it. So I don't know why we are only looking at, okay, maybe the one that is only food that maybe it can lead to cancer and all those things that we are talking about.
Even the COVID vaccine is GMO.
Even TB vaccine, for tuberculosis, the one for hepatitis, so many vaccines.
How many people are suffering from hepatitis and whatever you're trying to spin here with that? How many people are taking vaccines that you're talking about? We're talking about the food that everybody have to eat.
Let me tell you, hepatitis vaccine is given to
are down with hepatitis.
Wait,
we're talking about the food that everybody has to eat. Everybody has to eat the food.
If you don't know, millions of people millions of people are suffering from hepatitis. If you don't know, it's not your line.
We are millions.
It's not your line.
Is it the billions that are all suffering from it?
And then in all the country, all the children born were taking hepatitis vaccine. If you want to work in health sector, any health sector, you must take hepatitis vaccine. They give it to school children. Maybe your children are taking it. Your children are taking it.
But boy, you don't come here and be doing this argument or what about?
Let me finish what
we're talking about. Food that everybody eats. That's what we're talking about. Do you know the consequence? I've said it here. Do you know the consequence of you having to allow a hybrid? I mean, it's not even an hybrid. A modified.
So now you are talking about food now. That was what I was trying to correct you, that we are talking. You should restrict it to food. You said no. You learned about this since 1980. If you are talking and you want to make people to think that you know, don't always lie and be overrating yourself.
Excuse me.
We're talking about food. We're talking about what is planted.
I shouldn't mind. Let Simba finish, and then you can interject him when he gives you the permission.
So what I'm saying in essence, that if you are talking about GMO, because we are not only talking to you here, we have audience. So we need to enlighten our audience that GMO is not only about food, it's beneficial, and is actually even helping a lot of both in medicine, agriculture, so many other things. We use GMO. So if people are talking about GMO, the one that Rational Mind is talking about maybe is food, is only food that is talking about. GMO is a technology that is actually beneficial to human being, and we cannot do without GMO. If you are talking about genetically modified food, that one is on its own. If you have anything against GMO food, I don't have anything against it. But if you are talking about GMO, make sure you talk specifically about food. There are so many other things that the GMO about GMO.
Chioma, I'll please beg your indulgence. You see, some of you come here, you don't take your time to listen. You just want to display your whatever intellect or whatever you.
No, I have not allowed you to interject me, please.
But you interjected me, right? You interjected me, right? And I allowed you,
didn't.
Right? Oh,
you did not allow me. So.
Oh, I did not allow you, and then you targeted me. You were talking about.
I will not take much time. I'm ready to go to work now, so I don't have your time. Let me just finish what I want to say, and you can continue ranting. But by the time I finish,
when other people want to interject you, you'll be asking for no.
Mind, right? Rational mind. You know the reason why Simba, he's a medical doctor, so he wanted to complete his submission, and then he will give you time to interject.
Well, you heard him. He said he's not going to give me any time. That's what he said. So you just
I said I'm not going to take much time. Okay, you can continue and finish.
No,
just
okay,
go on and say whatever you want to say.
Go on. I'm sorry. Go on.
I don't have time. I'm going to work now.
Are you sure? Simba,
I'm going to work.
You're finished?
I'm finished. Let him talk.
Okay. Thank you.
So my point is this. You see.
So rational mind, you can speak.
Real quick. When we're talking in the context, there's always a context. Again, I come here. Whenever I talk, I always contextualize everything. The context of what we're talking about was what Rose Vivo was talking about. He was talking about the food, and he brought in USAID. Was it USAID or what was that? United States Agriculture, whatever. I've forgotten the meaning of that USAID. But they were getting funding, sort of, and they were encouraging the Nigerian Agricultural Ministry or the department to allow those US companies that wants to bring in GMOs into Nigeria. And this guy was giving some, I hate to use the word, empirical evidence as to countries that are doing it, that have done it, and are trying to revert back to how they used to be when they had their own crops. And he was giving us, this is what we're talking about. This is the context of what we're talking about. But somebody has to come here because he's a doctor. He wants to show that he knows what it is. You know what a GMO is. We don't know what a GMO is. Oh, GMO is this. No, that's not what we're talking about. We understand what GMO is. We know that science has advanced. There's different areas of science. But my point is, we're talking about the food that we are eating, the food that we all eat. That's what we're talking about. So we have to bring in another thing, this and that. You don't, you are an illiterate. You don't know what is. No, come on, don't do all this. Let's not do this. Let us focus it on what we're talking about the food. Our food is very important to us. What we eat goes into our body is very important to us. And besides, we're talking about food security, and that was one area that guy was going to. That if you allow GMOs, it means that if I plant this corn today, and that corn grows, I harvest it, I have to go and buy that same corn again from the company that sells it. But our farmers, like my mom, when she was alive, cocoa pod, whatever she wants, she would dry them and keep them for the next season, and she will replant them again. She don't have to go and meet one company to sell cocoa pod to her or to sell some yam to her for her to plant, because they always keep those crops for the next farming season. That is full independence. They are independent of whatever commercial business that wants to come and exploit them, so that they will always come back to them. That's what this guy was talking about. So, which means if this company does not give our farmers those crops to go and plant, all of us will all die of starvation then. Which means if these US companies, if they say maybe Nigeria and America got into some kind of trade war or some kind of economic war within themselves, they can starve us to death. They have control over our food. Because if we don't get those crops on them, we can't plant it. That's what we're talking about. So why should we depend on some people to always give us what to plant? That's the one aspect what the guy was talking about. And also he was talking about why should we plant things that when you plant them on the ground, it kills all the microscopic, These microbes that are in our soil, that are good for the soil. Like when I did agree many years ago, we talk about all these tapeworm, or what was the kind of those worms that we see that burrows into the ground. They make the ground healthy. But if they come near these crops, these things will die, and the whole ecosystem will be affected. The balance in the ecosystem will be affected, because these are not real natural kind of crops. They've been modified to fight and resist anything around them. That's what this guy was going to. I was giving an example of Argentina and what's it called, Burkina Faso, where they tried it. Now they are trying to revert back, but their ground is not allowing them because the ground has been killed. The crops has killed all the old microbes that are in the ground. And those microbes are very important to the health of the soil. That's what we're talking about. And we're saying this Nigerians so-called Ministry of Agriculture, they've collected money so that they can promote these people's products. But they're not thinking about the Nigerian, they're not talking about the far-reaching consequence of it. That's what this guy was talking about. So, but somebody who's an APC guy will come here now and say, hey, you don't know what you're talking about. What is the meaning of the GMO? Like, we don't even know what we're talking about. You just have to come, like people like Kulata and this guy. They will come here and just want to throw some signs at what we're talking about, so that the whole thing will just look like we're just talking rubbish. But they will not really debate the real issue, the real substance of what we are debating. No, they'll never debate it. They'll bring, what about this? What about that? Well, do you know what it means? You did not go to school. Come on. What is wrong with you guys? Why can't you just sit down and debate things the way it is? We just gave you an example of the far-reaching consequence of allowing things like this to come into our system. It can collapse the system. We'll be dependent on these people. And if in the event of a war or whatever, Nigeria and America, they will starve us to death. So that's what the guy was talking about. And your Sheikh Tinubu will never talk about that. All he wants to do is he wants to gallivant everywhere, show himself like I'm the son of a president and this and that. They have nothing upstairs to offer the people. And when that one become governor someday now, he will do anyhow. Instead, we will steal money. He become a billionaire in dollars, and then you cannot show anything for it. And the people who are governing over, they're just non-entity. When you don't talk about people who discuss issues like this, these are the kind of people that will need to lead that place. Not this kind of people that want to ride on their father's glory or their mother's glory or their uncle's glory or whatever family name they have. That's what we're talking about. But they will never debate that. They want to talk trash. They want to talk. You don't know what you're talking about. Microscope skating. This is. Come on. When you come here, guys.
So, Rational, are you still interjecting?
I'm done.
Okay. Kulata, you're next. Are you there?
I'm here. I mean, there was a lot of noise. I was waiting for the noise to die down. And,
I know. So how are you doing?
So be
nice now. Be nice. What's wrong with
I just said there was a lot of noise. You know, when you're tuning your radio and you're hearing all this static noise.
Okay.
AM. How can someone just sleep, wake up, and be having nightmares over Sheikh Tinubu? The boy has not come to say he wants to run for office. The boy went to visit a secondary school, and road car, and secondary school people came to greet him, and he's now he's abusing power. Is this, is that? Come on now. I mean, how much derangement can one have over a president? He's your president. Live with it. Presidents have benefits. Even bank manager has benefits. He has benefits. Those are perks of the job. His son can ride in an official car. There's no amount of over sensationalizing it that makes it have sense. Nigerians just react based on raw emotions, zero analysis, zero trying to put some intellectualizing in it. Just think about it a little bit. And you want to blow stuff up because the boy went to secondary school. Okay, assuming they even invited his dad to secondary school, which they didn't anyway. Bible secondary school invited his dad, and he went to represent his dad. It's his dad. Is it his fault that I was born? I think, what are you talking about? Honestly speaking, one thing I can advise you.
Secondary school you went to, right? It's a secondary school.
Yeah, he went to secondary school. It's a secondary school he went to. Yes, now.
Secondary school.
Nigerian military school, NMS, is a secondary school.
Come on.
You don't know?
It's not a secondary school.
It's a secondary school.
It's not a secondary school. Bring your card.
Rational mind. It's a secondary school.
It's a secondary school where? In Ogun State.
Yeah, it's a secondary school. Yeah, it's equivalent. It's an equivalent of a secondary school. That's what it is.
Come on, it's an equivalent of a secondary school. It's a secondary school. See, this is
It's
what we
a
do.
secondary school.
Don't do this, my friend. Let's not do this. Let's not help these Agbado people to
Madaro.
come here that like to look for something. Is it a secondary school or is like a secondary school? That's the question.
It is a secondary school.
If they say something is equivalent, what does it mean?
It's a college that initiates you into that initiates you into the military proper.
It's a secondary school now.
It's not a secondary school.
Nigerian Defense Academy.
It is
It's NMS, not NDO. NMS. He went to NMS.
Nigeria what? Military what? School.
Military school, NMS.
So it's a cadet.
It's a secondary school.
It's more like it's at the level of a university.
It's not.
That's not true.
It's not a secondary school. So don't use your secondary school.
I have friends that went to NMS. We both did JAMB and WAEC. It's NMS is a secondary school. There's another one in
They do JAMB and WAEC there. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I'm not supporting what Plata is.
You see, rational minds. Next time you do your doctor's visit, ask for Linisopril or ARB or something, or some ACE, something just to keep the blood pressure, keep it in the normal range.
I think he will also need alloperidol. He will also need alloperidol.
Doctor. So I'm the most senior person you can ever be with.
Anybody that's saying I'm the most senior person, you know exactly what that person is.
Or anytime he calls, must also invite Dusi to be on the platform.
I cannot stand people like
he needs someone to calm him down. No, the way you are going, honestly speaking.
I have liquor here that I'm drinking.
You have liquor, okay? Yeah. That explains it.
I have to drink it. If I have to drink wine, I have wine.
You're inebriated. I mean, you're a bit inebriated.
When I come here, I say you always for me. Don't get it twisted. Like baby,
no, I'm not getting it twisted. I'm just giving you. I consider myself your friend. I consider myself your friend, and I'm interested in your help.
We're friends.
So I want you to make sure your next doctor's visit.
I am the most sanest person, the most healthy.
Okay. Another health habit you can get is you can maybe start practicing yoga, or go to a Buddhist temple or something. Go meditate for like 2 weeks. Don't talk to anybody. Don't think about anything. Then come back. How can you be beefing visits to secondary school? You would have thought like, the boy
you said like that's what you said.
He took guard of what's it called? Possession of army or something.
It's okay. You see, we'll all be here. Power. I mean, death
will power eventually, but not now.
No, not now. That's what I'm saying. Power before that. You will all be here. You will see it because what you people are championing, you are creating a monster. You created a monster that has already engulfed. I mean,
what you repeating? So what are you still repeating every time? I beg
you. So, if you create a monster. Deep, you know, everybody in Nigerians. Look at how the country is now. Now, this is the same you people that come here. Oh, you want to unify the.
Let me speak about the country. The country is in a positive trajectory. By next year, I'm sure we'll hit 6. Well, now we've turned the corner. By next year, by the end of next year, I won't be surprised if our GDP is going to. I mean, if our GDP growth rate is now up to 6%, because I think we've turned the corner now. But that's besides the point. Now, going back to the Farotimi and this who's the guy that they locked up? I mean, the latest one. I think it's about time Nigerians start respecting our laws. We kind of think Nigeria is America. You think, okay, in America I can do this. Yeah, you can do it in America. Who told you can do that in Nigeria? In what mind do you have that you think the laws in America or the laws in Great Britain applies to Nigeria? Nigeria is Nigeria. We make laws. You need to be familiar with our laws. And I like this public example that is being set, the precedent that will be set with the Dele Farotimi. I'm already seeing some reverberations throughout. People will learn the limits of speech. Because you have free speech. Even in America, you can't shout fire, fire in a theater. That's an irresponsible speech. And like my good friend said, freedom of speech, I will give you. But freedom after speech is You don't have it. You need to know the limit of your speech, where your right start. I mean, where your right ends is where another person starts. You don't know the impact of what you do. And when we have cyber laws, I read that section 24 before I sent it to one man, and I'm like, these people don't know what they're messing with. If you go and read that section 24 of our cyber laws, a lot of things people do online will be prosecuted. And I think starting from now on, because you just can't be saying nonsense everywhere, especially if we have laws against it. You may not like the laws, but they're the laws. And what society will we have if we are not able to enforce our laws? Why do we have laws if we're going to be abusing it? So if anybody decides to take it up, they should take it up. You can have people just wake up and start making stuff up about someone else, or start saying making threats. I will kill you. I will do this. I will do that. Are you supposed to get away with that when our laws clearly states that we shouldn't? And you're here saying no, it's a criminal. It's criminal law. What the hell is criminal law? We elected representatives, the Senate, and the president is our election, and they created laws and they ratified. I mean, and they signed the law. They signed it into law. So you respect it. Anybody takes it to court. If it's criminal, you better be ready to pay that 7 million naira or spend 7 years in jail or whatever the term is. This Farotimi case, nobody should settle out of court. Nobody should beg. If the man has his evidence, he should bring his evidence. And if he doesn't have his evidence, he should suffer the consequences. And all the copycats, because this kid that was saying nonsense, he was saying this Enikure is the same phrase that this Farotimi says. So you can say that the guy picked it up from that Farotimi guy, picked up that bad habit, shouting Enikure. Which responsible man in his 50s?
When did he say that?
He says it all the time. That's almost like his signature.
Where did he say it now? Give us an instance.
That's his signature phrase.
RM, that's if you look at his tweets.
That's the signature phrase.
He ends his tweet with that Enikure. That's how he ends his tweet usually.
How? Can you bring it up?
Almost all tweets he has Enikure there.
Yeah, that's what he ends with. You just go look at
Cherry. It's an insult.
You can look.
How do you show that in court that somebody said you're Enikure?
It's right there now.
I'm not arguing that with you, but I'm saying why should that be an issue? How do you prove that in court because somebody said Enikure? Who is that? Who is he referring to? Enikure, what does that mean? How does that translate in English?
Whatever it means.
It's not personal to anybody.
But this boy was unfortunate. He directed it. He was talking about specific people. He wasn't smart enough that if you want to throw those kind of invectives, don't call out people. You can throw it general. You can say politicians. Nobody's going to arrest you if you say politicians. But if you start naming names and making threats, then saying
Enikure, you should go and pick up your Nobel laureate. You should go and pick him up when he calls somebody.
He was arrested now.
What did Nobel laureate? What did he do?
He was arrested because he was inciting people to beat up policemen.
That's not the reason. Right? They just use that. That tweet has been there for a long time.
That's the reason. Look.
We understand that's what they are saying, but that's not what prompted them.
Let's not.
Hold on, Akin. Hold on. Let me say what is it. Let me give you the timeline. This is what happened.
Go ahead.
This is what happened. This guy has already said that one that they said where he said, when he was like saying they should beat up the police, F the police, and I use the word F the police. That one. But what prompted them to go and declare him wanted or say they want to arrest him was when he now started saying Tinubu and all of that, those kind of thing. When he was saying that was when they now had to say, okay, we're going to this guy, you're wanted, report to the police station or he should be arrested. That was when they said that. That was when they decided to arrest him to take him in. So that is either near nor there. You broke the law.
In that case, they ought to have gone for the obedience now or be obedience.
That's the timeline. So on the third one, he says he was not trying to backtrack what he said. But saying, I know that they are good police, but those bad ones, those are the people that we're talking about, that kind of a thing, But what has done, he has said.
Let me frame it this way. See, one guy went after, and one guy abused Fashola. Fashola went after him. Since then, they no burn anybody, right? Nonsense about Fashola. Another person went after some actress, some Yoruba Nollywood actress, not the Tony one, the other one. Her name skips my mind. She took that person to court, said that and won. Since that time, nobody's messing with that girl. Another person went after El Rufai, some lawyer that should know better, had to retract and apologize publicly, but they're still going up. Still going to take her. So all these obedient or whatever that feel that showing your lack of home training or just the fact that you can make curse words or abuse people and you're not doing it in general terms, you're now being specific, you're emboldened enough to be naming names, they're calling individual. You think you will not suffer the consequences? Be prepared.
Like your Buhari was somebody was name his dog after Buhari.
Let me land now.
He called his dog Buhari. You see, this is how the genesis.
Calling a dog Buhari is not calling a dog Buhari is not violating the law.
Oh,
you can call your dog anything.
Yeah, so that is it doesn't.
That's not an abuse. That's not abuse. You can name your dog anything you want. Name it.
But somebody was picked up when
this is why you will not make a good lawyer.
You see, this is the problem you people are having. You come here, you support this your APC demonic.
You don't. Sometimes you don't even understand what you're talking about. How can you equate calling a dog Buhari as an abuse of Buhari? You can name your dog Ronald Reagan. You can name your dog anything.
Where were you, dude? Where were you? The guy who named his dog Buhari. What happened to him?
What is wrong with naming your dog Buhari? That is not breaking the law.
I'm saying, but boy, I'm saying to you that APC started this crap of wanting to stifle people because people rain abuses or whatever it is. Somebody called his dog Buhari. Buhari has barely entered. He has already barely entered maybe 9 months in his first time. They pick up this guy. This guy was picked up. DSS picked this guy up,
and that was wrong because he didn't break the law.
So, but
if you call your dog Buhari, is not breaking the law.
How your APC started this?
Don't talk about your APC. Look, when we're talking, you don't start shopping around for useless cases. We're talking about specifics
under
here.
PDP, we never saw this. The likes of what we're
there
saying.
The law was not in existence under PDP.
No, it was not because they know that if they try doing that, that will amount to. They want to start something, a fire that they will never be able to put down.
But as they say in Yoruba,
these idiots now they enter.
As they say in Yoruba language, the main thing is there's a law. There's a law. People are now about to start respecting that law because
of Tinubu is there now.
Because that law will now be enforced.
Are we wrong?
And you can say, look, you can say one Ikure because you're not calling anybody out. You can continue like Ofoloma Balo is not an abuse. You're just saying it's going to have bad blood. You're only saying it's going to fail. Rational mind. Let's contextualize things. The speech you just made there, there's nothing wrong with you saying Ofoloma Bambe, meaning Tinubu will fail. Fine, you can say he will fail because you don't like him. That's okay. But you're not calling him is a thief. He stole this, he did that, he did this. I'm going to kill him. See, there's a difference. You can be intelligent about the way you want to abuse these people. The way you just said it now, absolutely nothing wrong with that. Nothing. But look at what that kid said. Look at what that kid said. That he's going to do this. Nobody's going to do anything to him. It's making threats. How can you sit in your house making threats? You think you're safe? You're not. So
this colonial mentality. You people need to get rid of.
It's not colonial mentality. It's the law. If you don't like the law, go repeal the law.
Somebody says F the police. There's a lot. That word is packed. It can mean so many things. When somebody say F the police, you know what it means here in America. Not just
that's America. We're not America. Like I said.
You see that's the
problem. So don't bring America into the picture.
People. When I say you people. See, Nigerians like you, Kulata, people that think like you, just APC zombies that they've wired all your brains, rewired your brain. Tinubu has rewired all your brains. That you can't even think straight. You don't see the far-reaching consequences of some of the things that you people do. How it declines and make a society go on a decline. When you kind of stifle people cannot speak up anymore because they fear of.
So making threats is free speech.
You see, I understand that certain things you don't do certain things, even though with free speech. I understand that, but The way people are taking it,
you see what I like again. Even you started changing your behavior. That fear, the fear of the law is now in you.
What behavior? What behavior? Let's start. What behavior?
The way you talk carelessly, you're now calibrating your speech. I can see that.
Don't give me that
I'm telling you, I observe a lot.
I did not
You started
I
calibrating your speech, and I appreciate the fact that you're respecting our laws.
You don't appreciate anything.
That you're respecting our laws.
I will insult Tinubu if I have to.
The law is working now.
Don't give me
because you yourself you're changing.
I will not defame people. I will not come here and defame people. If I come to
you were defaming people before now, not until this Dele Farotimi before you stopped.
No,
you were defaming people. You've now stopped. I'm telling you the truth. You can deny it if you want.
Dude, don't do this, Don't do this,
This is not dude. Everybody here, ask anybody here on the platform. Babati, have you noticed the change? And Simba, have you noticed the change in the way rational mind talks?
That come here and speak crap.
Fine, you can abuse me. That's okay. That's
I can't stand people like you. That's why I have to take break because my mental health is important. I can't sit here and be listening to you sometimes.
We don't hear.
Okay,
what I'm telling you.
Rational mind. Let Kulata finish his submission, please.
So, but here's the thing.
You are being one-sided because when Kulata was attacking me here. No, I asked one man to mute him. One man never muted him. He was always just jumping on my word. That's why I'm doing the same thing to him.
Yeah.
Did anybody mute you now?
So, rational mind, you're one of my favorite, but you've been interjecting. I just wanted Kulata to finish, but you can interject him as many times as you like. But I just want him to finish his submission for now.
Okay, let me go around up. So, rational mind. The impact of this Dele Farotimi case, I can see it even in you.
Don't bring me into this. Don't bring me in. There's no impact.
Let me talk now. Let me talk.
Go ahead. Just go ahead. Just go ahead and say your thing. Don't bring me into it. There's no impact here. Don't use me as an example.
Okay, you can deny it if you want. I'm telling you what I've observed.
Don't tell me anything.
You have changed your speech because I'm sure your master. What's the name of that guy that's in UK?
Who is your master?
Mayegun, whatever is the fucking guy is. He too has learned his lesson, and you picked it up. Etikogbo, you know what they call Feikogbo?
Where has he learned his lesson?
You people that used to talk carelessly before. I can see the changes in you.
No, there's no changes. What are you talking about?
Okay, keep denying. All of us, are we stupid? We can see the changes in you. So let me quickly wrap up so another person can speak. The bottom line is, Baba Afebabalola have put the fear of the Lord in public speech. So I'm going to end it there. Let another person speak.
Let me ask you a question. Now, on this,
I'm not answering questions. It's a time for another person.
On this, monetary policy. You people come here, people like you Agbado economics guy person like you. You came here some while ago at the beginning when Tinubu became president. Oh, it's necessary that we have to do that arbitrage or whatever crap you always come here. All this is your boss word you come here and throw a simulation, arbitrage, you and high sounding words, stone the meaning. So you come here, you say arbitrage, so as to end arbitrage. So therefore there's a need for them to unify the whole exchange rate. But here, a few weeks ago, you people went to go and borrow money. Again, we're hearing that NNPC is borrowing about $3 billion. Oil for waters, oil for water. Oil for dollar swap again. We want to do again. Is it 2 billion or 3 billion? I saw that in the news a while ago. And now you people keep borrowing money from left, right, and center. And now you are creating two types of monetary dollar exchange now. Because you give money to Bureau de Change. You tell them sell it at $1,500 something dollars per $1,500 something naira per dollar. But other places they're selling it for $1,600, $1,700 naira to a dollar. So what's the point? You were here a while ago. You were just saying, oh, by next year the whole thing should be yielding results. I don't know what the crap you're talking about. When you are still borrowing money to be able to shore up the naira, to boost the naira, and you are still telling Bureau de Change to sell at a certain amount. So where is the where is that unification there? Tell me, where is that unification? Kulata.
Since I've wrapped up, but I'm going to answer you real quick. You talked, you said NNPC borrowed money. Okay, I'm going to tell you now, free of charge. NNPC is not responsible for our monetary policy. Let the next person speak.
They're not responsible, but they're borrowing money.
Okay, so the next person to speak. So the next person to speak is Akin Kenzo. Akin, are you there?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Choma. Okay. Good evening, panelists. Okay. I just want to touch on this this guy. What's his name? The guy who talked about anyone who says the police should patch them like like a panabeta with panabeta, whatever. So I mean, I do not. Let me first start by condemning what he said. He shouldn't have said that. Okay, I think that's just to the extreme. He took it too far, right? So, and of course, the authority has done what it needed to have done by picking up. And now, let's understand the background of all this. How all this began, right? If governments, and I'm not saying government of Nigeria now, if government everywhere, be it Nigeria, be it United Kingdom, United States, everywhere, if they do the right things by people or by citizens, okay, you probably will not have elements like that come out to say things like that about their governments. They would rather put it in a more dignified way rather than what he just did. So I'm not surprised that he said what he said. A lot of people have said that before. I mentioned obedience earlier on. The government should at least be going after the obedience if they really think what he said is very hurtful or undignifying. So we should expect more of this. It's just the truth. We should expect more of this moving forward. And I don't know how many people that the authority will be ready to to pick. Be it in Nigeria and everywhere around the world. Maybe someone will be coming from another country, try to land in Nigeria, and you'll be picked for what you have been saying about the government. I believe it's just a shame that the government would rather not listen carefully and, of course, pay attention, be sensitive enough to want to do things, to do the right things by its people, rather than just being emotional about what has been said about them, right? So that said, this guy shouldn't have said what he said about policemen being given a beating of their life if they are being seen on the streets of Nigeria. Yeah, so that's just that about this guy. The other thing I want to say is the Stampede thing. I think I was listening to some people on this platform yesterday. They were saying it's not about hunger. We cannot divorce hunger from what happened in the Stampede thing. Of course, definitely it's hunger, and of course that is human being for you. I mean, we all see what is going. I mean, I don't know. We all know Black Friday, right? About Black Friday. I believe it's only a few years ago that some states put a law or put laws out there that you know, that actually prevents most of these big stores like Walmart and the rest of it from allowing people to, you know, come queue just because they want to buy something that would originally cost maybe hundreds of dollars for $50, right? You go and hurt yourself or kill yourself, even die because of that. So if there's a way or some kind of mechanism put in place, you know, with regards to crowd, you know, prevention, you know, with what happened in Ibadan and I believe Abuja and Anambra states, right? All this wouldn't be a story. Again, it's just a shame that Nigeria is going through this. People are hungry, people are angry, right? So that is what we see in a society that is as rotten, okay, as Nigeria. And I'm not saying this started yesterday. No. And I'm not going to put the blame on the present administration of Tinubu. It's been there. But the point is that what are they doing at the moment to mitigate all this, okay, from, you know, going beyond where it shouldn't be going. You know, this is festive period. Yeah. Could the governments come up with different method, different ways to helping its citizens, and of course, you know, maybe some of us who want to turn that route to probably you know, do one or two humanitarian work. There's a way we can do it. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it through you know, through our religious centers, through of course through the community leaders, right? Through even schools, right? So we don't have to like you know, do it on our own idea that okay, we would gather hundreds of people to come get 50 naira or 100 naira. All we need to do is, you know, use the best method to ensure that people do not suffer beyond what they are suffering right now. Yeah, the best method of, you know, crowd prevention by, of course, bringing the police, alerting them on time that, okay, this is what I'll be doing in the next couple of days, and I'll be needing, you know, so amount of, you know, police, you know, to help me out. But if that wasn't you know, present, definitely you'll find what this is the result of what would happen, you know. So I want to say that Nigeria governments, be it the federal, state, and the local, they should actually step up their game in you know, in ensuring that you know, things like this do not happen, you know, in the future. So that's all I have to say. And of course, I think one second, Simba. And of course, I think the Farotimi meeting, I think it's been blown out of proportion. I think it should be later.
No, sorry, Ake, before you go to Farotimi, I just want to ask you a question about this, the last one that you talk about right. All these, yeah, you know, I think what is happening, some of these people are NGOs who have collected money from some people in the name of doing all these charities, something. And what they used to do is to popularize this thing, announce on the media for show. You understand what I'm saying? So that they will have something to present to their donors, so that as an evidence to show that they have spent the money that they got from them and all those things. Some of these people are also doing this for political reason, because I don't know why should somebody want to give freebies or give some food or whatever or money to people, and you start.
Did Simba drop?
Okay, so
Go drop. Patience in the water.
So what I'm saying is that, as you said, there are so many means where you can donate things to people. You know where these people exist. You can donate it through schools, through churches, through mosques. There are so many avenues. Instead of announcing on the radio that if you want to do something for 5,000 people, especially the one that happened in Badr, there is not a small number of people. It's a crowd. So even what type of logistics can you put? You invited children, maybe those children, they have to come with their parents or with some people that have to bring them. So you are not even, you have to have a projection that the number of people that you are expecting might be probably even more than 10,000.
Yeah.
So,
and so, to be honest, Simba, I don't think there's nothing. I hear you, but I don't think there's anything wrong with them using the media to let the general population know what they will be doing in the next couple of days or week or month. Right? There's nothing wrong. But the only thing they didn't do is to put in measures in terms of crowd prevention. You get it? That is what is missing there. If they had conveyed their
it's called crowd control.
Okay, crowd control, crowd prevention, whatever. All right. So if they had conveyed that to the authority, to the police, that okay, this is what we'll be doing, and we need maybe hundreds of police officers or whatever. Definitely, all this will have been mitigated.
But Chief Akin,
yes.
But if you had a functioning local government council, that's their job.
Yeah,
we had it before in the 80s. You're supposed to get a permit, right? If you're going to get a crowd of that size, you're supposed to apply for a permit from the local government. Say, okay, we're expecting 5,000 people coming. We're going to block some roads, or we need security for this. Then usually they will involve the local security.
Exactly.
BT, sorry, how would they even determine that 5,000? Did they have their number? Are they invited, or you are just expecting a crowd that you just take 5,000 from them?
It's based on what you're sharing now. It's based on what you're sharing.
They will now apply. Like in America, for instance, now there was an event, if you remember, years ago, where some Nigerians they paid for a hall, right? Of I think let's say about 400 people. Once they reached that capacity and they were going over it, the security came and said, and said, no, we can't have this anymore. They shut the whole event down. I think it was some kind of Benin people doing, it was in Dallas or something like that. Once they went over that number, the capacity.
BT, don't let us be talking about America yet. We know the way our people behave. You understand? I think whatever I want to do.
Please now.
Okay.
We're looking for solutions here. We know the way our people are, but how do we change that is what I'm trying to get at here. I'm saying that if I tell you I'm going to rent the hall for 5K people, and once you exceed that number, that local government council should have things in place to shut that event down because you've gone past what you booked or what you promised. We cannot secure that place, then we must shut it down. But we don't have that in Nigeria. You will show up, like you rightly said.
BT, you know the one in Badon. Sorry, the one in Badon. They have not even entered the venue. And it was an open field. The stampede actually happened at the gate.
No, I'm agreeing with you, but my point is this: like you rightly said, if I'm expecting 5,000 kids to come to an event, my brain, hold on now, my brain tell me, wait a minute. They come in with their family, with their mom or their dad, right? So we know we're looking close to about 7,000 to 9,000 people will show up, right? That's common sense. So you should be planning for close to 10,000 people to come to the event. not 5,000 people. That's my point. But you need somebody to plan that for you at the local level, the way it was before in the 80s. You remember the days, even to do party in any area, to close on any road in Nigeria back in the days, you get what? Permit.
You get a permit. Okay.
From that was what the point I was making. Where was that permit? Who gave the permit for them to organize that event in that location? Is the point. Who gave them the permission to do that? Where was the security clearance to do that?
So if I get your point correctly, BT, you're saying that if the local government was responsible for giving the permit, the local government will have been responsible for the security, right?
No, it's like they have this joint arrangement where they will say, okay, if you want us to approve this permit for you, show us that you've paid for security. Okay, for this crowd size, you need 20 or 400 people. Then they will now show that, okay, we've paid for 400 people. Then there's condition to getting the permit. That's the way it works. So if you apply for a permit for anything, there are things that you must meet before they grant you the permit. So they will now say, 5K people coming up. Do you have security here? Do you have A? Do you have B? Do you have C? What do you need us to do as the LG Council? Once you meet those things, then they grant you the permit. And they will be there to also monitor. If you go over that number, they can close that event down.
Exactly.
But so where was that mechanism? Where was that?
Okay. Apparently, there was nothing like that. You see,
that's the problem.
Yeah. So you see, the thing is this. You see, when we have leaders that are visionless, it's right there. That thing you just said, right there. There's a whole lot of money that can be made from that. Besides the local government issuing the permits, and you have to get from them. Then if you have to involve the fire marshal, like for example, you have to bring pano because they have to be there. You have to bring ambulance just to be on the standby. Then you have to bring this, this mobile toilets for people. So these are employment you are creating. There are people that will supply you this, that. You see, when we have clueless leaders that doesn't even think, they don't see the far-reaching consequences of their actions or their inactions, not doing things right, not doing things by the book. You want to run a federal system. I mean, look at what is going on in Edo State, where a governor thinks because he's a governor, he can unilaterally just dissolve or bad some chairman, or what was it? Is it a sack, or I don't know what word was used for that. He just said, use this chairman because you're not respecting me or whatever. Now you people, I suspend you people. And it takes the Attorney General to be saying that you cannot do that. And this was it there, Kazib Afebua was not counter. You see, these are the kind of people that we have that run the system. People that are clueless, that don't know how to run or manage a society. Right there, that thing you just said. So there's a whole lot of industry that can be created around it. The permit will be issued by the city or by the local government, and they'll make money from it. And also, you have to go and bring in maybe the bodyguards. I mean, the security guards that will be there. Or if you want to hire the police, they will come too. And you pay them for that service. You pay the people that will bring in mobile toilets because people want to use, because the kind of, they call it crowd control. You have to be able to tell the city, this is the amount of people that will be coming there. They'll tell you that you need about 5-10 mobile toilets. There are companies that will supply that mobile toilets so that people can use that, because for sanitation, for the health of people that wants to use the toilet. So these are the things. And then people that will come, you see, my people, I just see. I
remember when this guy used to do you know Bunky? Bunky was one of these German when it comes to the area back in the day, those fields, those toilet stuff, they plan ahead for him. They get the permit, those plastic whatever it is called, security. When is it finishing? It's all planned. You get approval for it. Some areas don't allow party after midnight. Some allow to 2 o'clock. Some allow to dawn. It depends on the area, and permit varies. That's the way it used to be. So we've had that before in Nigeria. That's my point to
If you try telling them this idea, people like Olata will say, can never work now.
But
Nigeria
we've had it before. It's my point now. We had it before now.
We know we had it. We had it before. I get that before does not mean say I always get that as they say. The thing is, the country just went on a decline. The so-called one that has been in Chicago, that as they said he has been here in America, he is a chief strategist that knows everything. Even in Lagos that he governed, what did we see there? Did we see in Lagos? He didn't even introduce that kind of thing in Lagos. Even the boys that he groomed, did he groom them to like, okay, let us set a standard for our people. Okay, let us allow the local government to function. Let us just, no, everything has to be centralized to Lagos State, last crap they call it. Everything is last, so that they can always control the whole thing. This is what we're talking about. When we say this guy he's not sincere about whatever he's doing, he's just doing the lip service. Oh, local government autonomy. Even the local government autonomy, what impact have we seen? A party member, a governor of his own party, is saying he's suspending a duly elected local government chairman that were elected like just as himself was elected. Thought that they were staying in North Korea, right? I mean, you see, when we say these are the kind of people that runs the system, even himself, the president, even the Lagos state that they're claiming that they built, what is the standard we are saying there? But he lives here in Chicago. His own kids, they live here in America. And his own other sons, they live in UK.
But this has nothing to do with the president.
I think exactly that is talking now. Why are we changing the topic?
Yeah, we go again. Right?
No, because you've started going towards. Let's stay on topic. What needs to happen?
Now we're still on topic.
No, you've already gone to Chicago and come back. I want to talk about the. Oko mi ṣàṣìn lè títẹ ọ̀lẹ.
All right, that's just that's just by the way. Guys, I'm sorry.
You guys should remember that Chuma is on the platform.
It's okay now. I just say that on the past. No disrespect, everybody. Just say that on the side, just that we can just crack up. But my point is just that when I bring Tinubu into this matter, I'm just using it because
rational mind. Let Akin continue. Don't leave Tinubu alone.
That is the reason. You ever move forward in Louis.
Can you continue what you're discussing?
Simba, let him use.
No, I mean, we're continuing, Joe. You see, by master, this is what we're saying. These Agbado people. They don't want us to talk.
At 1 year several times. Let me now. At me several times. How many times
how to run a system? But you want to shut us down. You say it's an abuse of words, abuse of killing. I mean, you see, this is what you people do. This is what you do. You don't listen. We'll give you an idea of how to run a system. Then you ask someone, what is the way forward? What's the way forward? I will tell you what is the way forward. Then you come back again, you're asking us again, what's the way forward? When we've told you how to run the system.
But rational minds, to be sincere, right? To be sincere. I think everyone, I'm not saying those living in Nigeria now. I'm saying all of us, as Nigerians, right? We should be, number one, we should be disciplined first, because it appears there's no it's like that discipline thing is really missing. Okay.
Let me speak on this just briefly. I really wanted to speak about it. I think first things first is we don't have personal standards. First things first. On an individual basis, we do not have personal standards, because personal standard means that for the organizers of the event, when I'm going to organize an event, I should also have money to organize and protect the place. It's like you throwing a party in a poor city and you don't have servers, you don't have security, you just put rice and coal. They're going to overwhelm you, bombard you, and do something. So people that are organizing, first things first, what is their own provision to actually run a successful event? The first owners. The second owners, for a local government, for any event with a crowd size, there should be the presence of a police. If it's a service that has to be paid for, that needs to be provided by the local government that provides some sort of order. When you have a crowd over 100, anything can happen. So, I mean, here in America, even when you go to church, when I used to go to church, there'll be cops there, kind of like directory traffic or just their presence there, because you have a crowd. Anything can happen. So it's not rocket science for any local government to try and involve the police in any sort of large gathering. I'm thinking any number over 100 requires some sort of policing to sort of put law and order in there. And if the local government is not as organized, because we know they've been bastardized, then the state should probably pass an edict to do the same thing. But the main thing is Nigerians do not have personal standards. We have low personal standards. Everything is bow, bow, bow. I have money. I want to feed 5,000 children. Okay, fine. You want to feed 5,000 children. Can you organize the place properly so that safety? Can you think about safety? On his wife probably didn't think about anything like that. She probably just had money and she meant well, wanted to do the right things. But then she didn't think about the full thing. No, she didn't think about organizations. So it starts from us in terms of like our personal standards as Nigerians.
It doesn't start from
when
us.
we're doing our thing, especially in Nigeria. It's ridiculously low.
Can I come in?
Rational mind, it starts from also because
no, it doesn't start from us. It starts from the government. The government will put the stand. See, this is what you do. This is what you do. You don't run a society like that. You set the standard for the people, and people will follow suit, and you enforce the law. I mean, come on. Why do you have government? Why do you have government in the first place if everybody has to have to start everything themselves? No one, everybody's building their own borehole. The government does not even create any, does not even make any pipeline water to people's home anymore. Is that the standard? Government will set the standard. We build you pipeline water. You cannot drill anything. You 50 feet. 5 feet with the radius within your house. You cannot. This is the standard.
Quick question. Quick question for you. In Nigeria, when you drive, right? I don't know what city you live in Nigeria, but let's use Lagos for example. Right? You drive around Lagos and all those lights. Have you ever engaged with another driver who probably think you are just too slow, right? You're trying to do the right thing, but he thinks you're too slow. Try to push out of the way and go past the light, whereas the light is still red or it's about to turn red. So whose fault is that? Would you say it's the fault of government or the standard that or the discipline that I was talking about?
Are you asking me that question or you are throwing that question to everybody?
No, to you.
Okay, real quick. I would say, see, that's a very good example you gave. But I was expecting to even use it in a different way. But let me just say this. You said the government had traffic lights installed, right? That's a standard. You wait when it's red. When it's green, you go. When it's yellow, you have to stop. Start getting ready to stop. But if I run a red light, then if you have cameras there and you seize me or I'm speeding, you have speed cameras or whatever, give me a ticket. And if you have a traffic warden there, you copy my phone, copy my what's it called, my plate number, my license plate number, they look me up, they send me a ticket, appear in court, you run a red camera, a red light. That's you enforcing the law that way. So by the time they do that to everybody still keep getting something, and then nobody's paying, they impound their cars, they sell their car off, everybody will sit up. But remember, the government set that standard by putting that traffic light there. But if you fail to put the traffic light there, everybody cross the street anyhow. Everybody just start having accidents because you're expecting everybody to have a standard. You don't do that. You don't do that. You're going to create. That's why we have government. Government is in place to prevent anarchy. So it's the government that will put a standard down, that will put laws, that will set that standard. So you don't expect people to just on their own. Human being by nature, we are not people designed to want to respect law. That's why you have to put law and enforce the law. So that crap that this guy is talking about, what's his name? Kolata is saying that everything starts from you. It doesn't start from you. The government.
It does. I will agree. I will agree. It starts from you. How does charity?
Can I come in?
How does charity? Yeah, Madam Zita, you come in. How does charity, they say, begins from home? Charity starts from where?
Okay.
Starts from you.
How na day?
Go ahead.
How na day?
We do, Madam Zita. They are the great you.
So, for the first time.
Good evening,
I'm
Madam
going to
Zita.
agree. Oh, Chichi, now you the moderate today. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you very much for moderating. For the first time, I'm quite going to agree with rational mind, but not in the way he's putting it. You see, Stampede happens all over the world. It has nothing to do with politics or people are hungry. I will keep saying this. Hate me, like me, I don't care. It's my observation. But because the government of the world have not looked at that direction, where laws will be put in place for consequences, so that when you want to organize something, you have to organize the capacity of the crowd you can control. Just like the last person, Ezekulata, that spoke, some of this crowd will overrun your security. I'm the one telling you. I gave an example yesterday of city colleges of Chicago in New York, city colleges of New York. In New York in 1990, is it 99? It was this Puff Daddy and Heavy D. They were doing a show for charity. Capacity of the hall was 2,700. How dare they allow 1,500 to come into that place? At the end of the day, how many people that died? Where is the consequences? That's what we are talking about. You don't just let people do things and walk away with it. No. You should put law. When they look at the law, the hammer of the law, when he hit the first person, hit the second person, next time, if need be, you do it in badges. Like since it's Puff Daddy and Heavy D, Puff Daddy will play this time, Heavy D will play this time. Or they will divide it. It's going to be a 1 week program. These guys are going to play for the whole 1 week. So you take your time. If you can't make it on Monday, you can always make it on Tuesday. And I know that this place, since they had their last Stampede here, that's the way they've been organizing their programs. They make it a little bit lengthy. It's not going to be a day show. So that if you can't come Monday, you can still make it on Tuesday. Wednesday, Thursday, you can still come. Somebody can throw children's party that way. You can still do things that way. It's because there is no consequences. And the consequences will not be on us to give the consequences to people who organize shows they cannot control and people die. It's the government that has to put down that consequences.
No, Zeta, when you run a nightclub, for example, that has, a nightclub, you will try and make sure you have bouncers, you have ushers, you have some sort of crowd control. The onus, the immediate onus of keeping the people safe, because all these people that died, they are allowed to file a lawsuit, civil, wrongful death, or whatever, because the onus belongs on the organizers. I am not going to totally rule out that we don't have laws in Nigeria against
I
such.
agree with you that the onus depends on the organizer. That's what I said here.
Okay.
If you cannot organize something, there should be heavy. The consequences is not on somebody going to sue them. The hammer should be immediate. The people don't need to sue. There will be consequences on the people for organizing something that failed, and then there will be consequences again if the family decide to sue them. That's what I'm talking about. You see, let me give you an example. When you have a name in show business, sometimes you don't want to mess with it. I remember sometime, is it in Atlanta? That hall they hired, Nigerians hired to use for a particular program. That hall is a popular hall in that area. If they have fatality in that hall, people might stop hiring it. You see, they have a name to protect. In such cases, you see those people struggling so hard to keep their name. That was why when the number exceeded, they walked all of them out of the hall. You say you told us you are 100 and our hall is 150. We said, okay, fine, come and use the hall. And now you are 250. You can stay here. It's as simple as ABC. But in the case of Nigeria, what I am saying is that if there is a general law that if such a thing happens, there is a penalty, that is different. Then the family suing them is another different thing. Because for you to organize children's party, you can make it in 3 badges. You can organize it. I keep saying it because I have a family member that runs this kind of, I don't want to call the name in Owerri. It's children's stuff. I keep saying it. Children are the easiest people to control.
Event
Very
planning?
easy.
Is it an event planner?
Yes. No. They have a children's stuff, like a school. Children are very easy to control. Go and ask any teacher that teaches children. He or she will tell you the same thing. You can see an auntie and say, Auntie, why are you teaching children? How do you control them? They will tell you they are the easiest.
I disagree.
You might think your children in the house, they run around. They don't do this. But I repeat again, when I say something, I'm very sure of what I am saying. When you see a school teacher or somebody who takes care of children in large number, please interview that person. Start with the word. How do you manage them? That are difficult to control. He will give you a lowdown. These are people, when you tell them it's time to sleep, they sleep. Everybody put your head on the desk, close your eyes. You'll be shocked in the next 30 minutes, 2/3 of them are already asleep. And these are people who never show sign of sleeping. I know what I'm talking about. But for somebody, I don't even care the one that happened in Ibadan and Abuja. I'm very much concerned about the one with children. If you cannot organize something as little as children's party, I wonder, you use them for something. Make I shut up my mouth too. We could not continue.
Yeah, like to AI's point, I was saying earlier that what they would do in America is if you violate that permit, they shut the event down immediately. The police will come around and you can see the video. There's a video online you can watch. I think it was in Dallas. They shut the Nigerian event down in Dallas because the crowd was just they were out of control. And they came in and said, guys, what is this? And they shut it down. So we can do that, but you need a functioning.
Because they know.
What people was talking about
because you know that
Idi Chindimbise, he was in Dallas. They oversaw the tickets.
Because they know that if there is a fatality in that hall will in the next probably 1 year it won't be functional again. So these are things you have to put on. You have to put them down. For people to stop being reckless. Because in as much as I blame, I put more of the blame on the individuals more than the government. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I'll put more of the blame on the individuals who organize these things. I keep hammering on the example in the #1 country in the world, 1999. You can check it, either 91 or 99. City Colleges of New York charity show in their gymnasium is 27, a little above 2,700. That's the capacity. The organizers allowed people to come because it's P. Daddy and Heavy D. They allowed people to come, almost double the capacity. Go and check how many people that died in that incident. They overrun the security because if you are using a hall of 2,700, they're going to give you security and everything for 2,700. That's how it works. So if they double the number, so what's going to happen? Of course, all the things you put in where crowd control, security, and everything, they're going to run them over. It's as simple as ABC.
But
so it is not a Nigerian thing. When people come here to speak as if it's a Nigerian thing, no, it is not a Nigerian thing. People do that shit all over the world. They do it. But the important thing is that the government should stand up and put a sledgehammer on it. When they do that, first hammer, second hammer, people will be very careful. Because you cannot control, I know it's difficult to control Nigerian crowd. Let's be honest. It's really, really difficult. I can assure you that. By the time you go 30 minutes into the show, it becomes chaos. I know that. And at that point, nobody can control it. They can even fight you. I know that. That's why I say do it in batches. You can say 50 people, the next one, 100 people. You can even plan it in the way that they put down their names and you give them dates to come. What is wrong in that? I mean, I don't get all this.
But in enforcing those laws in America, when it comes to halls for shows, it's usually done by county policemen. Our LG councils don't have police officers. I mean, I don't think the federal police should be in charge of things like this. Not even the state. I think we should go further and look into ways of addressing that problem. Local government councils should also have their own police departments to handle situations like this. Or maybe you can go as maybe the state will also do the job. But federal government should not be involved in, their police system should not be involved in shutting down events or to fighting and all the kind of things. So hopefully, I don't know much about the state police. I think they have the governors have agreed to set up their own state police. So maybe they will, also carve out the part for things like this or create laws. Yeah.
Let me give you an example.
I heard that they met.
Let me give you an example. Is it BT that is speaking or Adewale?
Yeah, it's Robert T that's speaking. Go on.
Okay, let me give you an example. I'm very observant. In 2015, when the election was going on, Buhari went to Maiduguri. You can still pull out. That video is still in YouTube. Buhari in Maiduguri. When they got to Maiduguri, I'm talking about organizers. That's why I said I will put more of the blame on the organizers than the government. When they got to Maiduguri, I'm giving you a typical life example that happened in that same Nigeria. The crowd was too much. When I mean the capacity of the stadium was overrun to the extent that they could not come out of their vehicle. Go and watch the video. They struggled. That day, I thought somebody would have shot Buhari because it was a security chaos. According to some people who were in his campaign team that time, they were telling him not to come out, that it was risky. He said no, that these people cannot wait overnight and then he will not come out of the vehicle. He struggled and struggled and struggled. They pushed their way. He got to the podium. Do you know what he did? APC progress. APC progress. Go and watch the video. He put his hand in his pocket because the noise was too much. They couldn't even hear him. It's still in YouTube. Oh. Anybody can still go and watch the video. Whoa. The guy put hand in his pocket and brought out his voter's card and showed the crowd. And then all the people in the crowd, like robots, they brought out their own voter's card and showed him. He spoke in Hausa. That's all they need to do. And then he came down from the podium. Manage. He did not do that program. That campaign did not happen. What was the reason? There would have been a stampede if I try to continue. So that's why I said, in as much as it is, government has to do something. The individuals organizing this thing, when you see that it has gotten to a stage of chaos, shut it down. You don't need to continue. Why would anybody die because you organize something? You shut it down. Okay, don't do everybody. Oh yeah, we go start another time. As soon as they do now, no. I don't want anybody to fall here. I carry my food. I enter inside. Chicken now. So why can't they do that? When it is, you are sharing rice, you notice that some people are jumping line. Some people are carrying rice you have given to another person. Lock the warehouse. What is difficult to do there? Wow.
Yeah, well.
So, Akin, are you finished with your submission? Because we can go to the next.
So the other thing I wanted to say is story of Farotimi, but I thought that has been overflowed. Okay, so we'll just put that to rest for now. So we'll go to the next person, next guest. That's fine. All right, thanks for the opportunity, Chairman and panelists. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Akin. Thank you. So the next person is Baba T.
Oh, just skip me for a second. Go to the next person. I'll go after them.
Okay, so the next person will be Madam AI.
Okay. Someone was asking, how would you know how many children that are poor? You see, when people ask me this kind of a question, I get somewhat irritated. But I have a way I manage such questions and people like that. You see, I have this slogan that what we're doing well. I repeat, what we're doing well. If I have that kind of money that I will buy a lot of toys to make children happy during Christmas, if I cannot open an office, I will use my gate office, my gate house. I will use it as an office to register for the person that asked me that question. I will use it, go to schools, go to primary schools, nursery school, depending on the age limit I want. Send out a tongue crier. Christmas gift for your children. Go to churches. Christmas gift for your children. Get their names, get their age brackets. Compile it, leave it. When you enter December, they shouldn't even, you can do it in so many arms. Go to the church. This is the names of the children you gave me. This is their gift. You go to the school. This is the names of the children you brought that need this gift. This is their gift. And let the school organize it in that 50, 30, 60, 40 number. I want to be anonymous. I will. I want them to announce my name. They will. So what is wrong in doing that? Or is it that insult that a black man don't have the capacity to organize? If I may ask, that somebody will ask me, how would you know how many poor people that need help? If you don't know, why don't you ask? If they can't say they need your help, why give it to them? It's as simple as ABC. If somebody can knock, I have a slogan. Give help when you can. Get help when you need it. If you see somebody in need and ask the person, can I help you? The person says no. That's fine. And if you're in need and you see help, you don't want to take it, that's fine. So what is all these questions all about? If I don't know how many people, how many poor children in my community, why can't I ask? I should ask. There are several ways of asking. The community elders, the church, the schools. At least with these three places I've mentioned, you'll be able to have at least 70% of the names of those kids that need that help. And 70% is a pass mark, if I'm not mistaken, from the part of the world we come from. So what kind of question is that? Shoma, you have another topic, I beg.
The topic is you know the headline, Okupe on Labour Party defections. You know, and the boy that was arrested that made a statement against that was cursing Tinubu and his family and Sheyi Tinubu, you know. Yeah, he was arrested. Hence why we're talking about free speech. And yeah, another person was picked up today. Yeah, for making you know, curses on Sheyi Tinubu.
So where hunger, why are you go rake curses on them?
Yeah, you know, people said that people said there was something else that that it wasn't what triggered the arrest. That he was inciting violence.
No,
You know?
it was inciting violence. It was threatening the president. I'm threatening the police, saying they will kill them or some nonsense like that.
Okay.
When did he threaten the president? When did he threaten the president?
I said threatening the police.
Okay. Let me give you people an example. Threatening a president or security forces is a very wrong thing to do. You could get killed. You remember the guy in, is it Alaska? They say he trained as a sniper. He said he's going to take out Joe Biden. You remember the story? They went and killed the guy. Just like that. FBI went there and shot the guy. And his friend cried and cried and cried and said he was just angry. He's just a nice person. He can't even hurt a fly. He was just angry at his situation and everything. But he's gone. Do you know why when somebody says something about Nigeria, I always pick something in the United States? Why do I do that? Because most people don't know much about where I am. So if I pick from here, they will say, we are not sure of what she's saying. People like saying, oh, man, I don't really do anyway. So, but I usually use United States because most people know much about what is going on in the United States more than what is going on wherever they are in the world. So that's why most times when you say it's Nigeria, I say no, it is not Nigeria. It happens all over the world. But people manage their own differently. That's just it. Threatening a president of a country is not a joke. Threatening law enforcement officer, even I used to see some Nigerians stand in front of a policeman with a gun in his hands, abusing him and cursing him. Just a little pull at the trigger, you're gone. The skies will not fall. Pata, the police officer will go to jail. If he's an army man, you won't even know what happened to him because he will not even appear in your own court. So I don't know why people do that, but it is
Wait,
what
can
it
I
is.
say something real quick?
Go ahead.
Abuse is not the same thing as threatening. So it's two
Threatening,
different.
they
It's
say
two
threatening.
different things. These two different things. I
So,
can call anybody.
Aurelia,
Like,
if,
He threatened Babali.
Yeah. I know.
it was the
But
police that he was inciting people to fight the police
yeah,
physically.
that's threatening. Yeah, I correct. That's threatening. But it's
No,
different from
people
abuse.
threaten police. So I've
If you
seen it
abuse,
happen before.
there's nothing wrong with abuse.
No, I'm not talking about abuse. I have watched it in Port Harcourt. A guy was threatening the police officer. Say, Shebi, you carry gun. The day I go see you where you no carry gun, I go kill you. How dare you? Somebody is holding gun in his hand. I warned that boy that day. I took him out, me and my friend, we warned him. I said, this is the way you people cause trouble. And when you get killed, people say, hey. I said, look at what you're saying. And you know, and this man know that he doesn't carry this gun always. And you are threatening him that you will kill him. Shebi, this is Obiapo, that you go get him, you go kill him. What? I don't know, Charles. People go overbuy in their anger. I don't know, but I don't know. So before you know it, by this time next year, the cells and the prisons will be filled with people threatening people now. Because if they start picking them, by the way, how do they even get them? They go to social media or they threaten them in their house. I'm not understanding this. Hello?
Yeah, I think he was doing that on social media. Social media platform. Yeah.
So why can't they threaten them?
Yeah, he made a post, a video.
What was the question?
I said, why are they? No, I thought, okay, maybe I was messing up the information. I was just trying to wrap my head around it.
Zita, let me say this to you. You see, this guy that we're talking about, this guy in question, this guy has been very active right from that the NSAS protest they did. And this last protest that they did too, this hunger strike protest, what was it that you were there? What was that their protest team that they did recently that under Tinubu, that they shot Lagos, they shot Nigeria down for about 10 days or something like that. This guy was one of those guys who was.
Is it Take It Back?
You say what?
Is it Take It Back?
Take It Back. When was it? I mean, this one that they did recently.
Which one?
End bad governance or something like that. I think end bad governance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So this same guy was very vocal. In fact, before the protest, that 10 days protest, I mean, this end bad governance protest, there's another one guy again. That other guy too is another vocal guy. I don't know. I've not seen him too. So this guy in question, he has been on their watch list. They've been watching him. Not like anything. They've been watching him. Like I said, the one you were alluding, I mean, the one man played to us when he was like threatening, saying, "Beat the police, F the police," and all those kind of things. That was not the first time he has said that. He has said that on that one, but then when they picked him up was after when he called Tinubu he was insulting him. I mean, saying all kinds of throwing all kinds of insults at Tinubu. That was when they now picked him up. That was when they declared him wanted. So the issue of that.
That's not true.
Police,
that's not true. That's not true.
That's the timeline. Go and look at the timeline. I'm giving you the timeline. That's the timeline.
If not, they ought to have gone for all the obedience.
It was. Hold on. That's what I'm saying to you. Go and look at the timeline.
So
he did a third one. It was a third one that he was trying to walk it back. What he has already said in the first one, because after in that third one, he said, "I know that you people say you want to arrest me. You said you're looking for me," and he was not saying that this police I was referring to were those bad ones, but already he has already said what he wants to say in the first one. But the point is this: what I'm saying is this. The Nigerian police will look for anything to arrest you. Anything you say in the previous time, they will never say anything. They will just go silent. You just say something about Tinubu or about the criminal politicians. That is when they will now use their cyber bullying or whatever crap to want to put, just to hold you and put you in communicado. You see, I don't know if people are saying this pattern here. It's the pattern they are looking. You say something and they won't pick you up, but you go and say something against Tinubu or all these politicians. Just when they go and dig all your past for you. What you've said in the past, they'll bring it out. That was what happened in this guy's case. But why didn't they arrest him immediately when he was threatening the police? Why did they arrest him? When they allow him to do the second video and the third video? So that's the point we're saying here. It's just selective. These guys are just doing selective things.
Rational mind. If he has said a lot of things before and he says something now, they pick him up. That means they really gave him chance to change. That's a good way to handle such people. I was thinking he just did it once and they picked him. If he's been making videos on so and so, now listen, these things are, I don't know how to put it. Number one, the security situation in Nigeria is not very good. That is one. Elsewhere in the world too, it's not very good. So for you to come out, everybody wants to leave, no matter how bad you are. You still want to leave. The man that, remember what happened in Gaza, the man that caused the death of how many people, when he got to his turn, he was negotiating for his life. So everybody wants to leave. Nobody wants to die. Even the president. In as much as you think he has so much security around him, he's not still too sure. He still wants to leave. So for you to go and make video, come on, man. Look at what happened in the United States this year. The media was saying all what of they are saying, threat to democracy and all blah, blah, blah. And somebody is aiming at somebody. Just because of they put fear. Those words can incite fear on a passersby to give him so much guts to try to attack the person. That's why those kind of a thing, it's not good. It is not good. It is not good. Listen to me. I have a very easy way of solving problems like this. Like the guy who buy what they call it, health, one of the biggest health company in the world, insurance company in the world. He buyed him. You look at his manifesto. For a normal person, a liberal or wrong-thinking person will think the guy is right for buying somebody. When you read his manifesto. But let me tell you this. That boy was born with
they didn't pick him up now. Well, all the time he has been making those online comments. They didn't pick him up. It was after the action was done. That was when they picked him up.
They didn't. They are old. They have a large crowd. They didn't know.
No, don't say the FBI. There's only anything the FBI does not know. There's hardly anything. No. I know what I know.
No.
There's hardly anything the FBI does not.
It is when that thing happened, they started looking for the ignition. What ignited him? Because he was born with silver spoon. This is a boy. His family donated $1 million to charity. So such a boy, should he be talking about health insurance not being paid? So they want to know why such a boy was radicalized. And that was when all these things started coming out. Now, for such a boy, if I were him, God forbid, I wouldn't be such an idiot. I would have grown to be so rich to form an insurance company where I will do those things others were not doing. And I will woe their customers to myself. Is that not easier than wasting the rest of his life or maybe probably being hanged? I don't know why people do what they do. I remember Rational Mind, sometime ago, I've told you to go to Nigeria, campaign, win an election, and do all those things you think they're not doing right. It's as simple as ABC. Do something different. Donald Duke did it in his own time as the governor of Cross River State. From the day they swore him in as governor, the whole Nigeria was saying, go to Calabar. Even Obasanjo that did not like him, when Obasanjo got there, Obasanjo screamed. If you were in Calabar a year ago and got into Calabar a year after Donald Duke became the governor, you will see that the guy was brought up in the United States. He schooled in the United States. He was putting all those emphases there, live and direct. Although in Nigeria, they don't have maintenance culture. When he left, Alaye or whatever they call him came and everything went bad. He was the one that made Akwa Ibom to work. Because for you to pass Akwa Ibom to enter Cross River State, he was hell. The Akwa Ibom governor, Obong, has no choice but to work. So most of you don't follow what happens, but I do follow what happens. So if you think people are not doing something right, find your way to get in a position, get it right. We need a lot of people to get it right so that our world will be a better place. But causing chaos, causing death, I will never support that.
Zita, the point we're making is we're not saying that people who threaten other people should not be sanctioned or as the law applies. But you see this way and manner in which the Nigerian political elites are going about this thing, trying to use their so-called criminal laws that they make for themselves just to protect themselves from people criticizing them and being able to speak out and speak their mind. It's just what I'm going about, or that is what I'm about in this whole thing. Because
okay, let me explain.
I'm saying that some of these people, they've said so many things in the past. I mean, we're looking about, somebody was saying in the comment section, we know people like Dane Buala. Even when one man was here, I think Kolata and this guy was having back and forth on that. Maybe Kolata, I think one man and was it Kolata or Baba was having that. This Tijani Bosun Tijani was also one of the guys that was talking crap about Tinubu in the past. But these guys are all serving there. But Tinubu did not arrest them, go and throw them in jail. Because
there are two different things.
You say what?
You see, hold on.
No, let me make a land first. Okay. My point is this: is that you see, this is their selective justice system that they run in that country. It's just what gets me enraged, and I can't even make peace with people like Kolata and some other people here that comes here and promotes Tinubu and his APC demonic party. For me, it's just I don't just get it, because people are in opposition. People criticize you, critique you. They don't like your guts. They just hate you. I mean, let me not say hate you. They just don't like what you stand for as a politician. Your kind of politics, and then you have to tag them as an enemy of the state and use the state apparatus against them to just silence them. That's what my point is. And we're going through a dark time here, because when people cannot speak anymore, you virtually silencing the opposition because you hold the key to the means of violence and silencing people using the judicial system. I mean, we're entering a real dark times. And not even this crap we're seeing with all these family members that are all carrying themselves like as if they hold offices in their country. I mean, well, so a few months ago, we saw when he was introducing his own kids before his own ministers that were part of the government. I mean, I don't know why you people read all of these things. For me, it's frightening that that country is sinking into some kind of aristocracy or whatever we call it, or some kind of what's that thing they practice in Russia, where some oligarchs, I think oligarchy, whereby they just want to hold sway, they want to like recycle themselves in the system. I mean, it scares me. It scares me a lot.
It should scare you. Okay, can I respond?
Go on, please.
Scare you. Now, you see, when we mix ideas, situations, circumstances, we mumble them together, we cause confusion. We will not send the right message, and people will continue doing what they are doing, and they will continue getting into trouble. Now, criticizing an establishment, criticizing a policy, condemning establishment, condemning a policy is a total different thing. Please, let's be clear on this so that Nigerians will understand. Now, the left-hand side. Abusing somebody who is in an establishment, threatening somebody who is part of an establishment, threatening somebody who is upholding a policy, abusing somebody who is carrying out a policy is a total different thing. Now, if I go to TikTok, which I will never do anyway, and then pick one of Tinubu's policy, whether good or bad, I don't care. But I don't buy it. It's disgusting. It's annoying me. Then I run that policy down in a total negative light. Even when some people might see it in a positive light, I run it down in a total negative light and then started saying, abusing that policy, nonsense policy, useless policy. Look at the kind of policy Tinubu put for Nigeria. Nobody is going to arrest me. I promise you that. Nobody, no government, no establishment in their right senses will come and pick you. If they are smart enough, those that want to do something for their citizens, will listen to you and say, well, forget her, she's not making sense. How can she say all those things? That's, oh, hey, hold on a minute, she's making a point. But for you to go to TikTok or whatever you people call it, Facebook, whatever, I know that you people have a lot of it now. And then you see that, idiot, God will punish you, blah, 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 you will die, blah, 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 blah. What is even bringing that? You are on about all over the place. Actually, you are not making sense. You are just a bitter, hateful, sad woman on camera. And who would want to watch a bitter, sad woman on camera threatening his life? Because bitterness leads to a lot of actions. Hardness of heart and sadness can lead to a lot of actions. So who would allow that? So bringing the two of them together and now saying, oh, nobody, they don't want anybody to attack them, to say what they are doing to do. That is a wrong message you are sending. We come to this platform, we criticize them. Or you think they cannot pick us? Is that what you think? Or you think they're not listening? Of course they are listening. How many of them have you brought in this platform? You think they were not listening in this platform before? Or maybe the time one man sent them the invitation, they will start listening. So these are two different things. Okay? Two totally different things. And I have this problem of Nigerians not actually criticizing the system and the policy. They keep abusing the human beings. I don't get it. I don't really get it. And when they finish their Buddha end the trouble, you don't write, you don't counter write, you don't petition, you don't counter petition. I've told you people the story of what happened one day. We drive through our bad road, we curse and curse and curse and curse and look for money and buy truck. A white woman drives through her bad road, she's not gonna curse. She's gonna petition. And she will petition. And she will continue petition on that road is fixed. Before you know it, she will gather momentum with other women and other people who live in that street. And they will ask, where is our money? I think Amechi sent a very strong message, and he has been sending it. If I know Amechi, that's one thing he has been consistent in. They do what they do because you don't stone them. Stone them is not by abusing them or cursing them. No. Stone them. Stone them is not by throwing stone on them. Petition, petition, petition. So much so that if they come out in the street, they'll be ashamed of themselves. I don't know, but if you want to put two of them together and say that the thing is that anybody that says policy is bad, establishment is bad, they come and pick him. That's okay. But I have sent my own message. Criticize them the more you can. Criticize their policies the more you can. Criticize the establishment the most you can. Bring out the wrong things they are doing. Wrong commentary on it. But this cussing and threat, even me, you threaten me, you know go walk. Oh.
Quick question, Madam Zita. I believe
go ahead.
I don't know where you live, but you know, this issue of criticism, I think it's everywhere. It's not just Nigerian thing. Okay, they criticize everywhere. It depends on what you're listening to. If you listen to if you live here in the United States, sure, if you listen to some radio, some TV channels, you know, they say all kind of trashy things. You understand about the government,
and
okay?
They keep paying.
If you go to other TV station, they say some nice things about that same government. So it depends on who you listen to, and of course, you know.
I don't think you understand what I said.
I totally get you.
I gave you an example in the United States.
I understand the petition.
Hold on,
I understand the petition.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Please let me finish. I gave you an example in that your United States, whereby a man who was angry threatened Joe Biden. He's still the president. And FBI went and took him out. His friend cried and said, this man is just a very nice man. He was just angry. So what the heck are you trying to say that I don't know where I'm listening to? Threatening,
you're still
a sitting president.
You're still missing the point. You're still missing the point. This is the point I'm making to you. If you follow the media, okay, I don't know how good you follow the media. Again, that's why I asked you where you live. If you live here in the United States, okay, and you listen to some news media, you'll be like, wait a minute, could they be saying this? You know, or did they just say this? Right? And you know, in the flip side, you listen to other TV station, they'll be saying some nice things. I mean, very nice. You know, they're like, wait a minute, Am I living in the same country? So, I mean, it's not different from what is going on in Nigeria. People, that's why they say human rights, right? Human rights, and of course, freedom of speech, freedom of course, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. If you come after me by defaming me, I have the right to, to sue you, right? But that doesn't mean that the government should be emotional about the criticism that's come out of its citizens' mouth. Or, I mean, criticism, it depends on how you feel or how you look at it. It helps to strengthen your administration, to your government. Okay. Of course, you do not want to give room to some riffraffs, right? To be violent. Violence is what I actually, would not condone. But definitely, you could come to me as a government and criticize my policies. If you think they are not the right policies, give me the right policies. Give me what you think I should be doing. Tell me what I should be doing, right? But not to try to defame me as a person, as an individual. Defame my government. Yeah, cool. That's welcoming. Okay, but you need to give me solid alternative to what I should be doing. That, okay, what I'm doing right now is not what is good for the people. So, it depends on how we all see it, as Nigerians. So the criticism thing about whoever criticizes Tinubu or criticizes the administration in quotes, I don't think it's the problem, but it's the defamatory thing, that makes it look bad. And of course, if if government is doing the right things, okay, I don't think you have riffraffs, all over the social media, raining abuses or saying all sorts of things about governments. Though you have them, but maybe 1% or 2%, but not at that rate of 50% to 70%. So that is just what I want to point to you. That's it.
Okay. Can I come in here? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I've seen the clip one man played. I will look at it in two angles. The first angle is the rhetoric that is coming out from the young man, the abusive language. That is an all-time low. I know it's a Yoruba boy, but it's an all-time low for Yoruba race. Is that what we can breed in that part of the region of the country? That is totally uncalled. Without no substance, you just continue to abuse, insult. And the way he was talking is a shame, to be frank. Then the second part of the one, he threatened the police. And I remember when one man was reading the cyber law act or something like that. So the police are right to pick him up. Let him go there and defend his position. And let the law take its course. I don't know why the hula bala about this. And I think people, when you talk, there should be a little bit of decorum when you talk. Even on this platform, I know some people that they are full of abusive language. Is that something you also want to put when you're gone, or is that the way you also train your children, by insulting people? I think we should tell ourselves the truth. That is totally uncalled for. You can criticize subjectively. In all the video that he abused both the governor, the president, and the inspector general of police, there is no substance in it. We don't even know why he's abusing them. And when you started to threaten the police, tell me where there is no police eye attendance on the citizen. Is it in the United States of America? Is it some country here in Europe? Even here, People go out and protest in front of their state government, but you can never see them using abusive slur on their leaders or on themselves. I've
because
never
they are
seen
doing
that.
what they are supposed to be doing.
They don't do like that here.
Because your government is doing what they're supposed to be doing. The government is
No,
taking care of the people.
no,
It's because the government is taking care of the people.
No, and
no. What's no? What's no? What are you
Can you
talking
let
about?
me talk? Because when you talk, nobody interject you. Please.
No, don't give me this. Nobody to interject you. This is time for us to interject anybody. We can interject anybody. Go on, talk. You want to talk?
Then let me just say something before you start coming on me, because I don't want people like you that insult people anyhow. Of course, you know I'm accusing you too. So
go on. I'm hearing you. Go on.
Okay, what we are saying is that here people also talk. They protest if they want more pay on their salary, but they will never use any abusive slur on their fellow citizens or maybe their leader. They don't talk that way.
Is that against the law?
No. What I'm trying to say, I'm looking at that abusing from the moral angle.
Is it? We don't care. It's freedom of expression. You can say whatever you want, as long as you didn't incite violence.
Oriola, it's a freedom of expression. And then today we just go to your open space and start abusing my father, my grandfather, and my people, right?
You can do whatever you want. It's freedom of expression.
So if I do the same
it's freedom
thing
of expression. I can abuse if I want.
We are talking about that
freedom of expression. Angle. You can't take me for that. But the moment I incite violence, then I'm liable to that.
I understand you totally. That is why I say I'm looking at it from two angles. How would you feel if I go online on TikTok and start abusing all your
parents? I'm a public figure. I'm supposed to take that. You're a public figure. I can disrespect you. As long as I don't lay my hands on you, I don't incite any violence, nothing you can do about that.
That's one. The second one I will ask is that if it happens that you are a father or mother to this young man, and you see your child behaving, I'm talking about the moral angle here. I'm not talking about the law itself. I'm talking about the moral angle here. If this guy is your brother, your younger brother, or whatever, so that you don't think that you, as a parent, you have not also lived up to expectations.
Yeah, then I did a bad job as a parent. I accept that.
I will rest that one at that.
What the F is that? What are you talking about? What the crap are you talking about?
Everybody get it.
My child can say whatever he wants to say.
You can see.
My child can say whatever he wants to say. If he doesn't feel like yes, let us speak a mind. Let me speak his mind.
You know what?
You just look at what happened. Somebody was picked up from Lagos, a woman, because he accused. He was harassed. He was criticizing Tinubu and Sheyi Tinubu. She got picked up, and your DSS flown. You see, you people are
Rashorama, will you tell your child to respect our president?
What respect? What the hell are you talking about? What kind of respect?
You say your child will say whatever. I said, will you train? Will you train your child?
It's the same thing now. His child will also do the same.
My kids will never be. Will never be.
Will you train your?
Like you also say a lot of crap.
Give me 5 seconds. Give me 5 seconds.
I raise my kids to be very respectful.
Actually, the question should have been: would you train your child to respect people generally?
The way you are talking here,
it's not absolute. Respect is not absolute. They will respect you.
Okay, guys, I'm here. Hello.
We know you're there.
Okay.
Choma, is that time we kind of talk to ourselves.
No, it's not that later that I just came in. Let me say my own.
I think the other thing should be: do we pay allegiance, to governments
or to Tinubu?
Okay? Not to Tinubu, the government.
No, that's what the people. Some people like to Kolata, and that's what they do here now. Right? All of them.
Not to
they
Tinubu.
pledge allegiance to Tinubu.
I know, and we continue to boo as usual. We know you. So
I want to know: is Babati there? I think it's his turn to speak if he's still available.
I've not even finished my own, but you can go ahead. You can call him.
No, but you're not next. So, Oriola, you're next.
Okay.
And then after Oriola, then Mr. Remy.
All right. What was the first one? Because I came in because of that. What were you guys talking about? Let me remember. What was the first topic? The one I just forgot.
I think they were still talking on the Stampede.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, so based on what actually the thing that happened in Oyo. So this is how I see it. I think we were confusing two things. So I believe Stampede is more like you're Russian, and another thing is overcrowded. I think overcrowded is different from rush. I mean, you can overcrowd and still not rush. So because I heard some example to the fact that actually let me use this example. 2021, if anybody know Travis Scott, he has a concert, and they said the venue can only occupy, actually the venue can occupy, they limit the venue for to 50,000 people. And they had more than 50,000 people, and some people buy like they have maybe 8 or 10, and it was liable to that because they overcrowded. Even though there was law enforcement, security, they were on ground, so there was no rush. It was just the fact that the venue, they have more people than what they expected in that venue. So that was not a stampede, it was just overcrowded. So what happened in Oyo is, okay, we d- first, we don't even know the count. From what I saw in the photos, I don't even think they're up to 5,000. And even if they're up to 10,000 or even more, they haven't even get into the venue yet. So what they had was just stamping where people were rushing. It has nothing to do with overcrowded, because if this organization, I believe that nothing would have nobody would have pied, because they would have actually coordinate people. So I think what happened, from my own opinion, I just feel like there was no proper planning, they didn't coordinate it properly. So I don't think it has nothing to do with them being overcrowded, because you can even tell that there's some parents around, so they brought their kids. So I don't think it has anything to do with um overcrowd. I think it just has to do with rushing. And that brings me to this. And I think the last time this topic came up, I also spoke about this. We don't follow instruction. We don't. Anything we do, anything, that country, anything. If you go to hotel, or you go to restaurants, or you go to bank, or you go to school, dining hall, anywhere you go, we don't follow instruction. Even traffic light, you have a traffic personnel coordinating. No one will listen to that person. They would just, so we have that we don't listen to instruction, we don't follow orders. I believe that's what happened. And the kids are seeing their parents act in a mannerless way, and they're following suit. They see their parent does it, and they're doing the same thing. So I don't think it has anything to do to the fact that they requested for 5,000, 10 million people showed up. If they properly coordinate the event, there won't be any stampede, because people will follow instruction. First come, first serve. You're in line. I don't think there will be any stampede. I just think that we don't. I'm definitely sure Nigeria probably have a law in place, or because when you go to a bank, or you go to a restaurant, is it should be a common sense that if I come in first, come serve. It's not like because if you go into a restaurant today, everybody's just rushing. Even someone that comes in like 10 minutes or 20 minutes after you wants to be in the front. So what I see is just they didn't they didn't have people they weren't able to coordinate the event properly. So I think that's what it has nothing to do with government. I mean, we like to blame everything on the government anyways, so it has nothing to do with government. This is us, and it just showed that this is how we act, and I don't think it's a good thing. and the kids, they I think they're 5. If a 5-year-old is doing that, so you know that they took that from their parents, and by the time they become parents themselves, their kid will be doing the same thing. So is either we start teaching them right from kindergarten, or you just let it go, and now we'll talk about it, because it will always happen, because it's not just Oyo. I believe it happened in Abuja as well, and that one is all is about food as well too, and so it's more like, what I could say about that, it has nothing to do really with the government. It's just us. That's how we act.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Now, you were saying you were trying to shift the blame from the government to the people, which are not saying people themselves, they do not have their own, they have their own faults in this. But how do you explain? I don't know how long you've been in Lagos, or if you ever grew up in Lagos. Let me not even use Lagos, but I want to use Lagos as a standard, because that's about the most developed part of Nigeria, at least by the Nigerian standard. Now, if you go through Lagos, you see so-called private school, in quotes, so-called private schools. There are just like 3-5 rooms. Some of them do not even have windows for ventilation, and you see gutters or whatever, dirt behind the classrooms. These are private schools, within Lagos there. So where is the government that controls this kind of things, that regulates things like that? A learning center, a learning environment that is full of dirt. I mean, if you go to like Ajegunle area there and some part of Orile Gomu, even Surulere there, some part of Surulere, like those what's it called, Aguda area there. You see some of those terrible looking schools. So where is the government in that to regulate that? Some of the schools, they have license. So whose fault is that? Because kids have to go to school. Parents have to send their kids to school to go and learn. So who's talking about control and all of these kind of things? Because we're talking about crowd control. We're talking about a learning environment that is not even a good place for kids to learn. So whose fault is that? Do you blame the parents for taking their kids there, or do you
All
blame
right.
the government for not doing their job?
Yeah, so that's the problem of Ministry of Education, and Ministry of Education is under the government control, I believe. So yeah, you're right. And we all know this. Like, we have law for everything, but the people that to regulate, they don't do it. So on that part, I agree with you. It's a government fault, and you can't really blame, like, I won't want to place the blame on the governor or so. The reason why I would say that is this: we should be blaming the institution that should be regulating those areas. So, for example, like when police is not doing their job, we should be blaming that institution. So, if I want to blame, if now, like the education you just um talked about, if I blame the Ministry of Education, and I mean people that have money in Nigeria or want to like sue, they should just sue Ministry of Education that they don't regulate, they're not doing what they need to do. Then the commissioner will be charged for that, because I think Ministry of Education is under him. So he should know that, oh, this is not going.
Oriola, hold on. Why I'm throwing that question to you is that because you were faulting the people. And in a sinner society, the reason why we have government, I don't know where you were, whether you were here when we were having that conversation, myself and Babati and the rest of us and Kulata. You see, you see this. That's when I say come here and I say this. Let me know. I'm not saying you. These APC minions, and they come here. They want to like blame the people and not blame the government for their failure of doing what they're supposed to do. Because I will not say I'm not going to blame PDP anymore. I'm not going to, because they are the one that are there for the past almost 9 years now. We're not seeing anything done. So my question is this: is that if you're talking about what I just gave you in scenario I just gave to you now, you cannot centralize everything, not even on the state level. You and I were here in America. I know you. I think you were here. You said you were here. Who is responsible for the schools within your locality? The city is responsible. The county is responsible. You're saying you're doing a so-called local government autonomy, whatever crap that said he's doing, which is just a lip service, is just paying to that. What is even the one you do in Lagos, you're Lagos before you became president? What is that thing you've shown within Lagos that you show that, okay, you're not centralizing everything. Local government can monitor schools within their locality. They will issue license to private schools. We'll come there and we'll come and regulate your school. We'll make sure that the learning environment. Why is it that you are not, he's not allowing the local government to function in the way they should function? This is what I've always said on this platform in the past. And now you people are talking about making it sound like as if these people even have the panacea to this problem. They don't know what they're doing. That's what I'm saying.
I think, see, I don't agree with you that we should be blaming the political party. I think we should be blaming the institution, because you have to understand that political parties does not control the director of Ministry of Education. We don't care if it's PDP or they don't appoint them. They're all like salary based. They're more like professionals. The Ministry of what else? Health, the directors, the managers, they're not political appointees. They are like professionals. They are even more powerful than the political appointee, like the ministers. And they're also powerful than the commissioners. I think we are blaming the wrong people. If we
Excuse
sue,
me,
no.
wait,
So
excuse
why are you going to blame? Why are you going to blame? You don't blame.
I want to say something. Are you talking about United States or Nigeria? That statement you made about
Nigeria.
You are mistaken. You are quite
Nigeria,
mistaken.
because in Nigeria you have Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of Education,
Do you
directors,
know how
the
government
managers.
runs, Oriola? Do you understand how government works? I just gave you an example of
I know how
United
government
States.
works, and I'm telling you,
Hold on. We have the Department of Education, which is on the federal level. Now, in the way I don't know if you have kids. I hope you do. But then what I'm
I
saying
have
is this.
kids.
Okay,
Go
cool.
ahead.
Now, who manages the school? You have your school district, right? Within your county or your city. They regulate schools. They are in charge of the schools, not your state. It is the county or the city that is responsible for the schools within your locality.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so
but
you're
system,
yearning
the
for the
Lagos
local
system,
government.
the
You're
Lagos
yearning
system
for the local government to control those, right? That's what you're yearning for.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's nothing. I agree with you.
Why is he not taking the speed?
Yeah, but you
bringing
shouldn't.
up about these reforms.
Okay,
These guys
so
don't have.
you're changing the topic. You're moving the goalpost now. So you agree that we shouldn't blame the political party. We want them to have local. We want everything to be locally based. So my local government should control every single thing: the water, the garbage, the electricity, the schools. I want the healthcare. I want my local government to do that. So when I have a problem, I know my city chairman. I can go meet him or her. That, okay, you're wrong for this. I can sue him. I can report him. That's what you want. That's what I want. But what I'm saying is, that's what we want, but we can't keep blaming the political, because they're only there for like 8 years the most. We have to blame the people that they're professionals. They won't be there for 8 years. They can be there for 20 years. They can be there for 40 years even. That's the people that we need to hold accountable.
Who put together these professionals? Who put them together? Who coordinate them?
If I went to school and I'm good enough, I can apply to the position.
Hold on. You see, that's why I'm saying you don't still get it, Oriola. You don't still get it. These professionals that you're talking about. Okay. I'll give you an example. Lagos State has what's it called, LASMA, that carries a dirty and everything. Now they have a commissioner for environment or whatever crap they call him. He's the commissioner. Now the people that are civil servants within that ministry or that commission or whatever they call it within their Lagos State, there is under this same commissioner or environment or whatever they call him. Now he will coordinate through the PAMSEC. He will coordinate the civil servants within there. This and that. This is what I want us to do. How many dump truck do we need? This area. Go and fill this area. This is what we're talking about.
No, that's not how it works. No.
That's how it works.
I'm definitely sure.
That's how it works. They bring
that's
the policy.
not how institution works.
Dude,
that's not how institution works. No.
Okay, tell me how does it work? Tell me how it does it work.
Okay, so the minister or the commissioner for environment is only commissioner for every single thing that has to do with environment. So it could be LASMA, it could be the garbage, the healthcare, which the sanitation. He oversee them. Now those little institutions like the LASMA, the sanitation, the whatever, they all have their own managing directors or directors.
So who coordinates them? Who coordinates them?
The directors coordinate his own people. He tells them what to do, but the commissioner might come and say, "Okay, this is what I," because they all have policies. No. Wait.
Let me throw
They all have policies that they have to face. They know what
policies, right?
Oriola,
Okay, go on. Somebody wants to talk.
Good morning. I greet everybody. Oriola, what you are explaining, I quite not agree with you. In advanced society, what you are saying can work, not in Nigeria. Most of these commissioners, once they appoint them, they have access to the governor, and the governor have the absolute power. On the state level, I'm talking now. And because of that, they influence the entire secretary, how to promote people, what to do, what to say. Automatically, they work for that commissioner to the governor himself. So now they lay down rules on ground. That's the problem we have in Nigeria. I just have to tell the truth. Like I will use my state, Edo State, as an example. Now you see, we have a new governor. He have to chase away some people that they claim to be permanent secretary to this institution. What happens is that the previous governor just recruit these people, backdate their years of service, and put them as the permanent secretary to so many places. So one thing I also not agree with this our brother blaming political party. I can never blame political party in Nigeria anymore, because most of your politicians are also APC, PDP, Labour together. So they've tasted all the whole party. I don't know how you're going to separate Nigeria based on political party. So this is just my submission there. Frankly speaking, those institutions, they are no longer functioning the way the purpose way at which they were created, but they just obey the man that have the money, which is the Mr. Governor and Mr. President. So he also boiled down to the federal level. It's a very
but that's not how. That's not how you run a society. When we have listen. Each institution, every institution has a policy. They know if I work in this place, if I work in Department of Health, this is how this Department of Health will be run. They have a policy. They have a mission. This is what I need to obey. What do you mean that they will now be listening to governor or someone that will just say that's not how institutions
in the Nigerian context?
I'm just telling you Nigerian context.
In the Nigerian context, that's what we're saying.
But that doesn't mean it's right. They have everything I just said. They have policies.
That is not correct. That is untrue.
Well,
because when they have the Director General of the last man and the rest, are you telling me a president or a governor will come down and be telling their Director General what to do day by day? Come on, man, don't lie.
Thank you.
No, not day by day.
Why do you have to characterize everything we say as a liar? If you know you don't lie,
let me not dwell on that.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You know the reason why we find ourselves in that problem is because of corruption. Now, even those permanent secretary you talking about, they are the first person to tell the commissioner how to move the money, so that they can have their share. So if basically these people are no longer working for the interest of the masses, everybody's looking after their purse. It's very unfortunate. That is situation. That's the reality on ground. But if we want to blame Mr. President for everything, then we are wrong. If we want to blame Mr. Governor for everything, but we still have to blame them because they are so greedy. And that's the power of black man. They want to control everything. And at the end, nothing good comes out of it. I have to be honest here.
Yeah, but look at it from this angle. Let me give you this angle.
It's not going to work.
Let me give you this angle. Let me give you this angle. Let me go through this angle. Let's say there's a problem with police. So like like the answers, we have issues with them. Instead of us directing that problem that we have with them, instead of us going directly to the president or the governor, why don't we go to that institution and face that person in charge? When fire is burning under his butt, he would know that he has to follow what is the right policy. Because what we're doing is, if we're taking all the problem to the number one person, he's feeling himself or herself that they bring in all this problem to him, and he would have that opportunity to say whatever and try to twist things. But when we take it to the person that, okay, the head of the police, we go to him directly, or the head of Minister of Health, we go to that institution directly, they will know that the people are coming to them now. The people know who is in charge. When something is wrong, we're coming to them. We're not going to the person that's his job. That's not his job.
You are putting this from a perspective of someone who is here in America or in a more developed society where things runs, where they have institutions that function the way they should function. But in a Nigerian context, it's not like that. Everything has been politicized. I give you an example. Ministry of Health in Lagos. I mean, why I speak of Lagos is because that's where I live for the most part, and that's where I know most of my things there. So my point is, and the reason why I use it because of the Mr. Strategist that is there, that calls himself strategist, and is now the president, that ran on that, I transformed Lagos, I made Lagos a world-class place. I don't know the crap he's talking about. Now, talking about the health situation in Lagos, that, what's it called? General Hospital that is in front of a Western House there in Lagos. It's under the control of Lagos State government. The doctors there, the nurses there, when they are hiring, they go through that process through the Commissioner of Lagos. A lot of them, they get their letters from there, through the Commissioner of Lagos. So I'm telling you that the way the Nigerian structure is, the way it's structured, they don't let them to act independent on their own. They get allows us a dictate. It comes in. They bring politics into it. The doctors that will work there, and even some of those different health centers across Lagos, they get the input of the Commissioner of Lagos or whoever is connected to the governor or to the governor's office or whatever crap. But my point is that you can't run a society like that. That is why nothing is functioning, nothing is working. Somebody just give an example of in Edo State, whereby when they come in, they'll bring their own people and make them maybe PAMSEC. And then when the other people comes in and say, well, I can't work with it. Look at what happened now with the local government in Edo State. The governor had to, like he said, he has to suspend them because he feels that they are all PDP's chairman. And he feels he was still back in 2001 when governor can just dissolve chairman, until the Attorney General says you cannot do that. So my point is this, is that you cannot run a system the way Nigeria is structured. If Tinubu is really serious about seeing things work for himself, because I don't think he can do anything if local government does not really function in the way they should function. Because the only way people can get benefits of whatever things he say wants to do for the people of Nigeria is through the local government. As long as you keep giving those governors that money, the governor will do nada.
So it definitely makes sense. So it definitely makes sense.
It is a local government. I want him to use the same speed that is passing all these bills, that is passing all this whatever crap that he wants from the National Assembly, this rubber stamp Akpabio National Assembly. The same speed that they used to pass all those bills. Use that same speed and bring about some kind of laws that will make a total autonomy of the local government, whereby the local government will be independent of each state governors.
Okay, I think
that's what he should be doing, but he's not doing that.
I have a response.
Don't give me a response. I don't want your response. What response?
Okay, but I have a right to speak, right?
You do. Go on, please.
Okay, let me go ahead then. So, the National Assembly, I've been thinking with the local government. It has passed second reading, and I think the final bill is about to be passed, giving full autonomy to local government, even in case of election and everything like that. They already have their financial autonomy. The problem they are having now is that they already started giving money to the local government, but they found out that some of the local government chairmen are transferring the money back to the state governor. So how are they going to cop that one? That is the headache of the federal government. They have to find solution to that one. They follow the Supreme Court judgment to the latter. And when you talk here, there is separation of power in civil service. If you are a permanent secretary in a ministry, you have a power because you have been there for a long time. The governor cannot just be imposing his idea on everything, telling them what to do. So that statement of what you have been talking about for a while now is incorrect. That is not how it works.
Remy, the governor do, please let us be honest here. They do. What are you saying? They can remove them if they don't comply. The commissioner can tell
so
them.
are you telling me? Listen first. We have a lot of parastatals. Are you telling me, like, let's use Lagos State for example? They have Loma, they have BRT, they have Lamata, they have so many. So are you telling me the governor will be telling them what to do day by day? Or if they want to do something, they have to go to the governor every day and ask for permission?
It's not like that.
Or ask for direction.
The head of those people, they
go to the
are
governor every
loyal
day.
to anybody who suddenly become the commissioner. They want to know what they stand for. Everybody is after their post. We need to be honest. This one not say we want to.
No, I'm not talking about money here. I'm talking about what you guys are saying, that the governor, the president, everybody just they control everybody like that. It's not done that way. One man, how can you be at the Abuja and control everything that is going on in the state? And how can you, a governor, control everything in your parastata in your state? It's not possible. It's not easy. Is he a superhuman being? Well, forget about whether they are lying their money with pocket. I'm not talking about that. I'm trying to talk about you telling us that they have to tell them how to control or organize their parastata day in, day out. It's not done that way, please. Oriola, you can continue. You have your floor.
All right. I mean, I didn't want to argue about that because I don't know, but it seemed like they've worked in those departments for them to be saying one person will be controlling the entire. Well, if that's the case, but I don't think that should be the case, and they should do it. If they do it the right way, I think we should be talking to the institution, which will make Nigerian. I mean, and if that's the case, I mean, I can believe you guys in a way because you can see like what happened in Oyo, like the Stampede. You can see like the kid, they just follow what they saw their parents is always doing, and they decide to do the same thing. We rush for everything. So if that's the case, so it means that if I become Nigerian president tomorrow, everybody will have to listen to me. I won't even be doing my own job because I have my own executive, that I have my own policy that I need to follow. I'm not following the law that I need to abide to. I'm only caring about what other parastatals they're doing. So, well, about the Stampede, I just think that we kind of mix it up. And what I see is it's just stuff that I always see in Nigeria. Anybody that goes to Nigeria knows this. Like, we don't follow anything. We do whatever we want to do. We rush when it comes to anything. Anything. From what I've seen, we always rush for everything. We don't follow instructions. So that's what I would say about that. The other one, I know I think Rational Mind was saying, I mean, if I get you right, you said the timestamp that when the guy called out the government, because I saw a video that the police was saying they took him because he was inciting violence. But are you saying that the timestamp does not he already incited the violence like a couple years ago, but because he now abused them, they took him because of that? Because I saw the abuse too. He was running his mouth, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, it's freedom of speech. You can say anything as long as you're not calling for violence. But if you're saying that the timestamp does not even tally, like you already did that way before they have any law that says you can
No,
incite
that's not what I'm
violence.
saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I think a couple of weeks or like a month or two ago, he has said the first one, which was that which one, the one that what's his name, the dark man says that he used, and said that was the reason they said they were arresting him, because he was inciting people against the police, and that was the reason. But then after that post, that first post, he did another second one, which when he was insulting Tinubu and Sanwo-Olu, and I think Egbeto Kunchu, the commissioner of police. It was like, fuck, I mean, sorry, F them both, all of them, and Oshinoma
I saw that one. Yeah.
So then after that, I think after that video, that was when they now said, okay, we're arresting you. You are wanted. And then my question is, why didn't they issue an arrest for him when he first said, when he threw that menace? I mean, he threatened the
right. Yeah, that
do
doesn't make sense to me. Like,
so,
if
but
it's
because
just
Tinubu is now involved, just like the other lady,
yeah, that's
who was arrested because of insulting Tinubu's son. You see what I'm trying to say?
yeah,
These
they
people,
can't do. I don't agree with that. Yeah, like
it's just these
there's
people are just
freedom
so
of
ridiculous.
expression, maybe that's the thing. Maybe they should just interpret whenever they're writing laws in Nigeria. They should interpret it in our native language because it's freedom of expression. Yes. Yes.
Please, let's get this right. I would like one man, if he can bring the video of what they said. Because as I said before, abusing, threatening is a different thing.
All right, as seen on Linda Ikeji's blog, TikToker C King was arrested by security agents for insulting Tinubu, Sanwo-Olu, and other politicians on social media. It's still on Twitter. Said man was arrested a few hours after insulting Tinubu, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on Babajide Sanwo-Olu as well on social media. So if you remember, just a few days ago, the police posted something saying very soon they'll soon start arresting people for insulting politicians on social media. Now, the truth of the matter is this. Blogs in Nigeria, you people have to do better. One of the biggest problems we have in this country is the media. Because of clickbait, they just post anything without doing an actual investigation. Since yesterday, I have been begging. I even spoke to Barrister Deji because of this boy. You understand? You heard me. We have been begging because of the kind of video he posted. Not even about insult. It has nothing to do with the insult of Tinubu or the rest. So this is the main reason why he was arrested.
Nigeria youths, any police will stop you for will harass you, will ask for your phone. Men I beat them. Yes, men I start to beat them. If they like make it be 20 years old, if you like make the police be 85, men I beat them, make it no fit stand up. Men I if na no get, men I stone them, men I beat them. You know, go better for them. Aura for aura, strength for strength. Enough is enough. If not like they look like mumu, they don't burn any police inside this country. If they burn you, Inspector of General Police, I be waiting. Men I put my picture for all now. Men I send that to all our police. So anywhere where they see me, call them. May they pass their boundary. I go fuck now up. No go better for now. Nigeria youth, anywhere you see police, we harass. Men I beat them. It's time for war. Yes. Mo could do the same thing way that they do. Most here who go end up, who go lost. Men I they look anywhere when I see me, I try them. Anywhere, any police, a passing boundary, men I flog them. Men I deal with them. No go better for them. Fuck the police. Who be police? No go better for police. Or can you only buy? Ever shoot down.
So as you can see, this is why.
Okay, please. Is this an abuse? I'm asking you because
it's a mixture of
both.
Okay.
It's a mixture of both.
Please let me finish.
It's a time of war.
Wait, calm down.
Madam, this is an
I requested for the
yeah,
video.
None of you requested for the video against the state. This one is not
Muna,
it's
calm
not.
down.
Yeah.
You see, as I said earlier, criticizing establishment. If he has come out on this video and said police did so and so thing, that is very wrong. That is wicked of police. That is not right. Police should know. Police, you people are very stupid for doing this. He wouldn't be picked. Please.
You think so?
Can we send the right message and stop all these things we come in a platform to do as if our country is the worst? You've watched the video. You've heard what the boy said. And you think that is not enough for somebody to be picked? You think so?
But really? Hold on. Hold on. Did you hear what he said? He said, if they collect your phone, they say they won't check your phone. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you should threaten violence, but he said if. He wasn't saying go and beat them up, whatever, everything. Just
Can you replay the video again?
No,
Because
that's what he said. That's what he said.
Hold on,
That's what he said.
please. Can
One
you
more,
play
can you
the video again
for us, please?
Because
nothing like phone. No.
Please.
No,
can you
all right.
again?
All right, as seen on Linda Ikeji's blog, TikToker C King was arrested by security agents for insulting Tinubu, Sanwo-Olu, and other politicians on social media. It's still on Twitter. Said man was arrested a few hours after insulting Tinubu, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on Babajide Sanwo-Olu as well on social media. So if you remember, just a few days ago, the police posted something saying very soon they'll soon start arresting people for insulting politicians on social media. Now, the truth of the matter is this. Blogs in Nigeria, you people have to do better. One of the biggest problems we have in this country is the media. Because of clickbait, they just post anything without doing an actual investigation. Since yesterday, I have been begging. I even spoke to Barrister Deji because of this boy. You understand? You heard me. We have been begging because of the kind of video he posted. Not even about insult. It has nothing to do with the insult of Tinubu or the rest. So this is the main reason why he was arrested.
Nigeria youths, any police will stop you for we harass you, we ask for your phone. Me I beat them. Yes, me I start to beat them. If Lila make it be 20 years old, if Lila make the police be 85, me I beat them. Make it no fit stand up. Me I if na no get, me I stone them. Me I beat them. You know, go better for them. Aura for aura, strength for strength. Enough is enough. If not like they look like Mumu, they don't burn any police inside this country. If they burn you, Inspector of General Police, I be waiting. Me I put my picture for all. Me I send that to all our police. So anywhere where they see me, call them. Me they pass their boundary. I go fuck now up. No go better for now. Nigeria youth, anywhere you see police, we harass. Me I beat them. It's time for war. Yes, Mo could do the same thing way that they do. Most here who go end up, who go lost. When I they look anywhere when I see me, when I try them, anywhere, any police, they passing boundary, when I flog them, when I deal with them, no go better for them. Fuck the police. Who be police? No go better for police. Or can you only buy?
So as you can see, this is why he was arrested, and this is why I say we have been begging.
Okay,
that's fine. So it's a harass. If they harass you,
okay.
If they stop
what
you, they
is
harass
harassment by the police?
So what?
Can anybody define what is harassment? Because what you, as an individual who was stopped by the police, think his harassment might not actually be harassment. The police officer might actually be doing his job. If the police officer has some reasons to see your phone, to seize your phone, it shouldn't be harassment.
No, it does not have the right to seize your phone. The commissioner, I mean,
where did you get that one?
Hold on. IG of police has said it before.
Okay.
No police has the right to seize anybody's phone.
He
has said it before.
No.
And if you want to seize somebody's phone, you have to get a warrant. There must be a warrant from
Hold on now. Calm down. I didn't say they should seize your phone and collect it. It becomes their property. That's not what I said.
Even check their phone. They don't even have the
right.
They
have the right.
No, they don't. They do not. They do
all
not.
Over the world.
They do not.
All over the world.
No, that's not all over the world.
Right.
Come on, don't do this. Don't do this. There's something like all over the world. They don't do that.
Please.
They don't do that.
When I talk my own, I not they limit my talk with Nigeria. That's why
we live in diaspora now.
Let
don't do that.
Repeat myself again, because I've been a victim of that in the United States. If they have any reason whatsoever, to go through your phone, they will. I repeat myself again.
They cannot. I don't know what you're talking about.
I said this is a global
They cannot.
platform.
We live here in America. They don't do that.
I said I've been a victim of it.
How were you when you serve a warrant?
Victim.
When you serve a warrant
of it in the United States.
Where you serve a court warrant for them to seize it. So why would they segregate your phone? Apparently, you allow them. You allow them. They don't. They don't. They do not.
Anyway.
They do not.
Anyway.
I mean, what are you talking about?
Anyway.
What are you talking about,
problem.
Zita?
Rational mind. I just gave an information.
I'm not saying you did not. You did not go through it.
Hold on, no, please. I gave an information. You go and ask, make your research. Then tomorrow or next week, come back and tell me whether they do or they don't.
No, police would never. I live here too. They would never ask for it.
Wait. Let us not argue this.
Unless there's a warrant. If there's a warrant, even
they don't need
very
then they can look
let
at
us not argue
guys,
this.
wait. Excuse me. Let Madam Zita finish, and then it will be Oriola. You have to complete your submission. Thank you.
Let me repeat myself again and make it very clear. If you have a counter with the police anywhere in the world, I am not discriminating now. And there is any reason why they want an information in your phone. Now, listen carefully. I'm making a broad statement. I'm not limiting the crime to a particular thing. I'm making it broad. I said, if what you are involved in have any reason why they have to look into your phone, they will. I repeat, they will. And they definitely will. Go and make your research and come back. Back to the boy.
Zita, okay.
The video.
All right, go on.
But I finished that one. No, go and make your research and come back. I finished that one. Chichi, let me finish with the boy. What the boy said was not abuse. He wasn't abusing. He was making a threat. And I've made it clear here. Abusing establishment or criticizing an establishment or criticizing their policy is different from threat. Please, we should not be putting two of them together. Lodiola, continue.
All right. So, from the way I see it, if I think a lawyers will have a field day, because this is, from the way I see it, I don't think it's a threat, because it said more like if they do something, if they collect your phone or something like that, if they harass you, then you can attack them. But I don't think it's a threat, but it's more like it's inciting violence. But I don't know the law in Nigeria, for example. I don't know the law in Nigeria. And I think the mistake we always make is this. We always think every law in every country is the same. It's not always the same. Like here, for example, freedom of press, and meaning you can express yourself, you can say whatever. The press as well, like someone mentioned, like the cable TV, where they will talk down on politicians, they will say whatever they want. Yeah, there's a law that backed it. So there's freedom of speech, you could do that. That's your bill of right. You could do that. But the thing is, the moment you incite violence, then your law is not the law does not then you're facing the law for that. So I think sometimes I believe, like in Nigerian law, I know there's a freedom of expression, but I don't know to the extent if when you incite violence, if there's anything that take care of that. So in this case, it's definitely, when you say that if someone attack you, attack them back, or you do all sorts of things like that, that's more like trying to call attention to a violence. So I think, yeah, but in a way, that's why I said this is tricky, and I think an attorney would do a better job, because he also said in the same clip that if they attack you, if they harass you, then you can fight back. So so it's very like there's a thin line between what he was saying. So there's a little bit I could say he's also inciting violence, because he's asking that if someone attack you, attack them back. So that's where it's very difficult. But I think the mistake that we always make is the fact that we always think if we see
Another one for you.
yeah, I mean,
That's
I'm
what
not
the
a
guy said
lawyer.
now. Exactly. I
Attorney
mean,
will make a
it's
lot
right.
of money with this. They will
Oriola,
make a lot of
you,
money.
I hold you a
Oriola,
beer.
I think I like
I
the
hold
way
you a
you put
beer.
it, because
For
you
that,
are not a lawyer. But from what
yeah,
I heard
here you
from
go.
him,
He's not a
there's
lawyer.
there's a little bit of incitement from his
Here
utterance.
you go.
Yeah,
Incitement.
Yola,
let me
the
talk.
society you are
Yeah,
in, you don't attack a police officer.
He does. He didn't say go about attacking any police. He didn't say that. He didn't say go and attack any police officer. He said if they harass you, if they
In fact,
attack you.
Even in the society you are in, if a police officer harass you, you attack him, you are in trouble. So,
Well, I understand that, and I'll never do that. That's not what I do. I'm a law-abiding person.
Them, if the police stop you in Nigeria, whether they harass you or not harass you, you want to harass them, you want to fight back. A man with a AK-47, are you kidding? That is why I say, let me talk. At least keep quiet, please, sir. I beg you. I beg. So I say a little bit of incitement in his utterances, and now it's left for his lawyer to go and defend him. And if the person they contacted, like Very Dark Man, is trying to also caution them, I think the beauty of everything is this. At the end of the day, Nigeria should also mind their utterances when they talk. That should be the case.
Right.
You cannot say because of you cannot say because of free speech or whatever, you can just do whatever.
That's what you people be wanting now. You want us to
no,
shut
that
up.
is the truth. Even in so-called America, the
You want us to shut up. Just say we should just shut up. You shove anything down our throats. That's what you want, right?
No. Let me ask Oriola, you are in America, and a lot of you guys live in America. The police in America, they are also known for their brutality. At least we've seen the one knee on the knee on the neck. And I don't think any policeman, I've seen a lot of video that if you hear a siren of police coming behind you, you're already shaving, you're already shaking. You cannot, if they ask you, put your hands on the steering wheel. If your hand is even not on the steering wheel, they can shoot you. What are we talking here? So please, and the law is there. The law is they are different from country to country. The beauty I see in this is that when you want to talk, try to moderate what you are trying to say also.
Yeah, so
we don't live in a banana island, a banana republic. You can just
wait. I want to come in here. If you watch that video, there was a place he said, "Police IG, put my photo. Police come for me." You know, those kind of things. The guy was really threatening.
You already declined wanted.
There is no way. There's no way we're going to take that away from this issue. But the problem
that means
we have,
nothing, though. That means nothing. If it's not
You
inciting violence, if it's
Nigerians to interpret anything, they will
get it sick. Francis also say this is time for war. We also say something like that.
Yeah. So the thing is,
so you cannot say anything about the commissioner of police. I mean, the IG of police.
Let me just round up.
Personalities.
Please let me quickly say something.
You're just looking for trouble.
Madam Zita was trying to make a point, that anywhere in the world, police can stop you. For me, I can say, I live in Sweden here. At the time, I've encountered a situation where the custom, not even the police, they have to take all my telephone from me. Anything that have to do with laptop and all. Nothing like warrant. They demand for it. They have that power. It depends on the circumstance.
Where is it at the airport or on the streets?
Well, close to the border anyway. But I was not even.
That jurisdiction. You see, there's a context to everything. You cannot just say
that. Let me land my point. Let me land my point.
Go on,
here, the custom can stop you. The custom can stop you in the heart of the country. It doesn't mean anything.
You're talking about. We are talking. Custom is different from the police.
Not to talk of the police themselves. If the
I don't know where they got that
let me say this.
Honestly,
let me say this.
I don't know where they got that police cannot search your phone. I don't know where they got that
say this real quick. let me say this real quick. So definitely, if you're living in a country or you're coming into a country,
no, you get my point very
no,
clear.
let me land.
Let me no, you try to
let
divert the
me
whole issue.
express
I wasn't
myself first.
coming into the country and I wasn't going out of the
No,
country.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you.
So my own
I'm just
example,
talking
what
in
I'm
general. I'm talking in general. If you're going into a country or living in a country, myself too, everybody knows this. If you have any electronics on yourself, it has to go through they have to scan it through, and sometimes
TSA.
they will TSA they use in US. I think
That's
they use
not what
other
I'm
things.
talking about.
Yeah,
I'm
but
talking
no,
about
that
you're
is not what
living
I'm
in a
talking
country.
about as well. That is not what I'm talking about.
Wait,
That's not what I'm talking about.
You just told us now that at
See,
the custom they ask for all your
wait,
stuff, and I'm
no,
telling
you didn't get my word. I'm trying to
but let me
correct you
express what
because
I'm trying
you
to
did
say.
wait, you didn't listen to me. You're trying to cut me off. Wait and take the whole conversation to different direction. I was in the city, but not quite far away from border. And as I was driving, a car pulled me over. I don't even know whom they are. They don't even write anything custom in their vehicle. They were in a private vehicle, but they put on the blue light and parked me. So in the process of conversation and interrogation, they want to know what is in my vehicle. And later they introduced themselves as customs. And at the end, they took my telephone from me, my laptop, and go into their car and do whatever. They just told me, please, you have to exercise patience and we want to do this. And that's all. They did it. Experience, I'm telling you, my own self, but it's not common, but they have the power. The problem we have in Nigeria, there was a time the police was abusing this very bring your telephone to a point whereby some people money were forced, people were forced to transfer money from their account. So the IG at that time, that is the problem we have in Nigeria, whereby the head of any establishment think they can make law, and they now make some certain laws that said no police have right to search anybody phone. Why not take it to the parliament to pass that law? That's the problem. So the police themselves at the time try to stop this abuse. But now many police officers are still doing it by saying, bring your telephone. I think that was what this guy was trying to reflect to. And what one very dark man is also trying to say, that we should be careful how we analyze things. We can't just throw it away like that. Like this guy is very wrong, although he would have concentrated that, look, your law will now make. You people are already violating this law. You said they should not be searching our phone. We cannot go about again without searching our phone. Maybe that will put pressure on the government again to look into this issue, not to tell the police, come and arrest me, come and who is he? Now they have arrested him.
But bros, the level of insecurity in Nigeria, if you think that stop and search your phone is not good for the country, I don't know what you will think that is good for the country.
It is not
good. Somebody just said to you now that the IG said you cannot start, your phone should not be searched. The police does not have the right to search your phone. I had several IG police said that in the past. Even the current one has said it too. Egbetukun has said it.
Listen, let me tell you. Please go back and read in details the contents in which he said it. I repeat myself again. I like repeating myself. If you get involved in any police in a country and there is a need for them to look into your phone to get some certain information concerning the crime or what they stopped, let me use the word crime, they are trying to accuse you of, they will. Law or no law, I don't know where you people got that one from.
All right, can I say something real quick? So, Fourth Amendment for United States. The United States Constitution protects individuals from unreasonable search and seizures by the government, including search of their phones. In most cases, law enforcement need a warrant.
This guy, you are not understanding my English language.
Wait,
maybe
no.
English is not good. I did not say a normal citizen going on his way, police will stop him and say, bring your phone. Let me see your phone. When I speak, I speak emphatically.
That's what we just said.
I said,
what are you
if you
referring?
get involved in the United States, I've been a victim. I will use the word victim.
Involved in what?
And listen, I did not say specific crime. I made it broad. Police search people's houses. They take
With
their gadgets.
warranty.
Hold on, please. Hold on. They take their gadgets, which include their phones. Puff Daddy is one. They raided Puff Daddy's house.
Puff Daddy is a wrong example. They got a warrant. The FBI got a warrant to go to his house.
Do you know why I said Puff Daddy?
Okay, go on. What's the reason?
Because he's the one you know. There are some names I will call you. We say you don't know them.
They definitely must have a warrant for all of them.
Mention one.
They must have a warrant for all of them.
Let me finish. I don't know what you mean by warrant.
You need a warrant.
You need a warrant
because hold on.
Can I say something?
Calm down. We know soon.
I think this Oriola
Oriola, you know, your last statement should be your final submission. Then we'll go to Remy.
Okay. Una sabi carry job
when they let me have my last statement.
Wait, how many times are you going to have your last statement?
Wow, I'm not even done talking before you actually jump in. You want me to
ask you a question? Finish? For those monitoring Puff Daddy's case, was he told they are coming to invade his house?
No, that's the thing about warrant. They don't have to tell you. They don't have to tell you. They don't have to. Hold on. You don't do that. They don't have to tell you because that's the whole point of a warrant.
What did Oriola talk about in the United States? Freedom of what?
There's freedom of.
Repeat it again.
There's bill of rights.
You're compounding this. You're compounding this.
Wait, can I close my own?
Okay, make your submission.
Let me just finish this. You see,
everyone, let's move along.
Okay, let me just say this statement again, and I'm making it broad again. Wherever you are in the world, I don't know about space, but on Earth, if you get yourself into some kind of thing that the police need to go through your phone to check who you've been talking to, and what you've been looking at, I repeat, they will.
All right. So I'll just close mine. So I think we have to understand that every single country has their own law. It's different for every country. And in Nigeria, we need to learn to know our laws. Once we know our laws, which by the time we start first grade, they should be teaching us our laws. So by the time we grow up, we already know like this law, so I have freedom of expression. I can abuse people. But I can incite violence. We need to know all those things. And we can't think because we are running democracy, and it's that same democracy, whatever law is in United States or United Kingdom is the same. It's not the same. Nigeria has their own law. We have to follow our own law. Don't think because I can say fuck Donald Trump in United States, you will say fuck Tinubu in Nigeria. You need to understand what Nigerian law says, understand what the United States law says. I think that's some mistake that we are making in our country. We always think because they're running democracy, we are running democracy. It's the same thing. Law is the same. Law is never the same. The countries have their own peculiar laws, so it's not the same. The guy,
but that's dark. That's right. What you just said is a dark
let
thing.
me land.
It's a dark thing you're saying there.
Yeah, let me just land.
How do you draw that line? How do you
Well,
draw that line then?
the countries
I
is
cannot
not
say
the
F.
same.
I
We
cannot
have
say F
different laws.
Tinubu. F is son or F is
Yeah,
wife.
you can
whatever.
say that. I believe there's freedom of expression.
But that's what it said. I mean, didn't you hear what the police said? They said if you
Right.
if you insult
So
anybody, they'll
with
come for
that
you.
guy, I think with a good lawyer, yeah, let me just land with that guy. I think with a good lawyer, they will get him off because there's nothing that he was saying two different things. The lawyer, the prosecutor, and the defendant, I think that if he has a good defender attorney, they will get him out, because at the same space that he's talking, he's also saying that if they first attack you, then but when he mentioned you can attack them back, that's he's inciting violence. So, but if you get a good lawyer, he's also saying unless they put hands on you, unless they ask for your phone. So that's what I would say. I think it will be easy if you get a good lawyer. For that, it's very tricky. There's a thin line, so it'll be okay. I think he has good people behind him. It'll be fine. And the other lady, social media, I don't understand that one. I mean, there's freedom of expression, so I don't see any reason if I say Tinubu is dumb, is an idiot, I can say that. It's nothing. That's my own opinion. I don't understand why you would take her. But if you say more than that, then unless we have a law that says we can abuse our elders, our politicians, if there's a law that says that, well, too bad for Nigerians. We have to follow news and call on the senators and the House of Rep that we can't take that. So that's all I have to say. Next person. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't have.
Thank you so much, Ariola.
Okay. I don't have much to say, but what I would say is that the police all over the world, if they have a reasonable doubt about you, I think they can go ahead and do their job. It's not every time they must go for a warrant before they can go to your house or wherever. If they are a probable cause of this person is like they are suspicious of you or whatever, they can do their job. Nobody stopped them from doing that. And anywhere, even here, there will be a time that the police will just...
too much crime TV, Abi.
Rational man, what do you even know about policing?
He doesn't know nothing.
What did you say? No, let us hear our phony.
I won't take too much time.
You don't know Jack.
I
don't know Jack. Okay, tell me. You tell me what the Jack is.
You can come in later. What I can
no, you tell me the Jack you know.
the police here can stop you. They just go doing their normal work, and in the middle of the road, they can anywhere they like. They just station there and they will stop every motorist. Maybe they are checking for drunk driving, or they are just on routine check. But it's not always common here. But sometimes they do like that. And I said, if the police have a probable cause of suspicion, they can stop you.
Probable cause to console you. Probable cause. One they search your motor, one they search in probably one they search your phone here. That's what we're saying. There are certain things they cannot search. They will need a warrant for that. You don't seem to get it. Yeah, Chioma, please. Go on, please.
Thank you.
You know me and these people there. I know they like to hear that voice.
Rational mind, you love too much argument. You love argument.
Yes, that's why we're here. We're arguing.
Rational, let's
continue.
Yeah, thank you, Shama. Actually, so I think sometimes the police, on the course of doing their job, they can impound your phone, impound your laptop, and they can take it there. They can take it for inventory check in their forensic or whatever they want to do with your phone or your laptop. So sometimes if you think they cannot do something, they have law that back them to do a lot of stuff. In the case of this, the guy we are talking about, I've listened to why they arrested him, and I think this is not the first time he's making video or inciting videos like that. But maybe the one they really arrested him about, I also see the way he was talking, this is time for war. WAR. He said it. That means you are calling for inciting.
Remy never said anything about war.
Go and listen to it again. He said, this is the time.
You didn't even listen to that video. He said it.
He said it. I'm not lying.
He said it, but in what context? In what context?
We leave that for the lawyer, but he said it.
He said it, but in what context? Look at how these people are spinning it now. This is
we leave that for the government and the lawyer.
For all of us who are concerned about the security in Nigeria and the volatility of the situations in Nigeria, where somebody will just buy somebody anyhow, and then you think the government should not be concerned if somebody somewhere is trying to ginger up things like this.
Let them
I don't
go
really
arrest.
understand Nigerians.
Let them go arrest those
Nigerians,
TikTok
honestly.
Fulani kidnappers that are planting money. Why can't they go and do that?
Sorry, like rational mind. Another thing I can say is that some people have not really moved on, and everything is about interest. Because of the last election, or because I don't like this politician and I like this politician, they never.
So election now is election now, is it? Election is.
So they never move on. The hatred is still there, and everything is still there to today. And they always like any available opportunity. Look at you. You are talking about, okay, the country is not working, then people should go their own way. The same youth in your own age, they are smiling to the bank, making millions every week or every month because they are creative enough to bring out new ideas. And the same set of people are just there on social media just to make mockery of themselves. Who is going to be proud of a son or a daughter that does not have a moral, that can talk anyhow? I think as a father, as a mother, or as a parent, we must guide our parents accordingly, our children accordingly. So to me, luckily for him, the police arrested him and they have against him. Maybe he has some human rights activity that will support him. Go there, court of law, let them go and prove it out. If he's lucky, maybe we come out free man and with a small warning or a fine. But
when you come out, let's see whether you go talk like this again.
If otherwise, and at least this will tell other people, if you want to talk, you have to moderate your utterances. And remember,
you see.
Let me finish.
You people are supporting things. Go on. I wanted to interject you. Can I interject you?
No. You do not let me interject you, so I won't allow you.
Oh, okay. Is this what we're doing now?
Yeah, okay. It's true now. So just keep quiet. I'm sorry about that. So at the end of the day, I think this is a lesson for all. The social media have come to stay, but you must also moderate your utterances. You cannot just go there and make mockery or fool of yourself and your family and thinking that you are just doing the right thing. Who cares about what you are doing? Life is a continuum. Where is Farotimi today? A lot of court cases is hanging on his neck. Even if they release him on bail, he'll be hopping off from one court to another court, maybe for the next 5 years. The rest of the people that are jeering him or supporting him, they move on with their life. So sometimes when you do something, look at the consequence you are bringing to yourself or to your family member or to your immediate environment. I rest my case here so that other people can talk. Thank you.
No, my rest the case here. You see, you people. You see, I mean, I just want to say, let me go because I have to go to bed. I have very early hours to catch tomorrow. You see, yeah, I just don't know how I can sound this down. You
liar, you're not going anywhere.
You people's Agbado's head. I mean, I don't get it. Do you people? Are you people?
After you finish this last statement, it will be Midwest people's turn, and he'll be the last person.
Okay. It's my turn, though. It's my turn.
Oh, yeah.
Mine is
after Midwest, then at Adewale. Yeah.
Okay. Let me say this real quick, and then I will sweep at Adewale too. Our phony cop that is calling himself a cop. I don't know the kind of cop he is. That
have you ever?
He said. Yeah, Adewale. So anyway, yeah. So my point is you see, I don't know what you people are looking at. I just gave you an example of a woman who was arrested because he said they suffered brutality at the hands of the police. And out of anger, she said certain things. And they went to go and whisk this lady from Lagos to Abuja. You see, God, what the F is going on with the mental... With
have you ever heard me saying I'm a police?
No, it's okay. You don't have to... I mean, so what the F is going on with the psyche of Nigerians? I've never seen this kind of backwardness in my entire life in that issue. Not even under military regime.
Are you sure you are not under Abacha? Can you say something like this? Why wipe away?
Not under even Abacha have I ever seen this kind of
under
despotism, the use of the state apparatus to intimidate. Hold on. To intimidate people who you don't like to hear their voice, simply because they're not your people. They don't support
can
you.
People talk this way during Abacha time? Who can
Okay,
talk this?
no, Remy.
During Abacha, if you want to talk like this, during Abacha, you have to go to channel and television. So from there, they pick the person up.
No,
and the person will not see the light of the day anymore. Oh Lord, yeah.
Okay. That's other military. But now we're talking about under so-called civilian.
No, rational mind.
You are creating a monster. You are creating a monster. Let me just say this.
No,
let me just say this.
Mind. Let me ask you a question before you go. Let's remove politics, remove politicians, remove the government, remove the wealthy, remove the people in office. Now, let me ask you, as an individual, if somebody threatens your life, do you have the right to pick that person up?
No, I have no right to speak. I will report him to the police. I'll let the police do their work.
Thank you. And this is exactly what they have done.
No,
so
that's not exactly what they did. You see, it's okay. I don't want to argue this because I think I've overflowed this thing. I think I need to leave. My point is that somebody was gloating here, being happy about Farotimi being arrested and is going to be in court for many years to come with DVC. These are some of the things we're talking about. Be careful what you wish for.
I think you better go to bed a happy man.
Be careful of what you wish for. What goes around will come around. It is your Tinubu today, Abi. Who knows who's going to be there tomorrow?
Probably will stay there for 8 years and
you,
be gone. So
or maybe people you know, maybe your family member, one of them will become victims of these backward criminals that have hijacked that country and are uses the state apparatus and the laws that they make themselves to silence people that are in dissent with them.
Don't you think we should worry about the social media law? I think that's what we should worry about. What's in that social media law? Because, for example, I don't know what is in it. Does it mean that we can't
not seen anything yet? These guys, they are afraid of the social media.
So we don't have the social media law yet.
I think they do. That's this
so what's
cybercrime law. This is a cybercrime. It's social media. It's part of a social media
law.
So
are you saying that in America they are also afraid of social media because that land they want to ban social media too? There.
Oh, if they were,
are they afraid? So are you saying?
Hold on. On Twitter, people post gory things on Twitter. Some of those videos of those kids that I mean, I'm so sorry that happened. Those things we saw. Was it not on Twitter people were taking out those things from? Because Elon Musk doesn't give the F. It allows people to post things like that. Maybe you talk about Facebook that is maybe a little bit sensitive. But the point is this. You see, the point is this. You see, let's not do this what about. My point is this. I'm not in support of people threatening people. And the law should take its course. If you do threaten people, threaten their life, you will face the music. But my point is this. The ridiculousness that I'm seeing, that a woman has to be picked. Somebody has to be picked because he insulted Tinubu's son or insulted Tinubu, and you have to go and look for one other thing and just rope the person in the leg. You go and dig his history, whatever he has said in the past. That's kind of, you can use that as a cyber, whatever, bullying, whatever. You see, you are entering a dark time in that country with this guy called Tinubu and his criminals around him. You people don't see that, but all of us will be here. We will see what's going to end. But I tell you, you people, you started them. You've built a monster, and continue coming here and continue championing him and promoting him and be wishing people who are in opposition, who are in dissent, continue wishing them to be locked up. I leave it at that. Have a good night.
After him, another governor came, and after Tinubu, if by the next 4 years, 2 years, you do not vote for him, another president will come. So don't always come here and talk emotionally. This is immaterial.
Dude, don't use your emotional. Don't use this Agbado, APC, emotional. Who's being emotional? Now look how you are vibrating. Look at just listen to yourself. Who's being emotional?
You are the one emotional about it. And see the way you are talking. You are going to beg a sad man. You are the one.
Don't spin this your emotional crap that all of you do every time. All of you. If you go to channel, you go to Arise.
the same line. That is the same line you people always use. You say people are emotional. People are emotional. People are emotional. I don't get it. You people don't have another phrase.
You have
don't
not,
you people have another phrase to use?
Okay, guys, it is Midwest people turn. Let him speak, please. Midwest is your turn. You can speak.
Okay, thank you, madam. You know, they flog this topic so much, but the truth of the matter is that the police have rights occasionally to stop anybody anywhere. The customs and all sometimes they work together and they can tell you, please, after much interrogations, checking your car, they can decide to say, okay, let me see your telephone, your electronic, all these laptop and the rest, if you have it on your vehicle. It happens, but it's not something that is often. It can happen once a while for many, many. It depends on the situation where they found you. Because that day, I think that community was almost like sealed off with secret police, and that happens to be there. So they just have to do their job, and they did it successfully. I don't think they abused my right. Even where they're going to search my TV, there are cameras in their body. As they're talking to me, people are listening somewhere, and also inside their vehicle, there are a lot of gadgets that have to, you know, if the judge requests to see what they did, and they have to see it clearly. That's how they operate. So that is that. And I would like to just go to different something. Like someone was saying that now the local government, they're having autonomy, and they want to give them autonomy so that they can, you know, function properly. And the problem we have in Nigeria is that I thank President Tinubu for the boldness at all to try to change things. But whether he's going to get it right or not, I don't know, because many things is at stake. Like in my state, that we just use as an example, the new governor is asking for account book, or for the local government chairman to come and give an account what they have been doing with the state money. Now it is bringing a very, very serious issue. The local government chairmen and say, no, you don't have a right to ask us. So I think we are not serious to make a change in that case. Under normal circumstance, most advanced countries in the world, we use Europe as an example, the local government, they have the real autonomy. They have the right to stop even the federal government what to do in their land, like this so-called high coastal highway. It cuts across local government. They can stop that project where I live, and they don't care because it depends. You have to consult them. They have to know exactly what you're going to cut in their land, what you're going to destroy. And if they don't authorize it, that project is dead on arrival. But however, that is the kind of autonomy we deserve to have. But the truth of the matter is, as they are doing that, they are also obliged by law on monthly basis to account to the Minister of Finance how they spend the money. And at the end of the year round, the following year, they have to do some auditing, balance sheet, and check all those accounting book properly and keep proper record. So my state governor or regional head cannot go chairman a community councils or whosoever that is in charge of that place to ask for accounting book. No, if there's any need for them to ask for accounting book, they will go straight to the Minister of Finance and demand for such a book. So I think Tinubu should try their best to just add a clause making this local government to be accountable to the Minister of Finance on monthly basis and have proper record. And then we will surely celebrate what he's trying to do. That is just my own submission there. I don't think my governor is doing anything wrong. He asked for accounting finance book, and people are saying you don't have that power. He's the governor of the state. We know he does, whether he has that power or not.
One piece, according to the constitution, the local government also have councillors. The councillors also has as lawmakers, and they can call.
No, according to the constitution itself, I read some. The constitution is very complex about that issue. It talk good about them, but there is a point where they gave the state House of Assembly to do exactly what the state did. You see it now. It did not dissolve them. It did not wait now because people are using English wrong here. They said it dissolved them, it stopped them. No, what they did, they suspended them because they failed to give an account.
And for 2 months, they were so specific, and they said these 2 months should give us a space for we to look into society things, what exactly people are doing with the money. I think it's a good step towards a good direction.
Because those money Obaseki already carted it away. They know now.
No,
So,
we see the problem. The problem is this:
so
if
I like it
Obaseki
the
is
way
the
it's
one
coming out
responsible,
now. By the time they send some local government to jail, some local government chairman, they send them to jail. They will not be giving their money to governor anymore. That is what is going to happen.
yeah, the thing is, some of these local government chairman. Yeah, what I'm trying to draw out here is this: there should be a system that enable these people to, or that force them to understand that accounting is very, very important, and it have to be something they have to do on monthly basis, if possible, and yearly basis. The way you throw money to them, this kind of autonomous of direct fund, which is very good.
One piece. If you have been to any local government
Midwest,
before,
Midwest,
sorry.
So my own thing, yeah.
Midwest, you will see that they have accountant. They have what you call it, chief finance. They call them their local government. It's their accountant, okay? Just like the state governments have their
they have a financial department.
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
that one is the one that is sponsoring the fund. So by the time they arrest him and the local government chairman, because they don't have immunity, you see all these.
Yeah, that's what
they are doing. By the time they send
I think the governor is about to send a very clear message, because now you see these guys, they were, instead of them to cooperate, they understand the system, they understand that they are I think their hand can never be pure, but instead of them just to look for a way to please and do Nigeria something, because they are not going to escape it if they provoke the governor, because now I think what is his name, the Attorney General of the federation weigh in and said the governor don't have right to do that. Yeah, the governor don't have right. The governor is not the one that did it, it's the House of Assembly. And there is a clause in the law that gave a right to the House of Assembly to do that. So you can see the way the law functions. And now if there is a power torso, then they will use EFCC and the rest to go and check their book, and then they can persecute all of them. So it's not going to end well with them, because they have to be careful. That's just my and to do like rational mind, I always criticize Tinubu in everything. Tinubu is doing his best. I didn't support him when he was going. You can testify to it. First of all, he's trying to create this local government autonomy. We in diaspora, we should support him to let him add this clause of accountability to it. Then I think we will benefit much from it. And again, look at the state police issue that they are trying to do, and this tax reform as well. I know it's it's good for every one of us, but many people don't understand it very well. Even mostly those who have been benefiting from the way it is on ground at the moment. A lot of regions, they don't want to work, state don't want to invest, because free monies are coming. Those ones, they're already kicking against it. We should rally up behind him. We cannot be using Agbado and all the rest, because I don't know anybody that is coming to do magic as far as Nigeria issue is concerned, because it's so complex.
Things are changing gradually. They are now supporting the bill. Don't worry, the bill will be passed.
So I think everybody is seeing that move, and this is exactly what we're expecting any leader to come and do, so that they can be autonomous, so we can know exactly who to hold responsible for anything that is not working properly as far as the country is concerned. We have a lot to also, we have to support him. It's not easy, not just criticizing him all the time and calling him or trying to point to him as the man that is responsible for all the crises that we have in Nigeria. The crisis we have today, it has been there even during the time of Abacha that we want to refer to. They have abused that country. The structure they put in place is what created this very problem in the first case. And since many people have benefited usually from it, they don't want any change to it anymore. And that's why they are fighting. So a lot of people are fighting him as he's making any move. Have that one in your mind. We are all Nigeria. It has nothing to do with political party. Even the labor you want to talk about, the chairman, they fucked up. Peter Obi cannot even win local government chairman election anymore. I bet you.
if you are a politician, you will see that they have reduced him to nothing as far as politics is concerned. So we can be shouting here inside social media. We once supported him. I joined people who supported for the last election, but I realized that no, it's not going to work anymore. To be frankly speaking, I have to be honest. Let's support Tinubu to see whether he can make laws that will benefit us. I don't even believe in infrastructure, because the infrastructure is a means for them to divide our money. There's no accountability as far as those things are concerned. Every man just get his share, abuse that opportunity, and go and sit down. That's all. So I give space to another person to also echo their view. Mr. Adewale, the floor is for you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Adewale, for being so patient. Thank you.
My Oga on the top. National mind has gone, Abi. Should have waited for a minute for me to come back and flog him very well with all those his rhetorics and narratives and all that. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Hello?
you. Yes,
Oh, okay,
sir.
everybody just went silent on me. What is going on with everybody? Hey, where do I ever start? Everything started with so many topics and ended up with on the Dele Farotimi and the other young man. Maybe I should just, I've talked a little bit about that, but let me just maybe go back to it a little bit. Now, it has been established that there's a law that prohibits people, whether online or physically, using abusive word against one another. So, and that impinges on other people's right. So that means if you go online or any platform to vent your anger by being condescending and using abusive word against someone, you will be liable, criminally or civil. God help you. And somebody said we are gradually heading towards police state. I beg to differ. We're a third world. We are not first world. We're not even second world. We're a third world. Now, there's a saying that when the child is growing up, from teenager to an adulthood, that transitional period is usually witness some level of growth, self-discovery, and in a way, you see that little teenager acting out. So what we're witnessing in Nigeria space, as far as I'm concerned, is that we now see an emerging space where youth are using the platform to, show their uncultured, untrained, and uncivilized, part of them. Before, we don't used to get to see all these things being manifested in our society. In a way, we have a way to curb it. But what we are saying is, they said character is like a smoke. Now it's becoming a common occurrence. For someone who could not even polish somebody's shoes started seeing them raining curses and abusive words. Look, you can criticize. I don't know where we get this mentality that we must be condescending in our rhetorics. Everything we say has to be laced with abusive and curse words. Look, I'm all for freedom of speech, but because you are given the freedom to say whatever you like does not mean that you have to impinge on other people's right, or you have to say whatever you feel like saying at a particular time. Not long ago, somebody just woke up from God knows part of his bed and started spreading a rumor that Mike Adenuga is dead. That news spread like a wildfire. And how did it start? Through social media. Because I bet you, if we were to be like an old-fashioned way where newspaper was just the only source of information, such wouldn't have been. But we now have platforms that gives people freedom to just come up with something irrational and started spreading it. So if the news like that is spread against you, against your character, against your being, what would you do against you? What would you do? So you go all out. But thank God, my academic is not like the rest of us. So, but what did he do? Something that he shouldn't have even done in the first place. He had to go to his PRO to debunk that because somebody just woke up and said, "This is what I'm going to say today." It's quite unfortunate. Look, it is gradually or dangerously heading towards having social media as a challenge against democracy throughout the world. America had their own share 2016, I believe, when Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton were contesting against one another. And social media was used to the extent that it changed people's view on certain things. Democrats were late to the party. Republicans had already gone far. The same thing played out again this year's election in America. But of course, people already made up their mind, even though they knew who they were voting for. But I digress. But what am I trying to tell you is that without social media, the likes of Donald Trump would not have become the president. So doing things old school is no longer the norm. And that poses a big challenge to democracy throughout the world because social media enables fascism to fester. We now have, a platform that breeds anarchy, people that are just completely against government in any form, shape, and they are ready to burn down the house. But it shouldn't be. Every now and then, you start hearing Shiwara saying revolution. A serious-minded person would have asked him a very good question. A revolution, are you asking for overthrowing of government? Simply because you detest the person in the office, so the government must fold up, the government must collapse? Haven't we witnessed such scenario happening in other third world and what has become their fate now? So, to me, yes, we deserve to have some stringent part of our law to be applied because we would not learn. Unfortunately, we are like, we don't know when to stop. There's no boundary. So, like I said, all our laws were made without having any foresight of social media stuff like this to impact the way we govern, the way we are self-governed. So the social media and all those new development now make those laws obsolete. And the legislators are trying to find a moral ground in order not to impinge on on the citizens' right, but a balance or a common ground where people will be able to still voice their opinion, but at the same time will not lead to an anarchy in the land. So they're in a dilemma, and that is exactly what we needed to do now. The youth believe that social media give them the opportunity to, lambast whoever they want to disrespect. And look, no society governed that way. No. And life is not balanced. Every youth, every younger fellow like me that try to, see life as it should be a one-way traffic where everything is handed down into their hands. And no, it's not done that way. Look, society is governed, but at the same time, not everybody is going to be pleased. And government doesn't have to appease anybody. Play your own part. Vote when you needed to vote. Contest if you want to contest. But don't be an agent of anarchy. Don't. For the young man that was picked up, look, cho, your mouth will set the movie trap for you. So everything that he has said on his platform, they may probably going to use the one that he called for the lawlessness society and stuff like that. That was what they're going to use against him. Even where he was praising police, I believe that was an afterthought anyway. So for those who are hyping him, I hope they will visit him in jail, maybe go buy him something or help him out over there. The same thing with Farotimi. Farotimi is the only one in the jail cell block. All the supporters are not going to follow him after the court proceeding. I'm not saying that people shouldn't support, but it shows and tells us how life is. You're going to face the music by yourself. Look, you can stand up for the oppressed and fight the right, but don't do it by being disrespectful, being condescending, being how do I put it now? Don't. You can be assertive in a way. You don't have to be completely being immoral, just acting anyhow. That's why the likes of Aisha, what's her name? This loudmouthed lady in obese camp was so when she was displaying her ignorance. I won't recite national anthem. I won't do this. I won't that. But look, people like her could easily get into trouble. I know she was trying to use that to her own advantage and milk all her supporters and all that. But it won't take much time before she get picked up like that because she will want to dare the government. Unfortunately, she is a woman, so cell is not good for a woman. A man can still weather it. So my take is that when you are criticizing the government, criticize them on a point. Don't be like rational mind, jumping from one thing to another. It's not necessary. And try to, use one to buttress the other. No, criticize them. If you want to deal with the budget and criticize them. Unfortunately, what we have is just a bandwagon thing where everybody just wants to say something, criticize for just, if somebody cannot cook well in the house, it's Tinubu. If somebody cannot, everything is government. A stampede happened. It's government, it's Tinubu, because we don't have to. It's a function of local government. Local government or local authorities are supposed to be the one to give licenses to those who are organizing a public outing, not state, not even federal government. But everything has to be federal government. So, as far as I'm concerned, it should be objective. Okay, and we should be broad-minded. We shouldn't be myopic in our thinking and everything has to be government. What part have you played? Our culture needed to change because the way we are being programmed, the impatience, the greediness. That is why what we have in that also rock is a reflection of society that we call ours. It's not Chinese. We didn't have Chinese in Nasoro. They came from where we came from. So, whoever is listening to me, let's learn from these people. Don't be the next statistics. If you're going to criticize on the merit. Don't go about starting abusing and cursing people that are old enough to be your father. And when you don't have the fact, please don't go and put yourself in a trouble. Because whether you like it or not, you ended up being the one paying for your own lawyer fee. So, play your part as a citizen, respect the elders, criticize when you need to, stand up when you need to, and then just be an upright citizen. So, this is nothing more than that. Don't be the one that will be used for what? Because you wanted somebody to be in the office or you wanted... Look, a change will not happen in a decade. It's never going to be. We're talking about decades that have taken more than 2, 3, 4, 5 decades. And we don't even have a structure, institutional structure in Nigeria. And we're not... Recently, CBN were told we fired 1,000 staff. These were the people that were hired for doing nothing. They're just collecting. The other day, CBN relocated the department that have oversight on the commercial institution. What did we see? The brothers in the National Assembly took up arms against CBN. Oh, why would they do that? Because they have managed to put their people in those government agencies. They are the one that some who have no business working in the central bank. But when you have a government that is trying to streamline and reduce the level of workforce, because the government cannot continue to pay these people for doing nothing. And there was a severance that was paid to them. I think it was up to like 50 billion. I can't really remember the exact figure. What did we see? It was even the Speaker of the National Assembly that said, no, we're going to set a committee up to look into that. They have authority to do that. But what that tells you is that they're not happy. We can criticize stuff like that. I haven't even seen it coming up anyway for discussion. We can look into that and look and say, look, if an agency is doing what it's supposed to do, why must we go all out to war against it? See, our society is set up in a way that when you pull one leaves, you pull trees, you pull bushes, and you begin to try to sort, okay, this and that. That is the way we are set up. Our society is so, I won't say cumbersome. It's difficult. It's very, very difficult. And every time somebody is trying to do what is needed and right, maybe people don't get to know this. Sometimes you want to do what is right and just in the system. But the way things are, the society could misconstrue what you are doing as being wrong. How many times that has been proven? I mean, the society has been proven wrong. Government said, okay, I'm not saying government is not always wrong, of course. But the point is that what you don't see, the data you don't have access to, they do. Some of those people that are biting the society and also blowing them by milking the society, they are among us. Government knows it, but they know that if they pull one, it's probably going to bring the downfall of the entire country. So they have to navigate the delicate path to get things sorted out. Look at the issue of subsidy. Here we found ourselves. I'm not preaching to the church, but it's just what is fundamental. Don't go beyond the boundary. Don't test the law. If you want to try because you think you have the clout and the influence, look, I would not be surprised if some bloggers are going to be picked up because gradually they are becoming the nemesis. This one-line clickbait, just like the VDM said, one-line clickbait. You click, it's something different story. And people don't get to read. This is a society that doesn't read anymore. God help us. They were so in a haste to buy Dele Farotimi's book. I bet you half of those who bought the book probably will not read it. They just want to go straight to where the names were mentioned so that they can hold on to, for what? For what? I'm not saying you shouldn't buy a book, but this is a society that prefer to get their news from social media, from bloggers. So one headline clickbait. Gone are the days when we used to gather at the vendor newspaper stand. That's where we read, that's where we get information, and see people arguing among themselves. That's how you get your information. I'm not saying those newspapers are not biased as well, but it's at least the information you get has been verified and proven, so you can cite it anywhere so the level of misinformation is very, very low. But now all we see is Tunde Enoch and the rest. I don't want to mention, but those are the people. They are not even in Nigeria. They're outside. Some are even faceless, right? And then they are the ones feeding some of these gullible ones with information, and they run with it. So, as far as I'm concerned, be an upright citizen. Criticize when you have to criticize, but make sure you're on the side of the law, because the way our culture is changing, and people think the country is becoming a policing nation. I don't think they get it right. If they understand the impact of what they're doing or what they're saying online on the people, maybe they would take it back and slow it down. Now, I hope people are learning their lesson and they're moving on. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Shoma.
Thank you, Mr. Adewale. I really appreciate your submission. It was very thoughtful and well put together. And I want to thank you all for being a complete gentleman. Thank you for being so kind and respectful to me. And I want to thank the viewers for watching us today, tonight actually. So I want to appreciate the super chatters. It's Kulata, then there's me, then there's Ayo, then there's Jewel of Nashville, and then there's AB giving me a special shout out. I really appreciate you, AB. God bless you. And then you guys, I know Simba, you just came last, and Baba T, if you still have anything you want to say, you guys will still talk, but I'm going to end the stream so I can get some sleep, but I'm still going to be in the background with you all. So thank you to all our viewers. On behalf of One Man, God bless you, and good night, good morning. Ta-ta.